I'm here, baby. What's up?
Me,
Hello.
me,
It's you. How you living, girl?
me.
I know that voice. What's up? How you
I'm
living?
good. And it's after eating.
What'd you
And I
have?
had to get out that chair though, it's been too long. I be walking crazy. Yeah, I had to get out that chair too long, Rabbi.
Are you okay?
How are you?
I'm well. My friend was here, and I'm still waiting to talk in this Twitter space, and I don't think they're ever gonna let me talk. And I'm watching my show that I really like. It's like my favorite
What's
show.
the one you were doing yesterday?
Oh, I these things get really big. They get like 500 people in them, and it's just a crapshoot to see if they're gonna call you up to let you speak. So normally
And you
what
did.
normally what I do is I sit there and yell at them until they call me up. But
Oh, yeah. Okay, I can do that, yeah.
but
You got to eat it. It ain't meal, do is it? Okay. Yeah, what you say, Mary? Okay.
normally I wait on these people to call me up.
Okay.
But there are like 500 people with whom I'm competing, and it takes too long. And normally I just yell at them to call me up.
Hold on, Rabbi.
You got
Yeah,
it.
I got it, brother. What I got, that's my regular water. I was gonna let it bring the water. But, yeah, you can, yeah, I was trying to get that. But this is better than regular water. You can have that brother water. Okay, I can just refreeze that. You gonna be okay like that? Okay. I don't need no frozen water then. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, all right, Rabbi. Yeah.
You're
So you said about the Twitter space, you said there'd be a lot of people in there, right?
And they're not calling on me because there are so many people. So normally I sit there and I listen to them and I like just kind of to be funny, just like make jokes like call on me. But that just it's exhausting. So instead I watch my show and then just keep an eye on the Twitter space, and then if they invite me to talk then I do. But chances are they won't. And so but I get into a couple of them at least a day. The smaller ones are easier to get into, and when I do a good job of just telling people about what I do. And then they come in here. Then I get a bunch of Nigerian people in here, and I say to them, "Do you have a link tree?" And they're like, "What is that?" Sometimes they know, but it's like basically a place where you can go. You saw where all your links are. And I'm like, look, you guys want to market yourself in social media, right? And they're like, yeah, that's what we do. And it's like, all right, how are you going to market yourself in social media if you don't have a YouTube or a Snapchat or a Twitter or a Twitch? Like you need this stuff. And they're like, oh, yeah, we guess. So that's what I do.
Okay. Okay. You should have it. That's for me.
No, Miss Aquarius, we're going to find you a Nigerian prince.
No, I don't want that. I'm good.
I, I know you don't. You're going to get it anyway.
No, I'm not. I don't want that. I'm good.
I know you don't. I know you don't. I know you're happy with you. But that doesn't mean that you're
They
not.
cool to talk to, but
I know.
it's okay. Yeah, it's just that somebody what I just forget it. Cause I can't get somebody to really,
You just haven't found the
I'll
right.
let you.
You haven't found the right people. There are 400 people, 400 spaces going on right now, and if you,
1,000.
well, yeah. Yo, how are you? Rhea Kane? Oh, they're muted or they're deafened, so they can't hear me right now. I hope you're doing well.
Oh God, me and my leg, yo.
What's up with your leg, Miss Aquarius? What's up with your leg?
Look at these. Then I got oh, let me look at this. That's crazy on how this doing train got into it. How you gonna tractor truck, semi truck with all these cars on it? Go into the park your butt right down the train where this train is, and it just smashed into the semi truck. That's crazy.
That's wild stuff.
Yeah, did you hear about that? Did you hear about the that plane, UPS plane in Louisville, Kentucky, the airport?
What happened, Miss Aquarius?
It crashed. It crashed. It crashed. Smoke. And it says, I think it's like three of the working on it, the UPS thing. They injured.
Oh, they survived?
I was talking to my best friend when it happened.
They survived?
Oh, I hope so. I think they injured though. Ask ChatGPT real quick. Oh, no, you can't. You're in space. Never mind.
You're good.
I don't know my sciatica or whatever. My left, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know if I got arthritis. I don't know exactly. I'm not gonna go get checked up so I go to go get my physical because I want to see my doctor. My doctor. Okay, I'm so pissed. I'm gonna get my doctor because I was seeing a nurse practitioner. I want to see my doctor because my doctor knows about my health in my leg. I don't know what's going on.
All right.
With it. But I'm still walking. I'm still kicking. I'm still doing it. I'm not.
Do you have a little pimp walk?
Not a little pimp like that's a wild, but it just I don't know what it is. But I'm doing my exercises, so my balance is better and stuff like that. So I don't know what's going on with it. And a little pain, but it's okay. But it feels warm and stuff like that. But I don't know what it is. I really don't. I don't know. But I don't stress. I can't stress it. Not nothing but minor, something minor. So there's probably an antibiotic or something, maybe a shot or something can cover it, huh? Maybe? You don't know. I'm afraid they don't say no surgery,
Yeah, no, I get that.
I don't think I need surgery. Yeah. They'll call you up in a minute.
No, they won't. I've been waiting 3 hours, Miss Aquarius.
Oh.
I know. But this is a really big space. And I do all the small spaces. Everybody knows about me on the small spaces, so that's good, man. Just gotta get in this big space. I'm not sweating it. I yell at these people all day long saying, let me up, let me up, let me up. I'm not like there's a phrase, I'm too blessed to be stressed.
What are you talking about? Money. Oh, yeah, the King Tut. Yeah. Wow.
What's wow, Miss Aquarius?
Talking about the King Tut was in the spotlight. The King Tut is finally being seen. I don't know what museum this is.
That's the Cairo Museum, I
Oh, look
think.
at it.
That's the Cairo. They just opened a new museum in Africa, in Cairo.
Oh, I don't know what this. Okay, I guess it is so. Somebody boat. Transport them to the afterlife. Oh, this is cool. It's a museum. Oh, they're Egypt. Besides Egypt pyramid.
Word, girl.
It's in Egypt.
I know. I
Nice.
said like 5 times Cairo.
That's Cairo?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Cairo's the largest city in Africa.
Wow. They finally got it to King Tut. They finally, wow, that's neat. Now they can see King Tut now.
There you go.
You did that in school? We did that in school. You know about King Tut. You know about him?
Yeah, he was like a boy king. He died when he was
Yeah.
like 14.
Mhm. I'm trying to go there to see that. I like this movie.
I did too.
I like to look at the world news because it tells you about different stuff going on in different countries and the world. They're coming in. They're trying to figure you out, Rabbi.
I don't even know who they are.
E.T. Entertainment Tonight.
All right, I'm gonna go back to watching my show.
Okay, I'll be back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Homophobe, the resident homophobe of the show. D-Madness, he's only allowed 20 gay jokes per episode. There you go. The crowd goes wild for homophobia. What do you think about the gays, David Wayne? Love them. There you go, good answer. Okay. What else do you do, David? What are your hobbies? What do you have any special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that knows how to probably win an oyster eating competition. I go to the gym. Shut the fuck up. I do what? I swear to God, I go to the gym. Just for the smoothies? What do you do at the gym exactly? I got out of a 14. I'm trying to slim this down. I've actually lost 65 pounds, so. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. What exactly? Take us through your routine at the gym. You go in with a gym bag? Yeah, it's actually in my office. So I get off work at 5, I go up to the gym. Just a completely inappropriate Go ahead. I just go to the gym, work out for about an hour and a half. I do the Stairmaster treadmill, and I walk down here and hit shows and lights and stuff when I can. So it's a lot of walking. I'm glad it's coming up on big man season. It's about to get cold, so. Yeah, it's hot. Amazing. So now you live by yourself? No, I have a roommate. Oh, okay. They do comedy too? Yeah. All right. And it's a 2-bedroom? Yeah, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. 2-bath? Yeah. Look at you. Nobody wants to share a bathroom with me. Right. Exactly. You have any weird eating habits? What's your poison? What's your go-to when you're feeling sad? What do you cry and eat at the same time? Pussy? Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Did you chip your tooth eating pussy? So I'm from Florida. Yeah, that is. That's some fucking Tampa dentistry right there. A real fucking Picasso of teeth. That's amazing, David. Well, my goodness. When's the last time you were on a date, David? Friday. Oh, wow. Look at you, Playboy. Yeah. Where'd you go on Friday? some Congress that came back to my house.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah,
You closed it with you lifted it up.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I got in there. Got in there, baby.
First date slam, dog?
Well, we've been dating, but yeah. No, it's because the 14 relationship, I've only slept with like 3 people, so now 4, I guess.
They slept with 3 people too at the same time. That's you and your 3 people. You were 3 people. David, you're leaving here with a medium-sized jumbo. Congratulations, David. Thank you. There you go. All right. We're just going to keep going through it. We don't have another regular till the end of the show, so we're going to get some extra bucket pulls up here today. Make some noise to your next comedian. It's KJ, everybody. We're going to meet KJ together. Just 2 letters. KJ.
Make some noise, Austin. Let's go! Listen, guys, I love my girlfriend. I'm going to marry my girlfriend, but she is a fucking retard. I'm serious. Like, I'm going to write a book and call it I'm in Love with a Retard. Basically, she goes around complaining, always fighting, arguing with me. This is chapter 1. Basically, I'm telling you that what happened was she was shaving her pubes, right? Long story less long. She got an ingrown hair, and then she's telling me it was herpes. And I was like, what the fuck? And then she's like, when was the last time you ever got tested? And I was like, baby, I've been tested before. I never had herpes. I had chlamydia. Those are 2 different things.
This sucks.
And I remember when the doctor called me and told me, I was crying. Like, I was happy. Those were tears of joy. I wasn't sad. I was just happy that I didn't have herpes. That's my time. Thank you, guys.
Wow, all right.
That was terrible. KJ, awful.
Giving it up for another dark, hairy animal, just like you, Sam. Just like your brother. Hi, Cable. How are you? What ethnicity are you exactly?
I identify as Italian.
I bet you do. Wouldn't that be nice? What are you?
Jumpy.
You're what?
Sick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sick, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. And do your parents know you do stand-up?
Yeah, I remember when I told my dad, he was like, you're not going to be fucking Russell Peters.
Yeah.
And he was like, be like a truck driver or something, right? So,
How long have you been doing it?
to be honest, I've been doing it for a while, but I've only done like maybe 10, 15 shows, like open mics and stuff. I treated this like an open mic. That was the first time I ever performed that set, probably the last time.
Right. Yeah. All right.
I thought it would crush, I'm not gonna lie. I was so excited.
What was the punchline you thought was going to get the big boom? My girlfriend's a retard.
I thought that was a setup, but I was actually the part where I was like getting herpes and then getting chlamydia. I thought that was funny. And that's all made up too. I don't really have herpes or chlamydia.
Wow, yeah. Is your girlfriend cool with you bombing and telling everybody she has herpes? Is that cool?
Yeah, she's happy. I just came here for fun. It's all fun at the end of the day.
Good job. Good job. What do you do for a living?
I'm a baggage handler.
A baggage handler. Wow, they let you put bags on airplanes? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. So you really do specialize in bombing and all jobs. This is incredible. That is not right. That is not right. Wow. A brown baggage handler. That's like having a black guy watch your wallet for you. For a living a black guy. Or having an Asian guy watch over your soft boiled. Okay. Wow, look at the serious look on Kate's face.
To everybody and said I thought that would have been funny.
How would you have done that? What would you have done?
Just did some typical Indian jokes. I smell like curry, all that kind of shit.
Do you have jokes like that? Can you do one for us?
Not off the top of my head. I don't like to pander to what
Normally you do have a lot of material on the top of your head.
normally.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're doing it tonight.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, I want to make sure to make you all, your friends, your family, independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not live right now on one YouTube stream, not two, not three, but over a dozen. You can see all the links in my profile. You can literally see me shilling this live on YouTube. Additionally, I'm live in my own Discord where the links are in my profile, and I'm live in the Big Steppas Discord if you're familiar with that one. So join my Discord, join the Big Steppas Discord. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I talk about helping the world in terms of ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program. And most importantly, I am an advocate of desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I want to thank you for the opportunity to tell you about what I do. Most importantly, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anyone out there who needs anything, you need someone to talk to, I'm always online. I'm always available to you. If you are a reply guy and you want to help it to improve on your elevator pitch or your social media, I'm here. And I just want to thank the host and co host for making this opportunity available. Thank you so much.
I'm telling you, I was in the big step as this career and I was watching him sleep. Weird, but anyways, bro, whatever. Bro, my boy streams his fucking life 24/7 for the last few years. That is actually crazy, bro. This year before COVID and all this. Bro, I was watching him sleep earlier and I came alive. But yo, anyways, real quick, boys, lock the fucking. I'm gonna do a little giveaway real quick. It's nothing crazy. I'm about to post it up right now.
Hey, what up, Vegas? How you living, pimp?
What's up, Rabbi? What's good, man?
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
Uh, I'm good. I'm good over here. Like, I really would say, just wanna make my body shake.
Have you done your link tree yet?
Yeah, yeah. That is actually why I came up. That is actually why I came to talk to you about. Is it an paid stuff like do I have to pay to get things on there? Like does it have a premium
No,
subscription on
no,
it?
it's free. It's free.
Oh, okay, okay. So once I'm done with the brain shake, I'll just go create that.
Excellent.
I will create it, then I'll send the link to you to check it out.
Excellent.
Yep. Yeah. So let me just make my mic here for 1 minute and then brain shake ready because we don't want you to get the buzzing sound of the blender.
Give me because I was finishing up, I want to make sure I gathered everything. You had the Jason project, which I remember. You were not going to do it. And then you thought of doing some kind of like live trading card thing, like NFT project. Yeah. I'll tell you what I would like to see. I want to see an assay completely. I don't know how many pieces, but I want to see an all digital, completely drawn from you series. Like not AI whatsoever. Because you're a fucking genius artist, and I want to see. As long as you can do like a high quality like photo of it, why not? You know what I mean? I think that would be sick. Personally, I think you're sick artist. Curious. Just grab a blank canvas, slap some paint on it, throw it in, make a huge fucking mess. And as you're doing that, just let everything fucking pour out of you, and then it'll come to you when you want to be. Yeah, I think you're only as big as like. I don't think it's so much the concept, like it could be whatever life are, whatever. I think it's your idea that just come up with something that you really fucking like as it, no matter what. That's really what you get. If you like, you obviously don't like the Jason idea. You're I think you'll find it though. You'll find it. I think you think about the things you like. I always try to think of things I like when I'm trying to create shit. Of course. watch a really fucking crazy movie or listen to a crazy album and smoke some random shit. Like, this is I've been cooking up some crazy doorways for you. Yeah, exactly. We're actually ready to wrap this up. I do want to, as I didn't say in the beginning, but I do want to say we lost a member of the FCW family this week.
I think the UK has such an issue with really close. It's effectively quite sensitive. I'm really upset about it because I feel really sad that I didn't know what it was. We've been talking on DMs and the things he said was just so positive and kind and everything. Yeah, he was really special person. Like always, if I saw him in Chaos in the space, I'm gonna go in. I know they're gonna bring absolute joy and light to my morning. You know, when I'm working, they're gonna make me laugh and I think that's a really sad thing.
It's a great comedy duo. Looking at the positive side of it, you, Chaos, and Carter together, where they brought a real joy to everything. So glad we got that. Appreciate you, Chaos, and bringing him into our crazy FCW. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. Oh man, Carter always movies.
On the top of your head, your people. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're doing it tonight. KJ, what does your mom do for a living?
She does like customer service at like a
That makes sense.
call center. Does she work in a call center? Not like a call center, like more like front desk people, but she does take calls on.
And the dad, what exactly does the dad do?
My dad works at like a lumber mill.
A lumber mill. It's different than what I expected that. Alright, KJ, what's your love life like? You have a girlfriend that's real?
It's real.
Okay.
She doesn't have herpes.
Sure. And how long you been with her?
Since January, February.
Where'd you guys meet?
At Rabbi.
Is that Princess Jasmine joke? I'm sorry.
Yo, what's going on, Bucha?
Is she brown as well?
Bucha,
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Were you able to get your shit together with the Discord rank up bot?
Yeah, I got that going.
Okay, good. All right, how's your shit going? Who's talking in the background?
Yeah,
Who's talking in the background?
sorry. So we got Brad here. He's what, 6'5", 6'7"?
Yo, tell Brad 6'5", 6'6", he needs to shut the fuck up. He's 5'5". Tell him he still needs to shut the fuck up. If I can hear him, he's too fucking loud. Bucha, how you living? I want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to 5'5" Brad. Bucha, how you doing, dog? Bucha, don't they teach you how to communicate? Bucha, what is going on with these people? These people, yeah, these live streamers. Don't they teach you how to communicate? Dog. What are we gonna do with you? Bucha. Bucha, what in the fuck? How are you? Bucha, right now, you are leading the world and being the absolute shittiest communicator alive. How does that feel? Bucha, are you gonna talk or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can finally fucking hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Now, my mic was off. I was talking.
Okay, well.
How are you, sir?
I'm kicking ass, taking names, big dog. I love you. I'm glad that you were able to get your bot going. I went and checked in on it, and nothing showed up in there. Just giving you that heads up.
I'm having a look now. I was just trying to get out with my other account, and it says level up on my Rank Up channel.
Okay, do you see anything in your rank up channel?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check on my end. Okay, so the next thing you need to do, you had said like, hey, it's cool if other people. Yeah, okay, it's working. Yeah, that's cool. If other people find your server, so you want to go to a website called disboard.org. DISBOARD. DISBOARD.org. You're going to type this into the browser address bar. I mean, you could Google it too, but I want you to be a big boy. Go to disboard.org and register your website, and then people can search for it on this website. So people who are interested in cannabis and gaming and shitty communication, I'm just kidding, they can find you.
Relax, dog. Relax.
I know. I gotta bust your. I gotta bust your balls a little bit. That's what I do. I gotta keep you on your toes, big dog.
I'm trying my best, man. I'm trying my best.
I know you are. I'm always gonna try to get a little bit more out of you, though. So go to disboard.org, not Discord. Disboard. DISBOARD.org. Register your website there. Categorize it as cannabis and I would say Australia and gaming and or like streaming or whatever. I think you can have like 3 categories. Then you'll get some random ass people in there. There are other ways to get people into your Discord. There's something called like an advertising bot. So I actually have one of these in my server. I don't know how well it works, but basically what you do is once an hour you can basically like promote your uh, your Discord to like 200 other Discord servers for free, and they all basically like help each other, and you can get some people in there from that way too. So, but right now, just do.
How do you get that?
Just right now, register yourself on discord.org, and then we'll talk about the other stuff.
Okay, it's disboard.org.
That's
Is that correct?
that's correct, my friend.
And then I'll add my server.
Yeah, you want to add your server.
And then I'll add new server. Select server. Okay, main language. Tags. What are the tags I'll be putting?
I mean, I would put cannabis or 420.
Oh, do I have to put the hashtag, bro?
Um, I don't know if you have to put the hashtag, but I think you can just type it and it'll show up.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me see. I'm just putting in the hashtags.
Yeah, no, I get you.
And the description is for
Dog. It's a description of that somebody's going to see when they look up your website.
that's correct. Yeah. Um, can you explain to me what's an NSFW server?
Not safe for work.
Okay, so okay,
So it'd be like pornographic things. There's an argument to be made that yours is NSFW because you use cannabis, but um, I would just go without it. And if they make me do NSFW, then I would do that.
okay, now, yeah, exactly. I think with you, are you all good?
Yep, I was able to chill a lot in Twitter Spaces today, and um, that's good. And I haven't been kicked out of the Discord servers that I want to be in, so that's good. Because
Yeah, that's good.
I tend to get thrown out a lot because I just go in there, I stream, and I don't say anything to anybody, and that's what's known as, these are just made up terms, but it's called either engagement farming or
Oh, okay.
camping. I don't know why why you can't do this. There's nothing against it in the terms, but I get kicked out for stuff
Yeah.
like that. So, and I'm watching a show.
Nice. Nice. That's nice. What show are you watching?
It's called Kill Tony. They just had some Australians on. It's the arguably the largest podcast in the world. It's a show that takes place at Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership every Monday night. It's the biggest comedy show in the world.
Nice. Should I, after I made a server, says create instant invite permission to the Bisboard, but after that send this comment invite. Do I have to add a bot?
What does it say?
Oh, right.
Read it to me again, please.
Create instant invite permission to Bisboard bots. After that, send this command slash invite.
Yeah, I think you do want to do that. Discord's a reputable website, so there shouldn't be much issue with it. But I think that makes it so that somebody can join your server easier, and that's what you want. And then once you're done doing that, there's another website you want to use. It's called discord.me, and you can register your website there too. And what that's going to do is give you and other people more of an opportunity to be able to find your shit. All right, with that being said, I'm going to watch my show.
12?
Yeah.
She's Indian?
Yeah.
Same thing all the way?
All the way. That's how they do it.
Yeah. You find yourself only attracted to those type of people?
No, anybody's fine. I'm not racist.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. But do you have a preference? Like we just had Danny Yang up here. He's from Taiwan and exclusively has only been with white women before. Do you find yourself having a preference of any kind?
Not really. It doesn't matter. I think all women doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, you have heard this, by the way. What do you do for fun, KJ? You have any hobbies or anything like that? You
Snowboarding, like to ride bikes, like to chill, play video games. Feel like that.
snowboard. That's another. I just want to guess that your people really do that. I can picture maybe sandboarding or something like that, or even waterboarding. I think your people are very good at. But snowboarding is incredible. That's really amazing. KJ, fun times, man. Come sign up again sometime.
Next week.
Little one. There you go, KJ, everybody.
Thank you guys.
Keep it moving along here. Your next comedian, this name is familiar. We're going to see her again. It's Sarah Klein, everybody. Time for Sarah Klein. It's Klein time.
Recently took home a dude who's an optometrist, brought him into the bedroom. He started doing this thing where he was like, okay, here's one finger, and now here's two. Do we like the one? Or we like the two a little bit better? Back to the one. Let's start over to a three. That one is for astigmatism. Turns out I do have astigmatism. That is not the only form of tism that I have. And my ancestors came down the tism trail. It's a history joke. I have what used to be called Asperger's. They don't call it that anymore because it turns out the dude that's named after is a Nazi. But also that's been coming back on vogue. I don't know, but the rebranding is it's now called Level 1 Autism. Which for me as a gamer is mildly infuriating because I'm like, what do I gotta do to get to the next level?
Wow, Sarah, Clyde.
I'll get back to that when I was a kid. Okay, doke.
Amazing set.
Thank you.
Fantastic. How long have you been on stand-up?
I'm at 6 years.
6 years. Where at, Sarah?
Mostly Dallas. I started in Austin, but that was in like 2019.
Then you moved to Dallas.
Yeah, and then Seattle, and then back to Dallas.
Wow. What made you move to Dallas?
The pandemic and my place of living closing down. I moved back with my parents.
The parents are in Dallas. That makes sense. What in the world would make you move to Seattle?
Grad school.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. What did you get a degree in?
I got a Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing.
Damn. Look at you. Unbelievable. Sarah, what do you do for a living?
I do cat sitting.
Oh my God. I think you hit level 2. That is amazing. You're a professional cat sitter. One of the few animals that famously can be left alone. And yet that is your specialty. And that is just an incredible job. How did you start becoming a professional cat sitter?
You go to grad school and then you don't get paid over the summer, so you find odd jobs.
Here's a cool cat right here. It's T Madness, everybody. He's a cat that does a lot of sitting. And yet you're here with a true cat sitter. Has any cat sitting ever gone wrong for you? Anything crazy ever happened?
I mean, I've had cats that, like, want to kill me, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, like a couple.
What have they done to try to kill you?
I mean, like, they like, stalk me whenever I'm in, like, the premises, and then they're, like, hissing, and they're, like, following me and trying to, like, attack me, and I have to, like, grab, like, a vacuum or something and be like...
These kittens. Well, maybe they're just playing with you. Our senior cat correspondent, Rabbi, owns many cats. It's part of his identity. He loves his cats very much. He tells everybody that he should have cats. He's always covered in cat hair. Are they kittens?
Huh?
Nothing. What do you do for fun, Sarah? Take us through some of your hobbies and whatnot. Let's fucking really figure out how autistic you are.
Well, I'm a pole dancer.
Really? Oh my goodness.
For fun, not for money.
I love that.
I like to go birding.
Okay, tell us what birding is exactly.
It's bird watching. It's just like a little more active because you actually try to identify the species and you keep like a list.
Do you ever find yourself like trying to paw at the birds because you've spent so much time with cats?
No.
Okay. Do you do anything non-autistic? I mean, pole dancing's pretty non-autistic. I mean, that's the by yourself. It's and when you count exactly how many times you went around the pole, 75, odd number, we're done. Nobody touched those floats on the floor. I already counted. Pole dancing, birding. What do we got in the 3 spots there, Clyde?
I'm a poet. That's what I went to grad school for.
Wow. And what do you specialize in? Haikus? Or... That's the only kind I know. So.
I'm just like contemporary, free verse, confessional.
Okay, so you're like Lil Wayne or something like that. Lil Weezy.
Sure, yeah.
Alright. What's your love life like, Sarah? Have you ever...
Have I? Yes. Yes.
Is there any chance you're a gay Chinese guy? Oh my god. I don't know why this keeps happening, Tony. I'm back. What's your love life like, Sarah? You seem to have a cool swagger to you. I like your style. That little skeleton hand's cool. Okay.
I mean, I was in a long-term relationship like a year ago.
Did it last like about 12 years? Oh, okay.
It was like 2.5.
Oh, that's not long. Tell us about it. Was he autistic too?
No, I don't believe so. We met in grad school. He was also a poet.
Wow. Look at that. Just 2 notes. Cat sitting together. Was it clear which one of you was a more gifted poet?
Yeah. Me.
Wow. Look at that. Drop. Take the breath. Take breath.
Shared it.
I love it. I love it. Do you make good money cat sitting? What are we talking about?
No, I don't know. I mean,
how do you survive, Sarah?
my parents
Yeah,
right now.
Yo.
And how much are you in debt?
Hey, are you guys on sick, bro?
I was fully
I don't
funded,
pay
yeah.
attention to that.
Okay,
Oh,
so
damn. I was gonna say, if you guys were, could you put awareness out about a scammer?
Yeah, I'm live streaming right now, so we'll put out the APB. What happened?
Yes, not 6. I don't
Alright,
know the name of the woman.
I'm gonna send you his Discord. So we PvP'd, right? Because I was in the, what was that? I was in the Vouch Spaghetti chat, and we PvP'd. He just lost movies for my, Chica Taylor bike things, and I beat him, right? But I was still nice enough. I let him take 2 random brain rods, and then he ended up taking my La Taco combination that I just got today and blocked me. And I texted a couple other big people in the server about it, but I'm just trying to get it out and let it be known he's a scammer.
100%. If I could help you, I would. I don't know anybody who's leadership there, but we'll keep our eye out for him. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, and did you get the screenshot of his Discord?
I did.
Alright, perfect. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for being so polite.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
You too, my friend.
We are the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Talkspace. And Sarah already moving in with each other. Are you damp right now? Right, man. You can't say that to people. This is a professional show. We have sponsors. That's out of control.
Yo, big dog. Yeah, Doug, you don't send me your password, but that's funny. I don't want your password, so delete that message. You send me your link tree. I want to see. Did I send you what one looks like?
I think I was the one who modified my project and what she's from. I helped them modify it because it was a looking it was an audition for. So let me send you what I did with the like I just sent you that because the last time we spoke, you said you're going to do something with it. Like, you're going to help me do some kind, some sort of edits. I don't know, but I could actually do it by myself. So just approaching the.
Look, I just sent you a link in Discord. Make your link tree look like that one with Reddit and Imager and Rumble and YouTube and Snapchat. You want all of these. If you're going to market, if you're going to be a marketer, you need to be on these platforms.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the what they call the password I sent actually it doesn't mean anything.
I didn't even pay attention to it, but delete it.
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay, good. So what you want to do is create social media accounts on like the top 20 social medias. Okay, it's going to take you a little while because then you have to populate it with information. But when you're done, you send me your link tree and I'll look at it and then I'll tell you how you can improve it. And then from there, we're going to work on your elevator pitch. And then from there, we'll get you some jobs or at least apply for them, okay? I mean, Vegas, let me put it to you this way. You're very talented. You're a coder. You've got all that talent, but you're not marketing yourself. So you want to work, and I get it. If I say to you, and I'm not, but if I'm saying to you, okay, Vegas, you're going to help me with my project, you say, yeah. I say, great. I need somebody who's just more than a reply guy. Anybody can hit a fucking button on a piece of social media, on a page of social media. I want you to post this on your YouTube and your Instagram and your Linktree and your LinkedIn, or what, not Linktree, but your LinkedIn and your Reddit and Imager. And you say, well, I don't have any of those accounts. Well, what kind of marketer are you, right?
Yeah, I get a point.
Exactly. Too many. Look. I'm going to be honest with you, Vegas. You're more talented than. I'm going to give it to you as honestly as possible from an outsider perspective. Nigeria is filled with reply guys, which is guys who just have a phone. They don't have a computer. Their cell signal sucks. Their phone overheats, and all they do is hit the reply button and the heart button, and then go to ChatGPT to get some kind of reply. Everybody does that. You need to be better than that. And so I'm going to make sure that you're not a reply guy, that you're a lot more than that. You're a coder, but we got to make sure that people know that. And also, when they search for you, they're able to find you and what you do. And what you're going to be able to do is go into a Twitter space and say, "Hey, everybody, my name is Vegas. I want you to know I'm the best coder that you're going to have available for the price on Twitter. I will market your project on my YouTube, on my Instagram, on my Twitter, on my Twitch, on my Rumble, on my Kick, on my YouTube accounts. Nobody else is going to do that for you. I'm loyal. I'm smart. I have good connectivity. I have good devices, and I'm here for you. Please send me a DM if you want to connect with me. Go to my link tree, which is linktree.com/Vegas, whatever, and you can see all of my work. I have a proven track record of successful projects. That's what you want to be able to say to people, right?
Okay.
Exactly. And so we're going to make sure that you have all your stuff really nice and that you market yourself really well. And then we're going to work on your pitch, your elevator pitch, your what you say in a Twitter space. Because this is what every person who is a reply guy says. GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the other co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. GM, I want to tell you, I'm a Web3 ambassador. I am someone who is going to be a community builder. I am a project manager. I am someone who is a reply guy. They'll say all this stuff in Vegas. It means nothing. All it means is that when a person posts something, this guy's going to hit two buttons. They're going to hit the like button. They're going to hit the reply button. Nobody needs that. Doesn't help anybody. What does help somebody is, hey, when I post something, you're going to take that content and you're going to put it on Reddit and you're going to put it on Instagram and you're going to put it on image. Now that can help somebody. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you told me.
Exactly. So we're going to make you into an excellent resource. We're going to make sure that you get. How many followers do you have on Twitter right now?
Uh, 2.2 something.
That's really good. And we'll get you more people there. But the big thing is, you've got to be able to shield yourself. How many Twitter spaces were you in today, Vegas?
None actually.
Exactly. And what we need to do is we got to get you into the routine of being in at least maybe 5 to 6 Twitter spaces a day. And you go out there and you tell people who you are and what you do, and you'll get your elevator pitch really good. And people will just remember you. Oh, yeah, I know this guy. This is Vegas. Vegas is always here. Follow Vegas. Send Vegas a message. Somebody's going to get a hold of you. You're going to get well enough known on Twitter spaces. But if you go into 0 a day, well, nobody's going to know who the fuck you are. But if you go into 6 a day for a week, everybody will know you in these spaces. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Exactly. And we'll get you to have confidence and the courage to go into big spaces and say what you're going to do. And you're going to get some permissions. And it may take a little while, but it'll happen. What up, Grandpa? How you living, big dog? Grandpa, can you hear me? Grandpa, can you hear me, big man? Grandpa, do you know how to use Discord? Do you know how to unmute yourself and talk? All right, go fuck yourself, Grandpa. Nobody wants to talk to you. I say that to anyone who comes in and doesn't say anything. But to you, Vegas, we'll make it. You're gonna be. You spend enough time with me already that I like you, and I'm gonna make sure that your link tree is really good. That your social media is really good. It's really strong, and we're gonna get you a job. And I'm not gonna give you one because I don't have any. I don't need you to do anything. But I know enough people, and we know enough projects out there that we'll get it done. Okay?
Alright, man. Alright. Let me just work on the tree.
Yeah, it's gonna take you some time because you got to do a YouTube and an Instagram and all that other bullshit. Uh, you need like 20 different social medias, and if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't use Pinterest or I don't use Flickr. That's okay, but you don't want somebody impersonating you by getting your name on these platforms. So what you want to do is have your name on all of them so that nobody steals it. Does that make sense? Okay. So it's going to take you some time. I'm here if you have questions, but it's just about putting in the work, and it's not hard. You're uploading pictures and typing a password. It's not hard. It's just annoying to have to do it individually. But you do it, and then let me know if you need help. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
You got it, big
Sure.
man.
I'll let you.
Thanks, big man.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend.
This was a pretty girl. Yeah.
Did you feel something? Was there a little fire?
A little bit,
A
yeah.
little scissors?
I felt something.
You slut. Amazing.
I've been online on like dating apps. It's just never gotten to them.
Have you ever kissed a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Have you kissed a woman in Texas?
Yes.
You kissed a woman in Austin, Texas?
No.
Whoa! Oh my God. Do you want to? Is there a beautiful woman out there that wants to come up and give Sarah Klein a kiss? Wow, there's a beautiful brunette right there. Come on up, you slut. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Wow, she's actually quite beautiful. So what a special fan base we have. Give yourselves a hand. This is a little segment on the show called Kiss Me. We've been doing it 13 years when the time is right. Oh my God. Wow.
Damn.
Ish, not ish. Austin's been very underwhelming with me. I like that confidence though, girl.
Are you damp right now? You can't say that to people. This is a professional show. We have sponsors. That's out of control. All right. How do you feel right now, Sarah?
He's pretty soon. And I just wanted to tell people about my project and everything, and to check us out because I think it's going to be a different thing. It's a narrative that I think is never going to die. Just get right on it. The market, the bear market, if it doesn't go to the billions, this bull market will go into the next. I feel like this is something that's going to be around for a long time. Well, you got your gold check marks, so that's good. That's great too. That's great. Yeah. Right before I lost, I'm pretty sure. I was surprised when I went into the website and saw it. Where I looked to see if somebody ever into a meme or anything, I never saw that. So I secured everything. I made sure I had my website, everything done, my X account, and everything just perfect. So it's a project that I'm just taking with me. And I just want to start, I want to do this right and get everything perfect. Nice, I like it. I'm actually extremely new when it comes to crypto and all this stuff. I've been on X for about a little over a year. You see, there's something that happened in my life that, I lost my job due to retaliation, legal termination. I was the only female on the maintenance team, and I decided to get my story out there, and I tried Facebook, and many men disrespected me, and the only way that they would share my story is if they would send me pictures. I don't want that. So I decided to try a different social media platform, which was X. And as I joined, I continued on to my own project, which I haven't launched it yet. My project is called The Squishies. I draw people's faces and lips for those that actually dox themselves. Eventually, I want to launch them as a cartoon and then launch them as NFTs, but it's going to be about a year down the road. Which eventually I'll just toss on the Jumbotron so you guys can see some of my work. I am an artist, and I just like space cadet and meeting new people and learning about new projects. And so, thanks for showing up and tell me about yourself. Let's move on to the next person. Let's go to a Rob. I'm a bit nervous. This is my first space because yeah. No way. Well, I just wanted to say hello. Trying to support you guys. Say hello to the kids. It's okay. Sorry, it's my accent. I just thought I'd come and support you guys. If anyone's got any sort of queries with regards to crypto, I've been doing for years. Sort of trade me coins. I show people how to trade liquidity pills, snipe contract addresses. So if anyone's launching a coin or needs any help, I'm here to help. A lot of support. So most of the time, I'm quite free. I got very fortunate. I bought a lot of Bitcoin years ago, so I got lucky. So I've got time for that. So yeah, I'm here to support you guys. I think everyone should just follow each other on the stage, and I think everyone's just stronger together. If you know, like a team, if everyone wants to grow their accounts, it's the best way. I'm just here to support. And if anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask or to DM me. Everybody in the space, different for yourself. You're trying to mass connect. If you have a business and you're selling a product, you need your employees and your people to actually buy your product. And for you to do that, you need people to actually follow you, and you want to support them as well. So follow everybody in the space, my people, everybody. And right now we're going to do some shout outs. So what Ariel? Okay. Here. So we're going to start Scorpio. Scorpio again. You're like Scorpio. Emperor and Princess. And Scorpio. Let's go, guys. It's coming out there.
he's hearing Scorpio. So right now he's like up there in the running to potentially win the giveaway and just be competing against him. Come on, let's go. Compete against Scorpio. Right now he's winning. And let's go on to I see Spider with the yeah. So let me tell you something. Let's get serious. Let's get very serious. I want to congratulate you ladies for hosting your first spaces. So I want you to send me your wallets. I'm going to send you $100 to give away to our amazing communities. And I want us to really, really push these spaces. Everybody. I want these spaces out there. Everybody. So lift your dreams. Check your dreams. Send me your wallets. I'm going to send it to you right now. Before I have to drop off, because, Spider-Man has to work. We're about to launch something real, and I want everybody to be a part of this, making it a huge amount of money. If you follow me down, you see all the competition that we're doing right now. We're about to launch something huge, big. Congratulations, I love the big step, and I'm working with them. So we're gonna be family. Let's face it. Alright, you heard that. You heard that. So most definitely get Spider-Man and what they follow. We got Spider-Man. Spider-Man does whatever a Spider-Man does. And he follow it. We call it and like I said, I may talk funny, but at the end of the day, I've got some big friends. And when we launched Spider-Man, we've already announced a huge, we're about to announce a huge collaboration with one of Asia's biggest exchanges. My dad, he's from China. I'm from China. And at the end of the day, there's no discrimination, right? We're all people. We're all people. But at the end of the day, we got some big things happening here. I can't wait for everybody to see what we're doing. So please, dream your dreams. Send me your wallet. I'm going to give you $100 now to do it to our amazing community. And let's push this, baby. Let's push this business, everybody. Well done, ladies. Alright. Let's go. Well, I do that. We're going to hear from Double Infinity 88. What's up, amigo?
Yo, I seen you outside space, so obviously I had to pull up. How are you?
I'm extremely nervous. I was in Swansea space and I was co-hosting and because X was glitching, he's like, ladies come on down. And I was like, yeah, sure, of course, we can drop, do a lap because it's not really showing me who's actually starting to like, why don't you just do your space? And I was like, okay. So you made me break my height. So yeah.
Now there you go. I can honestly, I hit about, I don't know, 5 some spaces today, and I kind of did the same thing, just with some good people in, and more stepping, bro. You know how it is. The big steppers, man. Links in the bio. If you don't know, it's the Infinity 88. I'm a clothing and tech company with 2 main lines on Salon, man. His Coins, man. Couples Crypto, DR88, promoting change and growth and development. Bear 88, promoting animal rescue. That's art that helps fuel the coins, and we're dipping. Everything's dipping right now. So good entry point, man. But at the end of the day, I don't do no live. I don't pay for no likes, no nothing like that. Just solo based stocks, man. So this is long term. We went into these kind of conventions just long term. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. Everybody's got a lot of people to do, and it's good to see a lot of people grow. It's a lot of people in there. Everybody's doing pretty good, bro. So just keep it up. You're doing good for the girl steppers, man. I'm proud of you, and I'm about to blow this pillow, man. Everybody else just mingle it, talk, go right on the head. I'm about to put these zones to work.
Let's go. And also those shoes that you made, those are really nice. I love them a lot.
Got you.
Yeah, I talk a little bit about it so people can actually know about it.
All started was off a essay at like 3 in the morning when I was They said, why do you think in the whole spiel, man? I was just starting over and learning. And I actually wanted to hit me back a week later. So I did the first shoe, and I was studying crypto. So I was like, crap, I kind of did the other way around. The first utility, I had the shoes first while I was studying crypto. I wanted to make them. And I ended up making them, man. And my numerology wise, my birthday is Nate, my wife's birthday is Nate. And the universe kept telling me crypto, kept telling me fashion. So it was the infinite universe. Now, the Infinity 88 was born. So I got some deals and stuff that I made for her, kind of in collaboration with of just getting started and starting over, man. I made a shoe collabing with Fair Breaks. And there's another one in the making. I'll be dropping that sometime here soon, man. And we're just growing, bro. As soon as I launched everything and started getting into these spaces, I was in Scooby's first space. I'm pretty sure, bro, there's a lot of next steps, bro. And I try to make it to all of them. I'm only one person, but I'll be damned if I'm not in one space, and step a mind into another space and hop straight into all of them, bro. Because that's what you gotta do. You gotta keep networking. You gotta keep growing. You gotta want it, man. And since I've been running with all them, we're just growing. I've seen 32 Dreams account, bro. And just everybody go there, bro. I literally started with 0 followers. I told my wife, like, oh, I got 34 followers. Bro, I'm about to hit 6K, and I'm already been there. So I got a dang affiliate thing because you can only follow 400 a day when you live in the spaces. You're always on. Today, right now, I freaking freak out. I can't follow very many people back. I'm like, and from all the people to that, it's like usually one every 5 minutes. No, facts, bro. And it be like that. They're good problems, nonetheless. And, that just means you're doing it right. So just keep doing what you're doing. I'm just here to support it. But yeah, but the shoes, man, check the shoes out. They are actually pretty dope. Did you post this? I got the first one. Oh, yeah, I got a couple of them. I think it'll probably go. I posted. I'm about to post some other, the other ones I got there too. But the one that I launched with the coin, with the IADA shoe, it's a Converse looking one, flat one. I got that one in there. The one I did with Fabrics, I think I posted in there. And I'm gonna drop some other ones in there, man. But I think that's it. I got another one too. Like I'm about to post that too. I got you. All right, and your favorite one is on the Jumbotron so people can actually see it. And I want you guys to max engage, actually check out his the shoes. I think they're freaking Go ahead. Okay, I would like to just give one special shout out because no, he left. Okay, I'll wait until he comes back. Anyways, I'll go back to the Scorpio, MX News, a diamond king, Sammy Jr. What? Scorpio, Sammy Jr. at MX News. Strong level 2. Selling is Scorpio. Way to go, guys. I've been working with, he's been building everything in the background. He's been doing the work. He's like did everything from the telegram live. So please give me a call. I just want to give that special shout out. Shout out to my people. These are the people that you want to hire. If you're looking for reply guys, listen to the words that are coming out of your mouth. These are the people you want on board on your team. You want these reply guys. And so listen, my people, listen. And let's move on to the next person. Let's go to
Some people off from the speaker panel, so I can actually get people some invite review and for people to let's see. This is actually the worst part. I do not like removing people. I don't like it at all. Okay. I think that's a better. Let's hear from Straw Hat. Straw Hat, I gave her my co-host, so let's hear from Straw Hat.
hosting the space to get it up there to get their friends in here? I want to hear that.
Oh, so do I just click on people's profiles?
No, you go back. She's amazing. So she's doing this. So you go to the profile, you'll see the repost, hit the repost, and then you'll see all like the list of the reposts. But those actually the reposts. So they're like a million times. But yeah.
Oh, do you post at your action?
Yeah, that's right.
Repost, there we go. Okay, wicked. So Mixer Trader Linux, L3VI, Vintus, Dublin Danny, Crypto Curious, Quad, Emmanuel, Shelly, Sully, Rabbi, Rothschild, and GXTI. Thanks, guys, for trading space. There's a bunch of us in here, though, and this, you guys should all free hosting right here in Book Market. And there's a couple giveaways in the space, so you might want to get your friends in here.
Yeah, you heard the girl, and actually, I think it was it Straw Hat, or maybe it was Glitch. I think it's Glitch actually, who informed me the other day. If you guys actually build a part in the space, that's basically dropping 5 extra likes, and so it'll bring the algorithm up, and it'll bring more people in the space. And you know what? I'm having fun. I want more people in the space, and so can you guys please do that, please, and thank you. And also tag about 2 to 3 of your friends to get them in here so we could all grow together. Start from the bottom of this page and work yourself up and follow everybody. I see everybody, and let's move on to the next speaker, which I see is Spider Pig with Condom again. I haven't got back to your DM, so you're gonna have to give me a bit on that, but go ahead.
That's fine. I just want to tell you that you are fully funded, young baby. You have $100 to give away, and I appreciate that you can pin up on your drop on down my giveaway towards our amazing community, to one of our amazing supporters. We're coming in hot for me. Get ready for Spider Pig.
What I sent you was a song. I didn't send you the BNB, so that I don't see them at wallet currently, but okay. Panda, I keep trying to bring you up. For some reason, it's not working. So you might have to. Oh no, I got Panda. Let's hear from Rabbi. Rabbi, hello.
Hello. Oh, I'm lovely. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. 32 Dream. I consider this such a privilege to be here on your first solo space. You're doing an amazing job, and you have an amazing set of co-hosts. Shout out to Straw Hat. Shout out to Ninja. I want to tell you that my name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is a very big deal. Why? Because I'm going to have more money than I know what to do with it in the future when I go viral, and if and when that happens, I'm going to make all of you wealthier than you could have ever imagined. I never want you to have to work again. I want to make sure that you're all made financially independent if you're not already. I want your friends and family and you to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What I do is different than any other YouTuber you're ever going to find. I'm live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch me shill right now in the Big Steppa's Discord. You can see me eat, sleep, all the things that someone does over the course of their life, live on camera. I'm live in my Discord. I'm live in the Big Steppa's Discord. You can find those links in my profile. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I talk about doing things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. More than anything, though, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. If you need support, I'm here for you in whatever I can do to help you, whether it's you personally or your project, I'm always live in my Discord to be able to help you. I'm here to be an optimistic individual and have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share that. Thank you.
No problem. You heard Robbie. Is it Raby or Robbie?
It's Rabbi.
Oh, every fucking time I hear this he's gonna be a clutch. I love his passion personally. Man, I love you, Rabbi.
I love you too. Straw Hat is always there to help to promote me. I want you to know 32 Dream, you're going to be like the key host of these spaces. People are going to flock to you. This is such a privilege to be here for your first of many. And thank you so much for the opportunity to tell you about what I do.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm gonna pass it to Straw Hat so you can hold it down for a little bit. I gotta step away for like a minute to get some water. But yeah, Straw Hat, the floor is yours. Okay, so it should be easy to make some quick shout outs.
Right. Oh, that's funny. Yo, what's going on, Festcoin?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, I can't complain. I'm alive, God is good.
God is good, thank God. I see you're in the Big Steppers, is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh,
I actually, a couple of weeks ago under my name, and finally I started getting my coin. I was going to wait until I got the website complete and my socials, but someone said, what, just get it out there, start putting it out there now, so I did.
100%. Tell me about your coin. Tell me about yourself.
I wanted to fine-tune everything before I put it out there, but I figured might as well get out there then. So what it's about, it's called Festcoin. So what it is, essentially, is it's a coin for people for all the DJs, for all the people that love to, go to festivals, to party, the electronic music culture, all of that. It's all about community. It's all about peace, love, unity, and respect. And so what it is that, these festivals make so much money a year. They have multiple festivals like BDC, Ultra, Tomorrowland. They have multiple festivals a year. They make millions and millions of dollars, like hundreds of millions of dollars. So this way, it's a coin you use when you go to the festival. You can either buy, food or drink with it, merchandise, and it gets you to the lines a lot quicker, because you got to wait these lines. It takes forever. It's ridiculous how long you got to wait. And this way, makes the lines a lot quicker. So maybe going on Solana possibly, because they have such a quick payment process, And with that, it's just that when you have this coin sitting in your pocket on your phone, it's making you money the whole time. So you actually get a piece of the pie using this coin as you're at the festival the whole time.
Well, that sounds amazing. So, if I may ask, do you have a link tree for your project?
I'm actually just trying to define final touches on the website. I got a couple of hiccups, to be honest with you. I've been looking for some help. Some people have been really helpful from Big Steppers, sending out, DMing me and stuff. It's just, I've been using it, I take a lot of it on myself, because I take it personally. It's like I'm on one-man show, and, AI is great and everything, but they can only do so much. And I've been a little bit old school, I'll be honest with myself, and cut and paste and making the video myself. So what I'm going to do is with my website, when you get into it initially, it has a video play. And so at the end of the video, it has like a elevator doors open or whatever, and you get into the website that way. But it's not something different, something very unique and eye-catching,
Absolutely. Do you have intentions to make a link tree?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, excellent. So I've helped projects like yours before, and at least when it comes to marketing, what I advise is that you're on as many social media platforms as possible for the simple reason that you don't want someone to come in and steal your name, right? You don't.
Actually, the other day, proud of myself. I actually just made myself a company and trademarked my name. I trademarked a few things. I trademarked this they call crypto brand. I trademarked Best Point. And I trademarked a couple other things as well.
Well, congratulations. That's a big accomplishment.
I was hard about it.
You should be you should be very proud of it. That's a big accomplishment. Good on you, man.
Yeah, I can't believe I actually took that step. Honestly, like some people are like, like kind of think like, you're not going to do this. Some people are trying to do this, but like I'm just taking one step forward each day. You keep on pushing. I feel like honestly, I feel like God has blessed me with his ideas, and that this is a chance he's giving me the life that I wanted. So I just got to run with it.
100%. Okay, so let's talk about the feasibility of your coin. It all sounds great in principle. Let's talk about, let's say I want to go to Coachella, right? This is one of the festivals you'd cover, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I drive. Okay.
So this is the thing, like it can be a puzzle ecosystem. Same thing with like the job. So what I want to do is like, I'm trying to talk to all the promoters of these companies for EDC, Insomniac, for Ultra, and for Tomorrowland. Okay. So initially, I want to use this fast point as the base point. So that one, I want to start off with the live streams. Okay, the live streams. When people get the live streams at home, they take with the best point, see how it works. Okay, take the first festival, they try the best point at first. Okay, then each get their own coin. They get an Ultra coin, make a Tomorrowland coin, and an EDC coin. Okay,
Okay.
so this starts like the ecosystem. And the thing is with this, it's like there's tons of like these promoters and tons of backing and stuff. And like, this is a smart way so they can make money too on top of this. It's a win-win for everybody.
I get that. How do you get them to buy into this?
As far as that, I just think I enjoy that so many people get held up in line to make the lines go that quicker today. In fact, getting into festivals and the lines for food and drink just get ridiculous. People are, they're losing out on hanging out with their friends and dancing and entertainment and stuff. And I just believe that, just make the whole process. I mean, crypto is the future. So regardless of me doing this festival or not, it's going to be turned into this eventually.
I get that. I get that. I get that fast coin basically gives me a fast pass to get into the festival more quickly. That all makes sense to me. How do you get the festival promoters to essentially integrate fast coin and say, yeah, we'll take fast coin and not cold hard cash like normal?
Yeah, exactly. So this is why. So most festivals, every weekend the festival starts, they have an app you download so you know what time the lineup starts and stuff, and where the app is a map. But I wanted to give them that, the best point into that, so they were able to put it into a wallet or something onto the app, so they're able to pay with it that way. Able to pay just using that, and however much they want to put in onto their wallet onto the app, and just do it that way. When I was thinking my own app, I do that as well. I was thinking about that. I'm certain like idea but this would be an easier route, I think.
Okay, I get that. Okay, just so pretend I run Coachella and you come to me. I accept USD for in exchange for tickets. Why should I accept? What's the benefit of me, which is frankly unproven at this time, and is still in a gray area legally in terms of the SEC, when I could just accept cold hard cash USD like I have been for decades?
Sure. So I'm just, I have a bunch of groups, different social connect with different companies like Dancing Astronaut, like 100 track listings. Just I want to involve the community for dance music all into it. So it's more or less it's like giving it back to the people, more or less than just giving it back to like some corporation or to the man.
I get that. I get that. But in order to, why should I integrate your coin? That's a lot of work into my app, and there's a lot of uncertainty in that. What are you going to do for me? Like, what is the benefit of my company allowing you to basically take?
True, true. It's also too like developing with my company too is I have like a few apps that I'm coming up with as well. I have like along with this in my company I like like industrial grade like AI quantum AI crypto prediction app, and like you can plug in your whole portfolio with this and it's it's pretty awesome. I'm proud of it. There's just other things to it that implement as well into the back end of it as well. I'm just not, I'm still coming up with some of the things, like I was going to develop the white print, do all this and that, I just kind of waiting to do that. As far as on the seat, like I was saying, I'm trying to fine tune everything before I do that. I like the fact that you call me on this. This is definitely things I got to think about. Good questions. I appreciate this. I do.
100%. And that's the big question that you're going to have is you're going to have this
Yeah.
multi-billion-dollar company looking at you saying, what benefit is it for us to use your cryptocurrency? Now, I could tell you some ways that you might be able to market this to them. You could say, look, we've grown our community, let's just say, I don't know, to 100,000 people in a Facebook group or a Twitter group, something like that. Something that has a little bit of cachet. And you say, these people are sick of waiting in lines at Coachella and Electric Daisy Carnival and Lollapalooza and all these other ones. They're sick of waiting to your lines. So here's what we're going to do. We will essentially have a special rate that people can use for our coin. They want to back it. They don't want to back your USD system. They want a coin of their own, something that they can maybe use at different festivals and such. And so let's say in order to get into Coachella, normally it's $200 a ticket. We understand that.
Yeah.
You could continue charging $200 a ticket. That's great. But for $250 worth of our fast coin, we'll actually be able to have a fast pass. So it's like premium boarding or first class ticket. You pay a little bit more.
That's smart, man.
That's what I'm here to help. And for the company, they're going to say, hey, that's not a bad idea because we're going to make $50 more per head on all of these people. Now, what they can say.
Yeah, that's great idea, man, honestly. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is. That's smart.
Now,
That's
what?
Smart, man. I appreciate that.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here for all your ideas. I want to help you. Now, what you're going to run in, what you're going to run into is this company's going to say, well, why don't we just charge? To counter that is by saying, look, we have a community of 100,000 people. These people spend the entire festival season traveling around the United States, going from place to place, enjoying these different festivities. And they don't want to use your system. They want to use their savvy, and their time is valuable. So here's what we want to do. Example. We will allow someone to not have to wait in line. They could go to the front of it. You're going to make $50 more than you normally would by utilizing this system. And additionally, perhaps you can give them a little bit of a cut of whatever your tax is or whatever you're going to have, because you want to give these companies as much incentive to use your system as possible, because frankly they have no incentive to do it. Anybody can come up with, hey, I've got festival coin, I've got rock party coin, I've got concert stuff, and where your power is going to come from, where your power is going to come from your community line. We want certain perhaps advantages over other people. That could be one of them. Now there could be others. Um,
Yes, definitely. Yeah, this is the thing too. That's point FC. That's why I kind of created the buffer. I had like the pound sign, or I had the asterisk. And this is one of the things I trademarked as well. Because I think kids nowadays will kind of dig something like that. Yeah, so I kind of want to implement that. Like as far as the merchandise kind of goes, be cool. And I had like a bunch of that coin stuff I came up with all myself. You've seen some of it. I'm old school like pop culture stuff. I love stuff like this. But as well with that, I actually developed too an idea. I came with a prototype. I came with two NFTs. Okay, so NFTs are going to be wearable NFTs. So give you like a bracelet to put on, okay? And on the end of the bracelet where it connects the class, but attached to the USB, okay? So the USB you're able to take and put it into your desktop or whatever, and it'll come up and it'll come up. You can have your NFC on it, and you're able to do like style different, with your hair. You want to put sunglasses on, put a button on or whatever. Then with that also too gives you like certain advantages and stuff that you do partner with, well, endless possibilities, but nobody's doing that yet. I think it's something that's really cool as well.
I understand the idea. It's going to be a challenge getting these corporations to be able to accept it. Additionally, you're going to take away some of their power, which they're not going to like. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is to have a really big community. But I'm going to tell you this, you're in the right place for a community in the Big Steppers Discord. That group of people markets chill spaces better than any other group on Twitter Spaces. And it just takes a few tweets here or there to get the right attention of some people to get yourself into a group or a community of over 100,000 now. If I may ask,
Yeah,
do you have a Twitter community?
yeah, I just did a Twitter account like going this past week. I went from 0 people to like over 200 people in the past couple of days.
That's great. So you want to create a Twitter community. That's going to be your big thing because
Yeah,
right now, and even if you took this thing to the moon, you have no um, you have no influence. But
yeah, exactly.
when you have
Yeah,
people, when you have
yeah,
people, then you're going to have influence, and these companies are going to listen to you, and
yeah.
you're at least going to have an opportunity. Now, let me ask. You always have to ask these questions. What do you do if a company just says absolutely not? We don't want to be associated with cryptocurrency, and they all say that. They all basically say, "We know that you have a group of 100,000 people. That's fine, but do you know how many Swifties there are in the world? That's a lot more, and we're more worried about those types of groups." What do you do then?
What I do with that is that regardless of like I was saying like that, like the future is gonna be crypto. And with this is that these things with these communities is that everybody's trying to look out for each other. Like I said, it's all about like peace, love, unity, and respect. And like this way, I gotta say too is that the and as far as like joining these people too, like wanting them to like these festivals and these promoters and stuff. As the people that feel I want to back it as well. So like that, I want them to have be able to make money off of this as well. And like I was saying, it's like this is making money the whole time that the festivals are going on. So the more people are spending on drinks and food and on merchandise and stuff, it's just continuing to make money the whole time for everybody. And this is more of an incentive for people to buy it this way, and having some USD.
I get that. Okay, and let's think about what is going to be easier. You need to make, and not to say you can't, but you need to make Fastcoin faster and easier to make a transaction than just giving someone a dollar bill. So basically, you just have to be able to take your phone and scan it into something, right? That's the goal.
So you think as far as that goes, I should go on with developing the app with it that makes it an easy transaction that way.
No, you're going to spend too much time doing that. I'm an app developer. I've launched apps very successfully on the App Store and Google Play. You're looking at, and you don't want to get into that game because it can change so quickly. You don't have a dev team that is going to be able to adapt quickly to changes in uh, banking and commerce. What you'll most likely have is the option of people to be able to have Fast Coin in their wallet and then using like Coinbase or some other wallet be able to deduct from their account that way. Let those companies do the work for you. don't you put the effort in, you're just going to overwhelm yourself in um, a giant IT project that is already being completed by these other finance corporations. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And I also go with apps. I got some of these apps I've been working on, and it's just take me a little bit longer than expected. I got used to like record here.
Absolutely. You just have to know I'm streaming my life, so I'm live on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I figured I just talk to you later on at the school.
Uh, so,
Okay.
if you want, you could always DM them to me.
Okay.
If you want, if you want to communicate with me via DM, uh, I have another account in here. The big step is just send it to the account that's live streaming in the big steppers. If you want to have that discussion, then we can. Um,
Okay.
and I understand the app game. I get that. Um, okay, so with plan of marketing it.
Oh, so like I have like, multiple ideas. I want to partner up with like certain people like that have like already huge community. DJ Tiesto, and I've met him. I've hung out with him for like that's like a huge pinpoint too. Because I would even say like, hey, get on this early. This would be huge, and have somebody like him reach millions and millions of people. Hey.
Okay, stop right there. So we have an artist. You've spoken with this artist. What is their incentive to be able to promote this project? Are you going to give them Festcoin in exchange for promotion?
Yeah, like I would even consider, like I said, like making a coin for him as well. Like implementing like his own shows, his own like shows and stuff too. Like this would be something that's easy for him into the future. Getting into the lines faster, getting the VIP and stuff like as you were saying, all that stuff. They could have like include the merchandise. If you get the coin, you could have this shirt or this poster or this.
Now, as you were speaking, an idea came to me to some extent. That's an advantage of Festcoin over Federal Reserve notes or United States dollar, whatever you want to call it. And that is the international appeal. So I know your focus is probably on United States events, but obviously international. Exactly, exactly. So international events occur, and if you could give people an incentive to use for currency exchanges and lose out on the exchange rate, that's an advantage. So what do I mean? Well, yeah, it's almost like they get a gift card to go to festivals. If you don't understand what I mean by that, you go to a festival in Berlin, have a great time, you use Fest coins. Great. Let's say you buy $1,000 worth of Fest coin and you use $200 at the Berlin concert. Then you go to Stockholm and you spend like you have a balance on a gift card. It would be the same, but you wouldn't have to do any kind of currency exchanges because you know how.
Yeah, totally. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and then you could
come. The same thing about the same thing a little while back.
And you could come to the United States, not have to do an exchange with the euro, and just rely on Festcoin essentially, and go to Miami or Las Vegas or Los Angeles or Chicago or New York City or whatever, and so that you'd be based. How much of a benefit is that? How many people are really, realistically, a small minority of people? But those are your diehards, and that's with whom you need to connect. Um, okay, so when is your approximate launch date?
My timeline is right now I want to have it done before festival start off for the following year. So it's got to be done basically around Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean,
Yeah.
festival season's like starts in like March, right?
March. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So when it comes up before that, you know, before that, you know, and the other thing was too, is like, I already know a huge list of, I got to do like emails and, you know, the management companies, they got all the emails and phone numbers, and I got, you know, all you know, influencers on Twitter, on X, and on Instagram that deal with crypto and deal with like music festivals, trying to connect with them somehow. I was trying to get connected. How about you?
I get that. I'm going to be honest with you. You're not going to get anywhere with those people, most likely. Most likely. But what you will, where you will get to them is you go in these spaces and you continue to show every single day, like you've been doing, and you get a little bit of a community. That community will speak on your behalf. Right now, you're just some dude on Twitter who has 400 followers. They're not going to pay attention to you. But if you have 400,000 if you have 400,000 followers, meaning you're able to grow that community to some extent. Even 40,000 followers, they might listen to you a little bit more, but that's still small. Cool that you know at least one artist in real life, and you've had discussions with them on this, and it seems like you're going to have to. Um, it basically you chose something very niche that is really cool though, and it's got a diehard group.
This is not sorry to interrupt you. This is the thing. Electronic dance music is the biggest current genre for the past 10 years. And those, Tomorrowland, EDC, and Ultra, get huge. I mean, hundreds of, I've been to all these, but all of them, hundreds of thousands, seas and seas of people. They could be using this coin and it benefit all of us.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. If I take 100 Americans right now, it's less than one person goes to these concerts. You know what I'm saying? It's a small amount of appeal.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not 5% of all Americans go to a dance festival each year. It's not that big yet. But it is a coin that you might be able to use for concerts as well. And there's that option. I still don't think 5% of Americans go to a concert each year, but maybe 2 to 3% of them do. At least like a big time concert. Maybe they do. Maybe they go to their local concert, but you're not going to be able to use it at that. Probably just the infrastructure for what you're going to need needs to be bigger. But okay, um, you're planning on launching the first of the year? Okay. Um, let's be honest though. Let's be honest though. Hold on. Hold on. Let's be honest though. Nobody's going to be using this coin starting next festival year. That's too quick of a turnaround. But maybe the year after, you might have it integrated with Fast Pass and stuff, right? That's what we're looking at. So basically, spring 2027, you want to be able to use Festcoin for a Fast Pass kind of system. Because it's just, you know how big these concerts are and festivals. If you launch on January 1st, within 90 days, you're not going to be able to have a setup of a Fast Pass system. It's just, the turnaround's too quick.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So you're just looking at basically integration. The first event that you have will be maybe March 2027, for whatever that may be. But you might have a soft rollout for the festival season in 2026. Somehow you might be able to. Yeah. Now let's talk about that. That's exactly right. Now let's talk about that. How open are these companies to allowing these artists to have their um, concerts live streamed.
Like they they all have live stream all
Okay, great. So, do they have a live stream that I can just go to YouTube when like ED?
Yeah. All the rest of EDC has one tomorrow, and they all have one.
Okay, so when EDC is going on, that one's in Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
They have other ones throughout the year too.
okay. Oh, okay, that's the one that I normally hear about. Okay, um, so let's just say because I know Coachella because it's closest. Okay, so Coachella and it's big. Okay, so when Coachella has their concert, they have it's usually 2 weeks in the spring, and they have it live streamed on YouTube. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
not, it's not you pay for it.
okay, there you go. So you have to pay for it.
To be honest with you, I don't have those numbers.
That's okay. That's something that you might want to look into. How much are they charging? Not necessarily for Coachella, but just these concerts. How much is it? Because you might be able to, again, the spring 20 in their system by the spring, maybe by the summer or fall at the earth. Getting a project integrated in 90 days is kind of a tight window, especially when currencies are involved. So you're really looking at 2027 is your big time to connect with influencers and to build your community. Do you have a Discord for your coin?
Yeah, I just made that as well the other day. So,
Okay, excellent. Do you have a Discord for you? Have a Facebook? Do you have a
Instagram,
Do you have a Facebook?
Twitter.
I don't. I know what social media you're saying. I'm talking about the communities though. So this is a different
Yeah.
feature. Okay, so that's something that you want to get, and that's going to be a big one for you because there are 2 billion Facebook users.
A lot of people I have friends with are on Facebook, and I know that I'm gonna have everybody. I haven't pushed that yet. Like my friends and all that. Like I was gonna wait to do that, so a little bit more developed as far as the website. Some of the yeah, I'm gonna ask like all my people to say, hey, help me out, push this, repost this, and do that. And I know some people will do that for me and get out there as well.
That's great. So you got a lot of connections to do that, and then a Twitter group.
Yeah, I do not actually.
So I think you have to have a blue check mark to be able to do this. Is that something you've considered?
I do have a blue check mark.
That's phenomenal. Okay, so you can create a community today, and if I were you, my elevator pitch to everybody every single day, I would say, I'm not asking anything from you. You don't have to join my Twitter community. We're trying to make that grow as much as possible. That costs you nothing, and it will help me immensely. And it'll help the festival industry. And that you need a call to action for your spiel, your shill, your.
I got one.
Okay, what is it?
This is what I want to do to the website I have. So it opens up to like a video I said. So when it kind of has like my little point guy here, DJ point guy. It opens it up. It has like me hands out. Like take the red pill, take the blue pill. Okay, take the blue pill, the red pill, or the blue pill you're gonna enter. And then the little click place that I made, and the click place, I made a track, like a best point track. What I want to do is like have contests, like you could, get your production out there, play, come up with production, put, showcase you on that, and like, I thought that was like a contest kind of like an angle like that, do something like that as well. I think would be pretty cool.
I get that, but that makes them have to go off-site. And if you know how Twitter Spaces works, people don't want to have to go off-site. So this keeps them on-site and captures them. Now, once they're captured, you push them to your website 24/7. I totally get that. You make them watch that video. You make them take the red pill. I get all that. That stuff's cool. What I'm saying is when I'm in a Twitter space with you. As you know, it's difficult to maneuver Twitter, but it's not that difficult to join a Twitter space. Pardon me, a Twitter community. It keeps them on site and allows you to capture them. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you can't also push the website. So you say, visit my website. It's xyz.com. I would love it if you would join our Twitter community. The link is in my bio.
That makes total sense.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, I think you've got the start to something. If you send me in writing your app idea, I won't mention it verbally, so you don't have to worry about that. But I think that you're passionate about festivals, and I think that's really cool. And I want the best for in the future. Always feel free to come into the Discord here. I'm always live in here. And then if you ever need to message me anything, message the account in the Big Steppers Discord, and we'll connect. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about too. Is like the website too. I want to have like a basically like a live stream, but people couldn't go up and like everybody the website. Like have just like a video panel. So anybody wants to like drop in their website or try to connect that way. I think it's another good possibility if you would bring people in as well.
Okay, so when you talk live stream, I'm the king of live streaming. So what you
be like? Say they're gonna play like a set at their house. People they contact me and stuff, and as long as they have the connections and stuff at their house, they'd be able to play. Showcase their skills and their productions or whatever on the website. And then the other thing is too with this, it's like I'm trying to get rich, that everybody is. The thing is too, it's like I have a roommate and he was like the best guy in the world. He actually in the record shop is where I met him when I was younger. I met him when I was 15 years old. I'm 41 now, and he's been the best guy in the world to me. And last year he had a stroke. We were supposed to go to movies, and I came downstairs and he was on the ground. And he's been in the hospital for a whole year, and he's a person who's like charity to help like stroke victims and stuff. So it's not just about me getting rich; it's about like helping out people too as well.
most certainly was he ever able to move back in with you?
No, he's still in the hospital. He's still getting movies left. The most genuine guy in the world. And he was an awesome DJ, like the most well-known DJ for real.
Okay, well, my thoughts are with him. Hopefully, he's getting the care that he needs, and God willing, he'll be out of the hospital sooner rather than later.
Definitely. But yeah, this is all to help him as well. That is for me to get rich and all that.
Absolutely.
Purpose, it brings some meaning to it. Gives me purpose. We drive.
100%. Okay, well.
Hey man, I really appreciate the time with me. Thing about. Like logistics to think about. I really appreciate all your help and talking with you, discussing with me. It means a lot.
100%. I'm sure I'll see you within the Big Steppers community, and if you ever want to talk, I'm here for you. Okay.
With that, I appreciate it, everybody. Take care, brother.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah. It was a pretty girl. Yeah. What, did you feel something? Was there a little fire?
A little bit, yeah.
A little scissors?
I felt something, yeah.
Thanks. How about one more time for the lady that did that? She's gone. She's signing a waiver. To make sure we don't get sued by whores, you know what I'm saying?
You're getting clingy, dude.
Yeah, exactly. These fucking lesbians are wild, dude.
Now's your chance to propose.
Oh, my God.
Do you like Asian girls?
Okay, yeah, please at once. Right? Yeah, they came and fell asleep. Okay, tell us more about the these two vaginas. Somehow I don't. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like double trouble to me. Ew, double disgustiamus. You were saying you have zero. Somehow slipped my mind. Oh, yes. Tell us about your two vaginas.
Yeah. There's a septum dividing into like two canals. I have two cervices. When I get a pap smear, they have to label it left and right.
Oh my god. So it literally looks like.
I mean, from the outside, it looks normal. Like it's just one set of labia. It's like when you actually go inside.
Oh my god. It's like a trap door. So it's like two smaller vaginas on each other's shoulders under one trench coat.
Neither, Doug. Neither of them.
Tim motherfucking Butterly.
It's like a double barrel shotgun.
It's not evenly divided though. One is actually like infant size. They had to use like a pediatric spectrum.
Redman just came in his pants, everybody. Wow. An infant-sized vagina. He's literally Googling you right now. This is incredible in real time. Do you have a regular hole and a premium? Incredible. Sorry, I don't mean to you guys all this jargon. This amazing double vaginas is absolutely incredible. So, do you ever do anything with the infant-sized one? Do you ever put like a Zen pouch in there?
No.
Okay, what have you done with it? Have you ever like the tip of a pinky, anything?
Yeah, I'm sure there's been like a finger or two in there.
You have like a six-pack, right?
Sure.
Jesus fucking Christ. Did you consider saving one of them for marriage?
Dude, spoiling that.
No.
My goodness. My lesbian friend seems very excited to perhaps have the old entree and side dish. This is like when you get to pick two in the P.F. Chang's, two entrees.
Yep.
Do they share the period? Like, is there like a 914?
Yeah.
Is it a double period or an exclamation point? What's it like?
Yeah.
Is it a tsunami?
I
Say tsunami 3 times, Danny Yang comes out of nowhere. Be careful. Oh my god, I met a white girl from Texas with two vaginas. I have two slits too. They're called my eyes. What did I ask you? What was the last question?
I mean, I guess it might be like heavier than normal. My uterus is also like an anomaly. It's shaped weird. It's kind of like double horned-ish.
Wow, this is amazing. Red Man somehow came in his pants on it, and I can clearly see he's hungry yet again immediately. And you're not calling your bubble a vagina like most girls, right? That's Red Man. You're really something else. You're really something else, really. And have we covered, have you ever considered using both at the same time?
I mean, if it's a hand, yes.
No, I mean, you can actually go for it.
They have to use a pediatric speculum to look in there, so it's still small.
Wow. Pediatric speculum is actually so fired up right now. Yeah, crazy. I've never heard anybody say my Wi-Fi password out loud, but pediatric speculum is my Wi-Fi password. Stay away from my house. Do not log on to my Wi-Fi. I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't leak information like this, but pediatric speculum. Pediatric having me say 420 pediatric speculum is too easy to get. Try to throw a few numbers there at the end. As this episode airs, in Fly Swatter, we do have a brand new Kiltony fly swatter that is for sale. You may remember that a couple of episodes ago there was a lot of flies. So our merch guy, actually, how about a hand for Brandon? He's actually here today. Our merch guy, along with Great Big Vader, decided to make fly swatters. We might have to do a Kiltony pediatric speculum. Wow. Is there any other times? I just find this to be such a compelling interview. Are there other times where the double vagina, the old DV, has affected your life in any way? Let me ask you this. This might be crazy. It's like old school stern interview shit. But have you noticed when a guy's gone down on you, right? And you notice that he slips in them? Is there a way to slip in them both with the tongue?
Probably not. It's in there. Yeah, you have to go in a little bit to get to.
Is it down? Is there like a map that you can draw exactly? It's like a choose your own adventure.
Kinda, yeah.
Is it by the cauliflower? Like, is it next to it? Like, right.
What?
That's crazy. You're being tonight you're in here. Stopper. Is it by the cauliflower?
I'm familiar with
We don't have to. I know he doesn't know what cauliflower. He doesn't need But seriously, have you ever considered calling it a bronze level?
No, I haven't.
That's a free one, bitch. We love you. How about giving him a secret? Very bad, right, man? 2 cents.
Big joke spoken, a little joke spoken.
Madness is in heaven right now. He's got 2 hands up in the air because a double vagina is the least gay thing ever. So he is. So
Big joke spoken, little joke spoken.
wow. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you 1 big joke book and 1 smaller joke book. And I'm going to hide a smaller joke book. You're going to have to find it. It's going to be quite the adventure for you. The great Sarah Klein, everybody. Amazing. Wow. Wow. 17-minute long interview. What's the lesson here, people? Have 2 vaginas. Oh, look at this 1 vagina bitch. Oh, rag. Oh, my God. That is a woman that never needs a pediatric speculum. Can you imagine if she had 2 vaginas? Dude. Heidi had 2 vaginas. We retire. Just kidding, I'm gay. Alright. Make some noise for your next bucket full. It's Joe Filey, everybody. Joe Filey.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. Damn, I've been working with my grandpa to try to make him less racist.
Bro, you ain't gotta make it like a just make your you know what I mean? Just slap your finger that's me too. You'd be like, okay, that's it. What you doing, man? It's kind of crazy working, yeah. Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, yeah, I know, looking good. I'm bullish, but I know everyone else is bearish, but that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was something that was definitely coming. And then it was coming since before the summer started. And so it would have obviously been nice to get past
I'm so happy I'm not the only Alberta boy in here. Hey, just reset the room because this is a show, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here. But this is the mob. It's a living, breathing network. Every word's every move that you make. Yeah. We're not just waiting for the next bull run, right? We're literally in it. And the bull run is people, everybody. This is the mob, and we're building a decentralized Wall Street that pays you for showing up. Not just guessing on charts, but building networks that pay its people from all the revenue that it generates. But you got to get up to the boss level to get to that, right? You got to get up to the boss level for that. And on your way up, you can earn up to $1,100 bonuses as you climb the ranks. And if you join tonight, you can just pop $100 in your bank account and get some Bitcoin, Solana, ETH, whatever you're looking for. Yeah, but that's why we hold these shows spaces. That's what we're doing. That's what we talk about. What's going on? We want to hear about what projects you're building, some NFTs, whatever you're into, right? So that's why we hold this show space, and we will continue to do this on a daily basis. So, Rabbi, how you doing? What you into, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to find. My entire life is on the internet and has been since the pandemic, and not just on one stream, not just on two streams, but on 20 or more streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. It's unprecedented. You can find the links for that in my profile. Additionally, you should know that data, according to Economist magazine, is Earth's number one resource. Data overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data online than any person ever, which is going to make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, I'm going to make every single person in here independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that your friends and family and you never have to work again. I want you to have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I don't want your money. I'm not here to go to your wallets. I'm just making you aware that I'm going to make you rich. You should know, in addition to making you rich and doing my best to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. But more than my live streams and more than making you rich, I want you to know I'm here to be a positive person in the world and in your life. I am here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I'm here to give people hope. So if you ever need to talk to anybody, I'm live 24/7 in my Discord. The link is in my profile. I'm also live 24/7. And the big step is this project, or you're a reply guy and you need help marketing yourself, I'm here for you. And with that, I sincerely want to thank everybody for allowing me to tell you about what I do.
Very good. Awesome. Yeah, right. There's no token, Rabbi. You just, I'm just saying you stream, but there's no token.
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, I mean, I do have a token that's on Pumpkin, but I don't want you to buy it. The only reason why I have the token is so that I can stream on Pump Fun. If you want to buy a token that I think is going to be worth a lot someday, it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 EU. I've been wearing their merch on my streams for more than 2 years. I've been live in their Telegram for more than 2 years. It's worth about $100 million now. That's the coin that you're going to want in the future. But for right now, no, I don't personally have a coin. I don't want you to buy my coin, which will probably make people want to buy. But please don't. The only reason why I do have it is because it allows me to stream on Pub Fun. But really, this is basically an announcement that it's my intention to make you all very rich once I go viral through these shilling and get excited.
I love it. Hey, so Rabbi, why don't you
Yeah, great question. So my big thing is the archiving of the data so that it's available at a later date. That it isn't just live streaming without any saving of the data. And so I do like the fact that there is some kind of server system that saves the streams indefinitely. It needs some work. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they could definitely, from a technical aspect, have some improvements. But the biggest thing is, for as long as it's been since I've launched this coin, which is only like a month, so that's not a big deal. You can watch every moment of my life from then. But if you really want to watch my life, go to my link in YouTube, and you'll be able to see me from 4 years ago, all the way up until today. What makes my streams different than any other live streamer is every 12 hours I archive them so that they're available. So there are some people who live stream their life, and that's really cool. But you can't see what they were doing yesterday, or last week, or last month, or last year. With mine, you can. It's essentially a time capsule or a timeline of human development. That's going to be really powerful for AI systems and modeling. It's going to be really important to understand history. It's not just a stream about one person. I keep a radio going in the background and have for more than 4 years so that at any given moment of any day, you can find out what was going on in world history and be able to follow along. Additionally, people are going to want to study someone who has this much data for their biometrics, for my circadian rhythms, my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my behavior patterns. All of that's very important for us to understand human beings, and I have essentially more data to model after than any person ever. That's going to make me a really influential person, and I'm going to have so much money I'm not going to know what to do with it. And you all are archived on my streams just by being present in these Twitter spaces, and I really mean it. I want to share the wealth, and you're the people with whom I'm going to share it.
That is very cool, Rabbi. Because, like I said, I've been doing live streams myself for 4 years. Just hearing you, like you said, with all the archives of AI and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean that's. Now I only did hour shows. Some got the number. Like we covered a lot of the conversion of proof of work to proof of stake with Ethereum and just other. We had longer shows. But yeah, that's cool. So just by all that, the AI is getting to really know you, right, and seeing you grow. Right, so that's something I can use as well. Yeah.
100%. And you know what's really special about this stream? I call it a stream, but it's really a compilation of streams because at any given time I'm live on like 20 separate YouTube streams. Is that not only did we see what life was like during the pandemic, and we'll be able to give the world either 10 years from now, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, a taste of what that was like, but additionally, and perhaps more importantly, we were able to record the world before we had the introduction of large language models. So I kind of have that pre large language model time of history. And then I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022 and was using it when it launched November 30th, 2022. And we've been able to see the impact that large language models, specifically ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude and you name it, whatever it is, we've been able to see their development. Chat GPT 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. We've been able to see Grok and how it has affected society. And so just say you're a scholar 100 years from now and you want to know what life was like, you can just go to any given stream on any given day that I have and see what life was like. That's going to be a really powerful opportunity for people for which people can learn. And 100 years ago or 200 years ago, I would be a diarist, someone who would write in a diary about everything that happened over the course of the day, or a journalist. I'd be someone who would be writing in a journal. I just have the opportunity to be able to use video, and I'm doing so to be able to archive society. I think this is very exciting. I do my best. A lot of times people ask, well, why 20 different streams? I mean, we get it, like you want to have a bunch of different angles, and that's absolutely true. But I want redundant streams. The streams sometimes don't always go the way that you want. Sometimes apps crash. If you've ever been a streamer, there's a lot of troubleshooting in there. So by having so many redundant streams, I have backups and backups of my backups. But really, this is going to be a treasure hunt for the world. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And when the world finds out about what I've done, it's going to be very exciting for them to see all the content that I've created. And it's going to be very exciting for all of you because you're going to say, I was there. I remember talking to Rabbi in 2025. He said that he was going to make us all rich, and that's how we got on the shot.
That's what I'm talking about. I want to be on the yacht, Rabbi.
100%. We'll make sure that you have a captain's hat.
Love it. I do. I love it. That's awesome.
Th-
Anybody else?
Thank you. I won't take up anybody else's time any further. I just want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share, and I'll drop down now. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Nice meeting you, Rabbi.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Any further, I just want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share.
This is
Thank you, man. Nice meeting you, Rabbi.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
That's it. So there's streets. I can use my streets. I'm happy for that. And by that, bro, it's not hey, like, this is like where I think stream is going. I don't know how to explain it in one place. So I definitely, long story short, is you're going to have this kid all the way straight. And you'll not go on. So it's like making errors and you'll end it. Hey, bro. But it'll be like your age and grade will just be if you wanted to stream all day on YouTube and talk about these other they'll talk about those things and you would give it new data or if you wanted to change its focus then you would filter that and everyone will have their own favorite streamers. It'll be like and you remember they say that a long time ago it's actually happening with the technology that I was talking about being able to see your focus it's going to happen it happens and it is like in the future there's going to be a whole new digital economy that's created over the top of everything and everybody you know. And so, it's kind of moving like literally like the AI philosophy and we're in the humans are competing down here for us. The thoughts are competing like this. But in reality, we get to a point where like the most famous people in the world not you. And the humans are competing with themselves, right? But the point of why I'm saying that is anyone has the opportunity right now to be able to start theory to from an outside approach, right? To where you can now compete with anyone from being anyone. Language barrier, the only barrier now is still being will be the biggest thing we overcome is literally just being able to connect everyone to that. That'll become the only barrier to inclusion, to opportunity, to make something for yourself, do it for yourself, and go grind, right? Yeah. No, I mean, it's like, right, you need to be about that close to what you believe, right? Nobody ever want to see it if you don't record it, right? All that. So, that's definitely, it's a big deal. Yeah, I mean, even like his AI stuff, he was talking about too, it's like, you don't need to know everything because everything's there. So it's like, if you want to talk about crypto, talk about AI, right? Wants to talk about crypto, then like start being able to start gathering information like he was talking about, right? Take information, gather more information, and when the day comes when those things are able to happen, right? It's hard to like maybe imagine for some people right now. And so it can be able to happen. Being able to understand how you want to in the new economy is like a very underrated advantage to everyone else. So it's like you have the people right now that know what's coming and are not already, right? And they're already worlds ahead of the people that don't have any idea what's happening, right? And so, yeah, if you're taking advantage of those things, you're going to get zero results probably for things that are on all these AI stuff, right? But it's more so
you know where the future's going, and that you're creating a curve, you're creating an edge, and then everybody else in the room gets a close watch. That's how it goes. That's what you're betting on with your instincts. Yeah, but that's what's down there. So you never knew when you was doing it. Yeah. And if you were anywhere where you're trying to push this off, right, you're wrong. You need to start figuring it out and put up the flag for how you're going to tackle this thing. But the idea was just around here, the space you're already at this. Crazy. It was good to hear that. Yeah, I've actually seen my mom travel with the other spaces as well. I think it's been huge. Yeah, I think he's really successful. Oh, yeah. Do you know when it was the job done? I'm just asking. I didn't know if you were that in. You're good. Yes, I got you. Thank you, appreciate it. Because, yeah, I just be talking over it. Just talk to me when you say
I like his message. That's good. Because it's an amazing message and everybody should love it.
That was a good one.
So now whenever he says some fucked up racist stuff, he goes, no homo afterwards. Bro, it's kind of like a flashbang. The black guy don't even remember that.
I didn't even catch that. Why? Because I'm such a pimp. Everybody remembers me because I'm so sad. So,
Just kidding, I'm gay. Alright. Make some noise for your next fucking pool. It's Joe Filey, everybody. Joe Filey.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. Damn, I've been working with my grandpa, trying to make him less racist. So now whenever he says some fucked up racist stuff, he goes, no homo afterwards. Bro, it's kind of like a flashbang. The black guy don't even remember the N-word he just said. He's like, you calling me gay? Yeah, no, grandpa's like, good. Even like Ultimo go by with no bumper, he's like, black lady, no cap. I love that you know these terms, dude. Like, I remember in high school, I was dating this Puerto Rican chick, and he compared her to a pit bull. He's like, you feel safe in your house, you look cool in public. At some point, he's going to try to bite your sister-in-law.
That's cool.
Damn, I was really hoping for meow, so that pit bull could bite her right there. All right. black guy thinks he's calling him gay, and he's like, listen, I have no problem with it. It's just blacks. Alright, that's my time. Thank you.
Joe Viley, what a great set. Best set that you've ever had on the show, I do believe.
For sure.
Hell yeah. That's fantastic. There's nothing I love more than when people seem to be getting better, and you seem to be getting better. How long have you been on stand-up now?
3.5, 4 years.
3.5 years. And how long have you been hiding underneath everybody's beds? Where do you do it? Are you live in Austin, Texas?
Yeah, until the night. I'm moving to New York tomorrow.
You're moving to New York?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, I got my job back at Amazon, which I lost on my first Kill Tony.
You lost because of talking about it on the show.
They had more problem with the retard and the cocaine. They didn't care that I mentioned I worked at Amazon.
Right.
It was the follow-up questions that...
Maybe you should talk about it right now, though. Yeah.
Are they going to be cool? Are they going to be cool with that? Actually, they didn't have a problem with it. They had a problem like hitting on the 2 gay black guys and then people trying to be pro. I'm gonna lose this fucking job.
Oh, wow. Amazing. So, Joe, what else is going on? Are you excited about New York? Have you been there?
Yeah, that's where I started. Comedy was up in New York. And then, I ran JFC Entertainment out here, just running shows in Austin for 2 years.
JFC, that's...
Jokes for comics. I don't know, I always do, really raunchy jokes. So I always like...
I thought that was John Deese's meal plan, JFC, Just Fried Chicken. That's what...
Okay.
The fuck is a bother?
Super nice to me. I ran a whole bunch of shows here, paid my bills, and now just Broadway, comedy, and a couple clubs up there. Nice enough to let me come run some shows up there, so I'll go try New York.
Love it. Joe, what are you doing for Halloween exactly? Because it looks like you celebrate.
I'm probably going to be at Times Square market for my show because I only sold 12 tickets so far.
All right. Okay. 12 tickets. Okay. Test out the market and see what are you going to be yelling up there. All right. Very good. Very good.
She works with this face. It's like a makeup.
Okay. All right. I love it. What's your love life like, Joe?
Yeah, what is it like? But the last time we talked about this, I had a whole bunch of single moms from the dollhouse coming after me, so I'd rather not mess with a single mom owned business.
What's the dollhouse?
Fuck. All right. Well, they changed their name. They went full Chinese buffet. They have the same food but a different name now.
Is this the guy that came inside the girl?
Oh, no. That was a yay tall, one mama.
Oh, wow. Okay. You specialize in race recognition.
Someone let you not them? For $200 extra on the $75 manager special.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy.
They actually they tried to take me to court. Dollhouse tried to have me I legit cannot talk about it.
Wait, hold on.
I remember this guy. He made him fucking famous.
Race recognition.
Someone let you not them? For $200 extra on the $75 manager special.
Wait, that really happened?
They actually they tried to take me to court. Dollhouse tried to have me I legit cannot talk about it.
Wait, hold on. Because of what you said on Kill Tony?
Yes, they got 20,000 follows that night, and every single mother from the Dollhouse was telling me how I was running a single mother-owned business. And then the little fat bitch,
20,000 follows in one night.
We're already here, but yeah, the little fat bitch who runs the place was like, did Heidi put you up to it? I'm like, if Heidi DMs me, you're not going to see me signing up for Kill Tony anymore. I made it, all right, bud?
Wow, this is absolutely incredible. You are one of the most self-destructive humans we've ever watched. You just lost your job, got a new lawsuit, and didn't sell a ticket to your New York show at the same time.
Bro, listen, sales in 2 weeks are going to be all right up there, all right? If I sell 20 tickets at Broadway, he's got me a free slice of pizza. That's...
Wow.
And 7 minutes.
Look at that. Unbelievable. Tim Butterly, what do you think about this guy? I see you're in awe right now. He's staring right down the barrel of what appears to be one of the villains from Superman 4.
Huge fan of your comedy. That was an incredible set. I've just been staring at your head for 7 minutes.
I'm not
even sure which questions to ask. I guess I want to start with, are you aware of anything that might have happened either during childbirth or your early life?
My mom's not vaccinated, but she took Tylenol, so I'm being John Cena at some point.
Sure. What else? What do you think? Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, they have a different their mom, and they look to be all right. Like, I think my mom was definitely not from my dad's side.
Do you think perhaps when you were born you came out of the wrong hole? Perhaps some women, I don't know if you know this, some women have a double vagina. You would need a pediatric speculum.
I know. I was a C-section for sure. I was. Oh yeah. No way. You were. I was like
D-section, my friend.
I had this head that hurt. Like I was born with this brow ridge. Like the kid photos look the same.
Yeah, it is amazing. You look inbred.
On the evolution of man, you're about 3 in. I hate that this is the second time I've been called inbred in this room. Holtzman called me that like 6 months ago when I was sitting right there.
Yeah, that's what you look like. That is.
I don't pick what I look like. I just gotta go with it.
You're damn right.
I'm like a Ford Pinto, alright? At some point, you're gonna look cool with me, alright?
I love it. I love it. A real heartfelt moment about his monster head. What's your dick like, Joe?
It's like a party-sized NyQuil bottle.
Okay, party-sized NyQuil bottle. Big or small? I can't tell.
They don't make it, so you have to imagine it. It's only a family size. There's no party size of NyQuil. That'd be crazy.
Wow, you are crushing Joe Filey. You're killing it. Amazing stuff. You already have a big joke book? Wow. If you only had a few more... If you only made a bar to fight James Bond or something like that, right? That is true. Has anyone ever told you you look like every version of Jaws?
I'll take it. Yeah, I got some pretty fucked up teeth too. So you're going for it, about to say, listen, health insurance is not good with Amazon. I'm already fired. Fuck yeah, their health insurance. We're already there. Wait, you can get me a job at the dojo, right? I think a hell of a door guy. Like, I'll headbutt some people. Mike's up there. Go talk to him.
The owner of the dojo, just in Jersey. What part of Jersey?
It's in Morris Plains, the dojo called Mike Manelli. I'll be living on Staten Island. That's like a ferry ride, a train ride, whatever it is. You're hired, bro. Fuck yeah, I'll take it.
Wow, there you go. Trains are coming true. There goes Joe Filey, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy would die. Shut the fuck up.
One more time for Joe Filey, everybody.
They get $20,000 overnight.
Fucking pool number 9, everybody. How amazing. We're really flying through it tonight. We're coming around the bend, and we ain't seen the sunshine
I
since.
just want to say, you're crushing tonight, dog. You're so fucking funny.
Well, you guys are the best. SamTripoli.com, TimButterly.com. 6 podcasts between the two of them. Tinfoil Hat, Deep Dish, Dad Meat,
Deep water.
Broken Simulations, Deep Waters.
Dude, these would be the
He's also an
ugliest chicks
with
in any
Rogan,
place
Alex
in
Jones, and
California.
Eddie Bravo. So,
No offense,
you guys
babies,
would
but
how many of you think you should release the
like
group chat?
they would laugh you out of the fucking place. The chicks in California are so
Rogan,
hot.
Alex Jones, and Eddie Bravo, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. It's Jay McGuire, everyone. Jay
Yes, girl.
McGuire.
All right, here we go. Shut up, cunt. Jesus Christ, this fucking douchebag is already go fucking talking shit. I can't. Sam, we're gonna talk ancient occult later. Yeah, for sure. Tony's looking at me. Yeah, I get it. Shut the fuck up. Here we go. All right, so, Tony, you look and
Yeah, maybe
sound
this
like
shit.
if, what is this? I drank way too much. Yeah, for sure. Tony looks and sounds like if Woody Allen fucked Woody Harrelson and shot out Woody from Toy Story. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, Sam likes it. There you go.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable too. In fact, this cunt's got fucking 7 thrones and a golden Rolex on, so we'll go for that. Yeah, don't look at me like that. You got a ponytail and a part. We're not doing this right now. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Shouldn't have drank this much. Yeah. Awesome.
All right. I'm going to stop you there. Jay McGuire. My goodness gracious. Did you prepare anything for
I did. I fucking punch me.
Not
That's
private.
what happened. Okay, so exactly what made the gun punch you? Well, he owed the other con money, and he was a smaller con, so I stepped in for, the smaller con. Okay. Yeah, Red Man, smoke a fucking cigarette, you need it. Alright. I love it. Hey, you're like a bad roaster tip butter. First of all, excellent set. First time in a year and a half that I fucking
I gotta hear this guy's bullshit again. It's so
Woody
stupid.
from Toy Story. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, Sam likes it. There you go. I'm uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable too. In fact, this cunt's got fucking 7 thrones and a golden Rolex on, so we'll go for that. Yeah, don't look at me like that. You got a ponytail on a part. We're not doing this right now. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Great. Shouldn't have drank this much. Yeah. Awesome. All right. I'm going to stop you there. Jay McGuire. My goodness gracious. Did you prepare anything for me? I did. I got hammered and got a rib broken yesterday, so. Oh, my God. Okay, how did you break your rib yesterday?
You get that
Some
file
cunt fucking
back though.
punched me. That's what happened. Okay, so what exactly?
Oh, she's like a new webcam
gun
chick.
punch? Well, he owed the other con money, and he was a smaller con, so I stepped in for, the smaller con. Okay.
Okay, I gotta hear this again.
I'm gonna stop you there, Jay McGuire. My goodness gracious, did you prepare anything for me? I did. I got hammered and got a rib broken yesterday, so. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, how did you break your rib yesterday? Some cunt fucking punched me. That's what happened. Okay, so exactly what made the gun punch you? Well, he owed the other con money, and he was a smaller con, so I stepped in for, the smaller con. Okay. Yeah, Red Man, smoke a fucking cigarette. You need it. All right. I love it. Hey, you're like a bad roaster tip butter. First of all, excellent set. Yeah. First time in a year and a half that I fucking, for sure. Could you get the breathalyzer? Really quick, really quickly, would you mind looking at that brick wall over there really quickly? Just take a second. Look at that brick wall. I'm used to doing that with a blonde-eyed, blue-eyed cunt. Yeah. You know I did it right. Yeah. Gotcha. I have a specific question. This will really help me. Okay. So look. Now, sir, just look at that wall. And is this mark from a woman using a lit cigarette to defend herself? Please look over there because this is the only thing that might be funny about this. Sam, can you get into this because he's bombing at this moment? Oh, thanks, I was. Oh my God, Jay, you are worst. Yeah. How much do you think you drank, Jay? I drank way too much, Tony. If I knew Sam was here, we'd be talking about ancient texts and a cold shit. Wow, look at your fan base, Sam. I remember 18 and a half years ago when I started and you took me to La Jolla to open for you, and you were the first guy I ever saw do an hour. I thought to myself, I want to be like him when I grow up. I want to be like Sam Tripoli. And now I'm here to tell you, I am so glad I did that book. Okay, here we go. Let's do the breathalyzer, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Good enough? God, this guy looks like a fucking coked up gremlin. Yeah, look at this piece of shit. What do we got? I blew better than her fake tin, so let's keep it moving. We got nothing there, lady. Yeah. Shut up. That can't be right. Okay. Or it can be right, and he's not drunk, and it just sucks. Keep blowing. We have to teach Heidi how to use this thing before the next episode. So what do we got? Okay, well, let's just skip it. It's Firo. Mothership should afford a better fucking breathalyzer, right? Wow, you are the worst of all time. 100%. Horrible. All right, go ahead. There he goes. I love it. All right, you get nothing. Jay McGuire. There you go. Put the mic in the mic stand. Yeah, thanks, Tony. All right, pal. I got shit-faced with it. You're okay. All right, thank you, Jay. There you go, buddy. All right, this one from Sam. Sam. My people. God. That guy. Man, I just wish I could talk to Sam for a few hours. Dude, good.
Bro, that guy would kill somebody for me, so I'm fine with that.
That would be the only way he could kill is a human. All right. Your next bucket full goes with the name of Ram B, everybody. Let's see what happens with Ram B. Oh, yeah. One more time for Ram B, everyone.
Thank you. It's getting a good look at all the people who are going to try to shit on my dreams today. Yeah. It's crazy. So I was in a Walgreens recently, getting some beer and some cigarettes to kind of fuel me shitting on my dreams. And say vaccinated, get rewarded. I was like, whoa, rewarded? Shit, I gotta go check this out. Right? And I said, well, rewarded with what? AIDS. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, let me get 2 scoops of AIDS. Let's see. Let me get some autism sprinkles on there. Baby girl, what you want?
This guy sucks.
She want 2 scoops of autism. Throw some measles on there. Yeah, measles syrup. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be great.
This is
I was
awful.
thinking, what if DMX was your AI couldn't answer your question and be like, dog, that's my man's in them. But I can't answer your question because that would make me a snitch. Thank you.
Goddamn. What's up, Randy? It's your second time on the show, right?
Third. Yeah, I was on the bags of boxes one day, and then
Bags of boxes.
and then got a little, and then after that.
So was I. Look at that.
With Shane, yeah.
You remember him?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Welcome back. What did we learn about you in your interviews before Ramby?
I lived in Wisconsin for a long time. I lived in Arizona for a long time. I think I talked about the ecstasy rig thing.
You have a fantastic voice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I sang one time on here.
You did? What'd you say?
Yeah, original song. It was on the Bags and Boxes episode right after Bags and Boxes. I was right after Jay Legend and sang that. Yeah, I sucked or Jay sucked. That's cool.
You're good.
I don't care. But yeah, so that was a fun episode though. I'll tell you that was hilarious to me at least.
Has anything happened since then, since those episodes came out? Has Kill Tony changed your life in any way?
I've had some cool people come up to me and people congratulating me and stuff. There was a cat, I was walking down the street actually about a week ago, and the dude just stopped. He's like, hey, in 6th Street, so I'm a little fuck. And he was like, I'm sorry, I don't kill Tony, man, keep it going. You're funny as fuck, So I felt good, it's cool, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, no, not really anything has affected seriously, other than vagrants yelling at you on the street.
Pretty much, yeah. That's really good.
Comedy is going good. What do you do for work?
Yeah, I'm actually don't have a job right now, but I was working at a Rhymes with Rectum. You know what I'm saying? So call center that Rhymes with Rectum.
Spectrum.
You said it.
Pediatric Spectrum.
Or nothing.
So, how long ago did you lose this job?
I quit it about 3 weeks ago.
What made you quit?
They wanted me to sell. This is gonna sound crazy, but they wanted me to sell.
Unless he said Candyman in the mirror 3 times.
You wouldn't do it.
Candyman is what the clerk at 7-Eleven calls Red Man.
Oh, here it is, the Candyman is back again. Oh, look who's back in, the Candyman from the Red Man. Oh, with the funny sound effects on Kill Tony and the inappropriate questions to the ladies.
Where's your cock now?
The Candyman gun.
The Candyman gun. All right. What the fuck were we just talking about? Oh, yeah, the job.
How I quit. Well, the reason I quit the job was because they wanted me to sell to people who were calling for deceased people. And just the stress of the job, if somebody wanted to do it, I'm like, yo, I'm not doing it.
Look at you, a man of
You know what I mean? That's what I'm just being real.
So they wanted you to sell, explain, what do you mean by
like, okay, so, you're supposed to, if somebody calls, you're supposed to, try to retain them as a customer, right? Yeah. And so basically I was like, nah, I'm not doing that because they're calling for somebody who's dead. And, like this isn't even a relative. I felt like, nah, I'm not getting into all that. I'd be mad if somebody called me, like, my dad or something. I'll be pretty pissed if they were like, you still on Spectrum. I'll be like, hey, fuck you, buddy. You know what I mean?
So they wanted to have deceased people continue to. Wow. That's exactly what I was just going to say. That is incredible. I mean, I didn't realize. No, it's great. I didn't realize fucking Nancy Pelosi was running Spectrum. That's incredible. Every vote they could get.
I actually didn't like shit like that on the phone. Like, fuck you. I don't care if you keep Spectrum because the customers just, you know what I mean?
You have that little recording thing on your thing. You can get in the moment if I have them say something. You don't have it though.
I mean, it's, you can take the audio. What do you want me to
Just say some bitches. I don't want you to try to do anything or anything. I like your style, the exact way that you talk. Just do it normal.
Say the exact words again. Don't worry, so I'm trying to make sure.
Go, ladies and gentlemen and motherfuckers. This is Kill Tony.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen and motherfuckers. This is Kill Tony.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Your sub is terrible, but your voice is so amazing. I'm giving you a big joke, but Graham B, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't catch for shit.
You got it. You can sell one when you run out of money next week. All right, we're going to keep it moving along real quick here. Your next comedian goes by the name of Alex Friedman. Your final book and full of the night. One more time. Alex Friedman, everybody. Clap your hands for Alex.
Is this person going to be good? No.
Man, I gotta tell you, I've been trying to get myself out more often. And I met a girl who told me, oh my God, it's so nice to finally meet a sweet Filipino guy. So there was one problem. I ain't Filipino. But I didn't tell her that. I was like, yeah, I love bamboos. Are you kidding me? It's my favorite fruit. And Manny Pacquiao is my cousin, father. So I suck at dating. Especially because I have social anxiety. So I go to orgies. Yeah, people often ask me, aren't you afraid of getting drunk? I'm like, what are you kidding me? That's what I'm there for. I'm holding out my cup like I'm asking for loose change. Please, I need to be drunk if I'm going to be here. And if you're trying to fuck me, so do you. It's true, though. I've been to a lot of orgies in the past. And the weirdest one I've ever been to, the place was empty. Not even Diddy was there. But all the way in the back were these two old people just going at it. It was like seeing anyone getting pile dragged by Joe Biden. You're welcome to that image, by the way. But then this other guy, he walks in and he was like, oh, God, why does it smell like broken dreams and disappointment? Wow. It basically smells like the Democratic National Convention. The old guy, he was like, all right, Alex, that's good enough. Good stuff. How are you, Alex? Hey, I'm good. Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. You're adorable. Look at you. How old are you? I'm 33. 33? Wow, look at you. What do you do for work, Alex? Well, I'm a software engineer, and I gotta tell you, I've seen some weird shit on people's computers. They got incest, bestiality, open mic schedules. Truly terrifying stuff. Look at you. You're ready for this, Alex. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 10 months. 10 months? Unbelievable. Amazing. Tell us more about you, Alex. Look at your big goofy eyes. Alex looks like if the police hired a sketch artist that used to work for Pixar.
That's
you know what? I think it is a compliment.
Tell us about your life, Alex Friedman.
All right, okay. So,
here we go.
I was adopted from Peru. My mom is from Queens. My dad is from Cuba. And, well, I was raised in New York City.
Okay. Yeah, right. How long have you been here for?
I've been in Austin for about less than a day now. I just flew in today.
Wow.
Yeah, from a wedding in Chicago. When I came here, I left early because you guys are my family.
Wow. Okay. Oh, well, let's gotta feel this out for a second. That's the Verizon eyebrows I was talking about earlier. Look at those things. Oh my goodness. Alex, what made you start 10 months ago at 33 years old?
Well, Uncle Coco passed away. Hey, don't you talk shit about Coco. No, is every time I come, it sounds like.
My God, you have the delivery of someone that's so much funnier than you. You have this crisp, confident delivery. The substance isn't quite there, but your energy's amazing. I love it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Jump for us a couple times. Jump up. Red Man's comedic timing is incredible. Do the small jump. Jump. Again. You have to wait till he does it. You have the benefit of looking at him.
You're giving me a workout over here.
Alrighty, bring out the turtle. I love it. Switch hands with the microphone. Alex, what's your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy that'll fuck absolutely anything.
Oh, man. Love life? I haven't found love yet. Yeah, I've dated around quite a while, and it hasn't worked out, so I'm taking a break.
You're a sweet guy. Have you ever kissed a girl in Austin, Texas?
No, not yet.
You want to? Is there a girl out there that'll give Alex Friedman a kiss? Anybody? No, there's one. Look at this. Come on up, sweetheart. Look at this. She thought about it and everything. Oh my God. So there's some hot chicks coming up here tonight. This is incredible.
We tap out. You're really putting me on the spot here.
Why? What's wrong? You're gay?
No, absolutely not.
What do you mean I'm putting you on the spot? You're not excited right now?
No, dude. I've just never done this before.
It's really easy. You just slow, and then you just shoot your tongue right in. Real quick before she gets.
Wow. Ladies,
Let's see this chick.
How about a hand for this beautiful lady? 2 in one night. This is the boys' first Texas kiss. The adorable, big-eyed Alex Friedman. And what's your name, sweetheart?
Thailand.
What is it?
Thailand.
Thailand? She might have a dick, dude.
Pony time.
Wow. Ladies, sweet you. Oh my God. He is so adorable. It's very nice to meet you. He said,
Get it.
will you give this sweet boy a real kiss? Show him how it's done in Texas.
Good job, lady.
Unbelievable. What an evening we've had here tonight.
Red's got some Bollywood pussy, bro.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Look at you. And who knows? Maybe.
What can I say?
How do you feel right now?
You know what? I feel good. I feel excited. It's awesome to be around here with all of you people, you beautiful people. It's a beautiful crowd. We got some really awesome.
Stand up straight. Stand up straight. Stand up straight. You did it all tonight, Alex. Congratulations. Alex Friedman, ladies and gentlemen. A wild, adorable boy. Alex, here's a big joke book. Oh, Jesus. You didn't catch that, but you probably have HPV now after that kiss. Congratulations. How do you feel, Alex? You good? Oh, yeah, look at that dick, dude. Wow. Alex, you're one of the first comedians we've ever been jerked off in Austin yet.
You know what?
Danny, get back out here.
I can't wait to sign down this flagpole. Hey, see me after the show. Got some special gold coins just for you.
Alex, nothing you say makes any sense. You say it with such conviction. It's incredible. You are amazing, Alex. Tell us one more before I let you go. I just find you to be so compelling. Tell us one more fun fact about your life. Like, you have any special hobbies or skills or talents or anything like that?
Yeah, I've been playing guitar for the past 20 years.
Okay, what else other than playing guitar?
All right, aside from playing guitar, I also like earned a black belt in Kenpo.
You have what?
Black belt and kettle. I've also been doing.
Can you show us? Can you put the mic in the mic stand and the joke book in your pocket and the erection away? And can you show us a little bit? Can you give us a little air karate? Let's do a little fucking nice and easy, Michael. Come on. No, show us your fighting for real. Put the joke book in your fucking pocket. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Oh my God. All right. Whoa. You're a black belt? Come on, seriously. Pretend like someone's trying to beat you up in front of you. Show us some fucking moves, dude. Kata. Jesus Christ. Whoa, okay. All right, he's good. Whoa, oh my goodness. Wow. Turns out I can beat the shit out of a black belt. It's incredible. What an amazing night tonight is. All right, there he goes, Alex Friedman. All right, go. Get out of here, you little cutie pie. Sweet little fucking...
Give me the vanilla gorilla.
What a night it's been, ladies and gentlemen, and I gotta tell you, there's only one way to end this show like this. But there's gonna have to be two ways to end a show like this, because we got word today that the great William Montgomery is sick. Everyone.
God, what the fuck?
The big red machine, the American hero, is nowhere to be found. However, we went
Give
to
me a
Eastern
gorilla.
Europe. And we found an undeniable force that
Not
without
that
a doubt
guy.
is perhaps one of the biggest stars ever in Kiltony history.
There she is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What up,
I present
girl?
to you a brand new
What's... Yes, ma'am, just for you. Just for you. Alright, that's absolutely correct. Are you ready for me,
Yep, let's go.
Miss Aquarius? You, my friend, have an invitation.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a strike as first shot.
No.
This is a tough shot. Do you go for the two?
Just split.
Do you do for the 2 or the 1, and then try to hit it over?
Nope.
Well,
I'm not good with that. What about you, good? Come on.
I don't know if I'm that good. Oh, come on, give me that garbage.
To the right.
Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Okay. Okay, get the 3 on the side and then knock the 2 on the right over. No doubt.
No. I'm going to bed. I'll do it one day. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
Get it.
Got it.
Okay, this is a tough split. Give me it. Garbage. You've got this. Hey, it's not a split, and I've seen you get this a million times.
You got this.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. Put your back in the game, folks. Give it to me. Oh, come on.
You got this.
I'm going to hit the 1 on the right and get that left one.
Yes, you did it. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. That was fortunate. Okay. Get it.
What's going on with me? I think that's the best. It's okay. Come on, you got it.
No
Come on.
doubt. No doubt.
Got it.
No doubt. The game shouldn't even make me do it. It knows I'm gonna get it. Come on. Give it. Give it to me. Give it to me. All right. Strike right now. No doubt. That's one in a row. Get two in a row. I know it's you. Get two in a row.
No, no.
That's okay.
You got it. You
That's
got
okay.
it. You got it. I got it.
It's you. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, come on. Get that.
I know. It's okay, Rabbi. You leading. Let's go. You win, I win.
No doubt. Oh, come on. Give me that. All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
Give me this. Let's get in the 80s. Get in the 80s. I'll take it. 81. Woo woo. Woo woo. All right, Miss Aquarius. We are sending you an invitation. Strike. Get it. All right, get the ones on the left. Get the ones on the left, and they'll hit the one on the right. Perfect. Perfect. Excellent. 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 High five. That was amazing. That was amazing. Oh, give me this. Give me this garbage. Got it. Nailed it. Nailed it. 10 to 10. Get it. Perfect. Perfectly perfect. Match her. And I do. 30-30. Woo, woo, woo. Get another one. Get another one. Get another one. That's two. Look at you. You're unstoppable, man. Get her. No, I could not. You're too good. Give it to me. Oh, no. That's a big miss. That's a big, big miss, Miss Aquarius. That's a giant miss.
No, you got it.
You're all right. 65. That's a huge score. That's a huge score. 73.
Come on, you got this, Rabbi. Right.
Oh, this is a tough split. Nope. Miss Aquarius is going to walk off into the sunset. No doubt. She's going to have a big score here. Another strike. Yep. Big score. Big score. Get it.
You got it. Come on, let's go, Rabbi. Let's go. Right.
I tried. Boy. Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Excellent job. That was amazing.
Yeah, see, you've been training me. Thank you, Rabbi. I just got to learn how to get the left and the right. It's hard a little bit.
Don't we all? Excellent job, man.
You just stop it. You know how to do it. Don't do that.
You did it.
I know we all need to learn.
You did it. You did it. I saw you do it on a really tough one. It was on the right, and
I did do it.
I know you did.
Because of you. Thank you, Rabbi.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams.
Because of you.
I hope you have a wonderful night, God willing.
Because of you, it wouldn't been possible.
Hey.
Thank you. See, I listened to you, Rabbi. Thank you.
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, girl.
Yeah. Okay, sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, God willing. Take care.
God willing. Well, did you get to talking to her yet?
Yeah, I got to talk to two of them. Not the one I wanted, but that's okay. I talked to in two others, and they were really, three others actually, and they were all really nice.
That's good. Okay.
Thank you for caring.
No problem. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sweet dreams, God willing. Yes, ma'am. Done.
What we'll call disqualified behavior support is now expanding. והקאתי, having שלישי בשני. Notice that, but once again, if we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law, can't testify on that, then those are only what we'll call third-level relatives. Can't testify against second-level relatives. We don't asking that way. You must have Rav actually shlishi b'sheni. Rav Samalei Kavasi Echada, Upalagale Echada. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and disagrees with other statements. My time of Rav. What's Rav's logic? Amakra, Lo Yumsu Avos Abanim, Simar says, Ubanim, Rabos Baraka. When the pasuk says that fathers shall not die, right, because of their sons, and when it says a different Ubanim, that comes to include an additional generation. The Balazar Albanim Amrachmana, Sule Davos Shadi Abanim. So let's say Balazar says like this. Whatever disqualifications, and when we say disqualifications, it's just being removed for testimonial purposes. Whatever familial disqualifications are of the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to their children. So Moses, by the way, now once we say that after this last sentence, the Lord is saying like this. For me, so like my uncle can't testify against me. And when I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son, which is my cousin, right, my cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, now whoever's disqualified from whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why again my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify on my behalf. That's the Balazar. So we'll say, so what we literally see over here, and this is a fundamental level of Balazar and Rav about how far down these disqualifications actually go. Okay. Aram Nachman, Achi Chamosi, the brother of my father-in-law can't testify for me. And brother, when we say testify, just testify for me, testify against me, it doesn't make a difference. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go and testify on my behalf. Ben Achi Chamosi, lo yar bismi again, the son of the brother of my father-in-law, my father-in-law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf as well. Ben Achos Chamosi, literally again, the son of the daughter of my mother-in-law. Lo yar we also learn this as well. Bal Achoso, Ubal Achos Aviv. So again, the husband of my sister, right? Or Bal Achos Aviv, or the husband of my father's sister. Ubal Achos Imor, the husband of my mother's sister. Hein Ubneihen V'chasneihen. These individuals, their children and their children-in-law are not permitted to testify on my behalf. Rabashi, Ki Avina Be'ula. Rabashi like this. When I was in the house of Ula, so he bailam. He asked the following kasha. What about the brothers of my father-in-law? What's their status? So the Gemara says, Ben Achi Chamav Mahu. What about the son of the brother of my father-in-law? Ben Achos Chamav Mahu. The son of the sister of my father-in-law, Mahu. Amrlan, he said, so we learn this. Achiv, Vachi Aviv, Vachi Imo, Hein L'Bnei B'chasneihen. So I say, so pretty much all these people will be disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, them, their children, their sons-in-law are all disqualified to get Eidos. So Rav Ikla L'Mizban Omer. So Rav went to go ahead and purchase Kvili. Kvili are clothing. So Rav went to purchase cloth, right? So again, that is not actually an important part of the story. What it's just saying is Rav is going out shopping. And I will say what happens, right? So again, Rav can't shop in peace. Because what happens when Rav goes right to Sanmal Market? So Rav goes into to buy parchments. So what happens? He gets stopped. They asked him, so is a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson? Beishas Hargo. I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. Beishas Hargo. So the Gemara says. So what is look at Rashi just a moment. Now what's the case of where a man would be testifying for his stepson's wife? So Rashi says so essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case. Right, Reuven married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the nichsim of the property of the stepson's wife. So is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife? So we might what's halacha? So the surah only bal kishto. Then a husband is like a wife. Essentially, the wife of a stepson is like who? Like a stepson, and you can't testify regarding a stepson. Right? A stepson is still considered to be a relative, and after Allah you can't go ahead and testify. You can't be involved in testimony on the stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. So again, in Matisa they said that a woman is like her husband. So the Gemara says, look at Rashi. From where do we know that a woman is treated the same way like her husband? In other words, we'll say status-wise. That essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status as her husband, and therefore, in this case over here, because Reuben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of the wife of his son-in-law. The Sid Erbas Achi Avicha Lo Sigara Al Ishto Lo Sigra Do Das. So the pasuk literally says again, the Erba, the nakedness of Achi Avicha, of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. Al Ishto Lo Sigra, do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of the brother of your father, your uncle's wife. So the Gemara says, she is your aunt. So the Gemara says, but she's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? Who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say what we see from here is that no, what halacha does is halacha treats the wife and gives her the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. So in other words, that's not technically how we define an aunt, right? An aunt is defined as the father, as the sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see that the Torah treats the wife of your uncle like your aunt. So you see from here that a wife is given the status ultimately again of her husband. So therefore, you can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. It's your stepdaughter, and therefore, you can't testify. I will say, it's interesting to note why is that? Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rab was shopping for parchments when he got asked that question? Who cares? Just tell us Rab was asked the question, and that's it. So sometimes the shop is like this. Sometimes the person is doing something, and the truth is they just want to be left alone, right? So when you're shopping for parchments, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You don't want to do anything else. You don't want to answer any questions or have any conversations. Just want to go ahead and maybe have a few minutes shop for parchments. So let's see what do you see from here. When another Yid needs something, there is no such thing as being critical. Another Jew needs something, it's never a hassle. It's never a bother. Maybe you could say, come on, wait till Rab gets back to me, he said, send him an email. Don't write, again, when another Jew needs something, let's say, that was of the story is, Rab doesn't say, talk to me later. Right? Wrap with this, them and there. When there's an opportunity to do something for someone else, opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest zuchus in the world. Okay, now, maybe the person shouldn't have asked Rob the question right now, should have waited a little bit later. Okay, that's a different shiloh. About having to get a parents of people, especially when you see that they're doing something else. That's a different issue. But once he did it, once he asked, again, you see this graciousness in which dropped out to the quite beautiful. All right, Mo's back there. So the rest of the no, I knew of it. So again, I will say the way this is, the son over here, the son is really his brother. So Rabbi Yirmiyah, talking about again brothers. Brothers of your brother. So we'll say so. Essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother. So someone who's a brother to my brother, but not related, not directly related to me. The Christoph, Christoph said, no. The brothers of your brother, in other words, so people who are not related to you are related to my brother, so those are kosher. Those really are totally unrelated to me, and therefore, again, kosher for ages. I'm related. What about what Rabbi Yirmiyah said? Right? Rabbi Yirmiyah literally just said a while ago. Rabbi Yirmiyah said that the brothers of your brother are disqualified. So now you're saying you're not disqualified. I'm related. He said, I never heard that. But yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. When he said I didn't hear it, it means not that I didn't hear it, but rather I don't hold on it. So if that's the case, then again, so the brother of my brother is the same thing as brother. So why do you have to break out the cases? So it's just breaking it up because it's talking about paternal brothers and maternal brothers. I'm about this stuff. Avi Chasan, Avi Kala, Mi'ibn Zelazar. One thing, this is fascinating. Mechutanim. Right, so let's say again, Reuben married Rachel. So Rachel has parents, right? Rachel is the father, and Reuben is the father. Reuben, so what is he saying? Reuben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. You're like, I knew this my whole life, right? Right? Are absolutely unrelated. Mechutanim are not related for these purposes over here. They are permitted to testify against each other. Now again, I'm using the word against. Trying to say that I don't mean against. It just means testify. It could be or it could be against. The idea means over here they could be involved in testimony that has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. So the Gemara says, "Avia Chasan, Avia Kala, we eat in Zalzal. The low dummy lahadad, the low double lahadad. Ella, the Gemara says, Ella." This is such an interesting. So the Gemara says, "Lo means that ultimately, again, they are not. Rashi says over here, they're not linked. They're not linked. So what are they compared to? What are they compared to? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. Okay. Now again, so just understand what's being said over there. There's a number of fascinating lessons over here. So this is really incredible, which is so first of all, on a last level, the Gemara over here is they're not related, and therefore again, because and this message again, I'm going to be honest. After all the people we just included in the relatives pool, right? I would have thought for sure Mechutanim are relative pool, but again, because there is really there's something that links them, but not something that relates them. Therefore, they are permitted to testify, involving each other. I will say, so therefore, the Gemara says, they're like a little of a barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel. Meaning that there's really no connection between the two of them, even though their children are married. I will say, there's also a really profound disorders. I think because I was telling us, sometimes they want the custom color, like
medicine, son.
And people have these things.
Is there a good episode?
Beautiful, where everybody loves each other, which is beautiful.
But I need
that can happen. It's actually, it certainly
rip it
does
into
happen.
this mother.
Because I was also telling us that that's not a prerequisite to happy and blissful marriage. If it happens, it's a bonus. But that, as I was saying, it's more often than not, Mechutanim are like the barrel and the lid that just don't quite fit.
Look at this move.
And that's just because
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
Families is like pretty uncommon that could actually happen. If it happens, fantastic. But again, if it doesn't happen, it's okay also. It's not the bigger. The bigger is that the husband and color are able to build a beautiful and whole life together. The families are kind of like awkward, right? And the families are like, the barrel and the lid that just don't fit together. It's fine. It's fine. You know why? You're not even really related, right? So because you're not really even related, it was like something. It's such an important thing. Somebody can make like a very big deal about, let's say, this is an aside. People like to talk about the shidduch crisis. There's no shidduch crisis. There's a people crisis. Right? There's a people crisis that people often put emphasis on all the wrong things. That people focus on all the wrong things. That people are looking for all the wrong things. There's nothing wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. Right? People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. People correct themselves, have right hashkafas achayim, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are looking for, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually impossible. You know what? All good. All good. This is what I say, fasting halacha. A man could testify on behalf of his wife who is in Arusa. So again, Ruben did Erusin with Rachel. And now what ends up happening? Allah, when I say again, he could testify on her behalf. So the Gemara says, Lo Amr, first five line, Lo Amr Allah, who gave it? That's only to extract money from her. In other words, he could testify against her. However, the Gemara says, about Lo Mehem. But to testify on her behalf, he can't do why I will say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, anything that she gains is what? Is going to become his. Although it's not true, it's not actually regardless. Whether it's for or against her, he's not to be. I have to stop over here. Excellent grounds. Excellent. But just remember where we start. We'll say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you started. Right, we start in the middle of a day's essay, so we're going to be fine. Short bath tomorrow. We're good. We'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I'll get to where you need to get to. Let's say shkaya. Sorry for today. All right, Chevron Zoom. I feel like the Zoom Chevron has more faith in me than the in-person Chevron. All right, so let's say have a great day, everyone.
With a hoodie on and a cowboy hat, and he's holding a thing of a sin-like thing, probably a black buffalo thing, and he's forced someone to take a picture of it. Oh my God, it's in Israel. Brian G. Yeah. Well, he's moving awesome. You got a big changes, dude. Just so fast, though. He's like a guy. It's like Will Smith. He has a team.
All right, Jerosai, good morning. Let us begin. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Sorry for the delay. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, and your Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pay 5785 for dedicating all the Shurim and Droshos this year as a Zuchus for Besoros Talmos for Am Yisrael, and our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves October, the Kalman Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurim Drashos this month in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Libracha, a strong and valiant soldier who died al Kiddush Hashem. Army in the coming up here in America are learning that Yibon Shalom brings all of our hostages home, the Shalom and the Karov, and that our holy soldiers are successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. With that, let us begin. Today's Gathering podcast. 38. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Chav Zayin on the days. A lot to do today. We are picking up at the Mishnah in Eretz Hashem. So Brian is should be ahead of us today. One of the things that we established is that a Karov, a relative, is not permitted to go ahead and adjudicate a case. So that's both serving as a dayan, as a judge, as well as going ahead and serving as a Mishnah says, who was the quote? The evil being a quote. That's cool. A brother, Zahi Avi, and father's brother, uncle, Zahi Imo, mother's brother, Ubal Afo. So this kind of is like triggers some of us bumps, right? Sounds like Ubal Afo. So, and the brother-in-law, the husband of his sister, Ubal Afo's husband, and the husband of father's sister and uncle, Ubal Ochos Imo, and the husband of the mother. Balimo means mother's husband, Vilchamov, a father-in-law, Giso, a brother-in-law, Haim Ubinehem, them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Fargo, we'll say Fargo Levat. Now we're going to say Fargo is the stepson. So we'll discuss in this Hashem this very interesting case of the case of stepson. The Fargo Levado. And ultimately, again, a brother-in-law or a stepson, Levado. Levado means no other associated relatives. Again, we'll get into that in the Gemara. It says, this up what we learned up until this point. This is the Mishnah. This is the student of Rabbi Akiva. The Mishnah is shown up, but again, the first iteration of this halacha, Dodo, or Ben Dodo, or the Yarsho. Ultimately, again, uncle, the son of your uncle, and anyone who is in line to inherit. So this is interesting. So the first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously in the Gemara, but again, the first version of this is Rabbi Akiva. Afterwards, again, they really need this about inheritance. And whoever ultimately, again, is in line to inherit, that ultimately is possible to this as well. But also shot. Now, interestingly enough, also, what's the definition of a relative? Definition of relative is someone who is related to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but they are no longer technically related to you, so they are kosher la'idus. For example, hayakarov b'nisrache harizeh kosher. If you were married, if you were related to someone, and then ultimately again you were distant from them. So again, that would be a case, let's say, of divorce. Divorce always seek death in just a moment as well. So halacha l'maisa, even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to that person, halacha l'maisa, the individual is kosher for ages. Yudah says, after the mesa bito, Rabbi gives an example of this. After the mesa bito. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries a guy, right? They have a child. Then what happens? The Yishma Banamimena, and now what happens? They have children, and then the daughter dies. So let's say again, so Reuben has a daughter. Reuben's daughter marries Shimon, and then Reuben's daughter dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. Right? Technically speaking, no, because at the end of the day, Reuben's relation to Shimon is because Shimon is the husband of his daughter. So the daughter is dead, and technically speaking, Reuben is not related to Shimon. Yet again, interestingly enough, the Mishnah says, they are still considered to be relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Right? It's the existence of grandchildren by definition means okay. This is a fascinating piece. They say oiver means a very close friend or a very close enemy. Individuals are also possible evils. It's interesting. What's the definition of an ohev? An ohev is that shoshvino. So an ohev is someone who is like a groomsman. Now Rashi tells us something interesting over here. He says shoshvino, hustle will be made with hustle. This is a person ultimately against. So shoshvino means one of your groomsmen. This individual is possible evils during the days of the wedding. In other words, during the wedding party itself, sometimes it's not his wedding celebration itself, it would be extended or extended thing. During the days of the Chasana, this individual would be possible late. So they was definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, kosher lo closhe yamin be'eva. This is fascinating. Anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. Right? In other words, once you get this, good, very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days, right? But if I'm definitely not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called an enemy. That's called an enemy. And these individuals are going to look at obviously the ohev, the very close friend, is not really testifying on behalf because he's my close friend. The enemy is also not going to testify or adjudicate on my behalf because he's my enemy. However, he responded back, no. Well, actually, that's not how Jews operate. No, that's what Rashi says over here. Well, actually, so the Dafka is supposed to say interestingly enough, so he responded, Kalisha is not cautious for that. That's not how we operate. No one's going to lie because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not cautious for someone. You'll see what that focus is exactly in Gemara. Suppose they Gemara. Listen, how do we know this? Now, how do we know what? How do we know, from where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and adjudicate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept known from? So the Gemara says as follows. Torah says that fathers shall not die because of their sons. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So that a father is not going to responsible. The father is not going to die because of the sins of his son, and the son is not going to die because of the sins of his father. So it's teaching about responsibility. So you know that Nemar ish lechato yukisu. The person dies because of his own sins. The person is not going to be accountable because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So what does it mean when it says that fathers won't die because of their sons? The ageless one. It means because of the testimony of their sons. The sons won't die because of their fathers. The ageless fathers because of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so this is the makar. So how do you know that again relatives can't testify right for each other and they teach about each other? Because the pasuk says again, right? Ultimately, fathers can't die because of their sons. Sons can't die because of their fathers. Indicates to us that testimony cannot be given from father to son or from son to father. So the verse is 1 second. The Gemara kind of made a clear statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers. Fathers don't die for the sins of their sons. The sons don't die for the sins of their fathers. The Gemara made that as a clear statement. People only die for their own sins. The Gemara says, is that true? There's a positive. The pasuk says that Hashem will visit the sins of the fathers on the sons, which sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. The Gemara says, no. That's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children decide to perpetuate that very same behavior. That is where there is going to be responsibility for the sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in sinful behaviors and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the sons, not only for their behaviors, but also for the behaviors of their fathers. When it says also for the iniquities for the sins of their fathers, they will be held accountable. When the sons decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. Ata Omer Kisha Oksin or Ata Omer Kisha Oksin or Ena Ela Kisha Ena Oksin. So maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only sons are responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetuate those very same deeds? Maybe sons are in general responsible for the sins of their fathers. Omer Ish Bechat Ogamos. As the pasuk says, each person only dies for his own sin. Hare Kisha Oksin Maase Avosei and Biazei. Since we are sons in general are not held responsible for the sins of the fathers, unless, of course, they continue to perpetuate those very same ideas. So sad, just find out something really incredible over here. You see, on one hand, so the sons are not held responsible for the sins of the fathers, but yet, if the sons perpetuate the sinful behavior, what do you see from here? What you see here is something fascinating. That we obviously you don't choose the family you're born into. You don't choose your parents. A lot of times it can happen that a person is born into a dysfunctional situation. And sometimes a person is even born into a sinful situation. What Chazal says in Hajj 2 is, while it's true that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose the life you want to create for yourself. In other words, perpetuating dysfunction is a choice. Growing up with dysfunction is not a choice. But at a certain point in time, a person has free choice about the life they want to live and the person they want to be. If you don't make changes in yourself, that is on you. So to be brought up in a sinful home, okay, what are you going to do? You can't choose where you're brought up. But at a certain point in time, when you choose to perpetuate the same behaviors you were brought up with, that's on you. That's on you. At a certain point, the Baruch who says, you know better. You know better. You know differently. You do not have to continue down that same road of spiritual dysfunction. You could choose something different for yourself. And willing to choose something different for yourself creates personal responsibility. Also, this is such a tremendous assault because people spend a whole life blaming their parents for everything that goes wrong in their life. My father didn't do this. My mother didn't do this. My upbringing wasn't this. And by the way, they might be 100% right. They might have had the worst parents in the world. Or even if they didn't have the worst parents in the world, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunctional. And there's a lot. There could be a lot to ours. Freud wasn't the first person to discover that a lot of who and what we are depends on our relationship with our parents. Hazan is long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life going forward. Maybe my parents did mess me up. It's possible. It's possible. But Lamaisa, now I have to make a choice. Do I want to be Ochi's Maaseh Avoseh or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? And Kabbalah teaching us over here is such a lesson of empowerment. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. And Chazal came along and say, no, if you were fortunate to have a good let yourself. But sometimes the person wasn't fortunate to have a good but then it comes a point in time where you got to choose what you want for yourself. You can't spend your life blaming your parents. At a certain point in time, you have to decide who and what you want to be and take responsibility for the life you're living. Incredible. So Gemara says below, 1 second, is that true? Is that true that you're not held responsible for other people's avedas? Aye, but what about ROTHSCHILD? The kishlu ish ba'akiv. The pasuk says literally again, a person will stumble. Quoting over the pasuk of Vayikra, the Torah. The kishlu ish ba'akiv. A person will stumble over his stumble. What is this talking about? Ish ba'akiv. One Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? Malamid shekulot aredin zebaza. So we'll say, what does this teach us? This teaches us that halacha and myself, that each of us are responsible for each other. In other words, we'll say this concept always full responsibility means that I could be held accountable for your sins, you could be held accountable for the close below me. That's also when is there accountability for each other's sins. So that's when Allah there was the ability to object to someone else's negative behavior and you didn't do so. Also, this is profound. When I see someone doing something wrong and I don't do anything to object, and what's when we say object is I don't do anything to try to help them from making this mistake. I share in the responsibility for their avodah. I share in that responsibility. But again, and that's when if I don't do anything, again, I can say I share that responsibility. On the other hand, someone's coming in at Avera, and I don't really have the ability to do anything about it. To expect to do anything, then there's no responsibility. So also, I just want to point out, this is even a different concept. So this is the concept of Arabs. Remember again, a guarantorship. Before we start reading the example of that, we are all responsible for each other, and especially if I see you doing something, and we can intervene, but we don't failure to intervene. Responsibility for the commission of the idea. I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is if you notice, you'll often find this phrase written two different ways. There's Kol Yisrael Arivin Zeh Loza and Zeh Baza. So interestingly enough, that's because the word Arivin could be understood in two different ways. Arivin could be understood as a guarantorship, right? A guarantorship. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, again, if you're doing something wrong, and I could have stepped in and prevented that or helped that, and I don't, just like a guarantor is on the hook if the borrower defaults, so again, we are responsible. But remember, again, Arivin is also a mixture. And again, that's why you'll find Zeh Baza and Zeh Laza. When it's used ultimately, again, in the context of guarantorship, so it's often called Zeh Laza. We are guarantee one for the other. But it also means ta'arobes means a mixture. That means Chol Arevim Zeh Zeh. There is a mixture of Klal. So we are all one mixture. So this I saw so deep. I just saw it earlier this morning. Yismach Moses, he says, Arevim Hainu Urabim Zeh Bazeh. The Klal is like more like a ta'arobes, it's a mixture. And he says, in Echad Rotzel Lilos Es Atzmo. If you want to see how you're doing in life, well, you want to kind of like get like a little bit of a measurement where you're holding in your spiritual life. Look at your friend and what do you see? What do you see when you look at another yid? If all you see are the shortcomings, and all you see is the negativity, and all you see are all the things that are broken, every Jew is your mirror. So if that's what you're seeing in someone else, then in reality, that's what's happening inside of you. That's called Yisrael Arevim Zeh Bazeh. You are ta'arobes. You are a mixture. And that's what I will say again. Sometimes it is the most dangerous thing in the world when we speak negatively about different factions or different groups within Klal Yisrael, even if we vehemently oppose them. We are all mirror images of each other. There's a ta'arobes. There is a mixture. So if you look at another yid and you see something terrible, and you see something horrible, and you see something that you just don't like totally understand, part of that is your reflection. Part of that negativity is what's missing. That's why I was saying you see the greatest tzaddikim, right? If you notice this, by the way, the greatest tzaddikim often possess what? I would say differently. What is the greatest metric? What makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? What makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? It's not the amount of Torah that you learn. Anyone can learn a lot of Torah. The greatest metric of a tzaddik is Avas Yisrael. Avas Yisrael. When you are able to love every single Jew, that means that you see the beauty in every Jew. When you see the beauty in every Jew, that means that's a reflection of you. So when you see the beauty in every single Jew, that's because you yourself possess all of that beauty. Conversely, when you dislike that one, dislike this one, you can't stomach this one, you can't make eye contact with this one. That's a reflection of something broken inside of you. Someone who possesses true Avas Yisrael is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean that there aren't imperfections, things wrong, and things broken in every beauty. But that's what it means to have. That's what it means to be a tzaddik. To be able to see beauty means that beauty is reflected from me. It's an individual from other individual into me. So there's two different concepts. Kol Yisrael Arevim Zeh Bazeh, Kol Yisrael Arevim Zeh Lozeh. We are guarantors one another. That's what you are saying over here. That Allah Almighty, if someone else sins, and I don't do anything to stop it, I am responsible for that. But Kol Yisrael Arevim Zeh Bazeh. We are also a mixture. And what you see in another Jew is often a reflection of what's happening inside of you. So I understand now that again, sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father can't on behalf of the son. That's what we just did. And all the more so, Avos Ladadi. Avos Ladadi means brothers for each other. Banim Labanim Minalim. And about cousins. Like cousins can't testify for each other. In King Vishkal's Prabhu, you'll see Avos Al Ben. Also, could have just said a father can't be tested by the son. My bunny. What's bunny? So the Gemara says that. Even bunny Mahadadi. Even cousins for each other can't go ahead and testify. Ashkechar Banim Mahadadi. Banim La'ama Minalim. So it's now cousins and relatives for that matter can't testify for each other. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify on behalf of someone else? How do I know that? What's the Svar? As we learned, in Ha'ibin Nasim Zolim, actually, as you shnehan, so even Zolim can't become even can't become Zolim until both of them become Zolim. Right? Also, again, we have this. We'll see this for sex markets. I'm very excited. Yeah, very exciting. And there's Hashem. So say so. We will see that this is only become a Zolim if the testimonial unit is made in the earth. You could disqualify a singular witness. But if you want to make a difference in Zolim, you have to go ahead and Mazim the group. So the Gemara says, say if you think that in general relatives have the ability to testify, again, I will say, it's not point out what's happening over here. Up until this point, what we've proven is that relatives can't testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify for or on behalf of someone else, right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. So the Gemara says, so remember again, witnesses only become Zolmin until both of them become Zolmin. At least I like the bottom of the Sharing. If you would think that again, relatives in general can testify now as someone else. Nimsu Eitzol and Nera Geidusaf, it could turn out that you could have relatives making another relative into an Eid Zolmin, and Halacha L'maisa, then potentially in a capital case where again Eid Zolmin are executed, it would turn out that one person is executed based on the testimony of a relative. Okay, I'm going to Rabbi Lutame. I'm just going through your logic. Lutame, 20 years logic. Hadisman, that's what we learned. Shlosha Achim, you have three brothers, Be'echam, Mistayke, Mohen, and one person is combining with them. Hare Gimel Edios. These are three different testimonies. So what's the key? So take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across to the right. Shlosha Achim Be'echad, Mina Shok in Kol Echad. It's supposed to be three brothers, Ruvain, Shimon, and Levi. Now there's another guy, we'll call him Avram. Avram's been living on a piece of land for 3 years. Okay? Yitzchak comes along and says, hey Avram, get off my property. Avram says, what are you talking about? I have been using this property uncontested for 3 years, and I have witnesses. Now, interestingly enough, the way this testimony works is like this. There's one witness, we'll call him Yehuda. Yehuda, the one witness, has seen Avram living on that land for 3 years straight uncontested. The problem is, Yehuda is an Eid Echad. He is an Eid Echad. So what more does Yehuda have? But then there are three brothers. Ruvain saw Avram living there year one uncontested. Shimon saw Avram living there year two uncontested. And Levi saw Avram living there year three uncontested. So now what we want to do is like this. We want to have Yehuda, who is the witness who saw all 3 years, combined with each of the brothers for their respective year, and that will give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested use of the property. Now look at Rashi. Rashi says, Shlosha Achim Be'echad, Mina Shok, that's 3 brothers, right? That's Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, and one guy, we'll call him Yehuda, unrelated. Right? Together, all of these guys testify about the fact that Avram used the land uncontested for 3 years. So the Gemara says, Al Kakisha Adam bin Ashok, Umeyit Echad bin Achim, V'Haba min Ashok, Ashon Rishona, V'Echad min Achim, V'Haba min Ashok, Ashon Shliya, V'Ashlishi Ashlishis, V'Ha'ilu Shalosh Edios, V'Chazaka Kayemet. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this works. This is considered 3 distinct testimonial units. In other words, Ruvain with Yehuda's unit is group 1. Shimon with Yehuda's group 2. Levi with Yehuda's group 3. And together, they established the Chazaka of Avraham. The Chazaka Kayemes. But we don't say that this is one testimonial unit, or even you might say to yourself, oh, it's one testimonial unit, and it's invalid because it's 3 brothers. Kamashon, no, you look at this as 2 different testimonies, and therefore it's unrelated testimony, therefore it's kosher. The Gemara says as follows: it wasn't interesting enough, but fascinating enough. Allah so the Gemara says, so the Shalim We'll say, so again, here's the problem. The problem, if we're turning out that halacha l'maisa, because they're one testimonial unit, so one brother will end up having to pay based on the testimony of a relative. Ella has some of it amakasi. In other words, what you have to say is as follows. Ultimately, again, Hazama is different. Hazama is not considered to be that they're paying on behalf of each other. Hazama is considered to be something that comes externally and then is imposed on the respective groups. They are not considered to be linked, even though they all suffer the same Hazama punishment. They are not considered to be involved in each other's Hazama process. Hakanani Hazama amakasi. Fine. Ella inkin yukto pra uben al avos. That's the supposed to again said a son on his father's. Inami Haim al avos. My ubanim. Why does it say ubanim? Afilu ubanim la'alva. It means that relatives can form a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify in general about other communities. It's almost like they're from the same husband. So different derivations in the same husband. We learn two things. Number one, relatives, and we define relatives in the Mishnah, can't testify for each other. But the part number two of lesson 2, relatives can't form a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify for something else. In other words, they can't combine to testify for someone or something else. Fine. Up until now, we can focus on relatives of the father, paternal relatives. Let's remember again, the lashon of the pasuk that we're using is lo yumsu avos albanim ubanim alavos, fathers and sons. And then we derive other paternal relatives. How do I know that this qualification of relatives applies to maternal relatives as well? So the Gemara says, avos tracing. It says avos place. So the Gemara says, in Eila in the Klavia Av. So I don't need to teach you relatives of the father. So you must say that in Klavia A. Use it to teach you relatives of the mother. Beautiful. Ashkech on the Bola. So I understand that these individuals can testify for what we call like indictment purposes. Bill purposes, the Zakos, how do I know even? So we'll say, science said they can't testify against each other in order to go ahead and for like a guilty purpose. I don't know, even for an exoneration purpose. Amakra, Yumsu, Yumus, tracing. They can't be put to death twice. This is interesting. So again, one Yumsu teaches me that they can't try to testify against each other for culpability purposes. What do you see on the Yumsu? Even for exoneration purposes. Okay? Ashke from the beginning of Pashas. So I understand that you can't testify each other in capital cases. Even in financial cases. Amakra, Mishpat Echad Yelochem. So when it comes to testimony, there's one mishpat. Mishpat hashav. So we'll say therefore in this area, there's one uniform halacha. What's one uniform halacha? Relatives can't testify. Hamarav Rav says as follows: Aki Abba lo yarim. Rav says like this: the father of my brother, or my uncle, can't testify for me. But no, this is qualified from testimony. So he says, and that's not, and who's included his uncle? That's my uncle who really again, Afani, I also the nephew of my uncle, and that includes me, Ubini, and me, the Chasni, and my son-in-law. I don't understand why is that? So notice, by the way, that by the time you get to the end of this line, right? Like son-in-law, right? In other words, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, for that matter, again. The uncle's son-in-law against the nephew, that's already like a third-grade relative. So why can't the third-grade relative go ahead and go and testify against the first-grade relative? So the Gemara first level. But we learned shame b'shame tonight, right? We'll call a second. We'll define these terms a little bit. Like second level relative can't testify against another second level relative. So the Gemara says, "Va'ana shame b'shame tonight, shame rishon tonight, shlishon b'rishon lo tonight." So it says we're going to see more closely related relatives, like what Chazal call like a first level relative, like a second level relative, or even a second level relative against another second level relative. I don't understand why these can't testify. But it's usually so let's say, just to illustrate this, once you talk about again, let's say the son-in-law of a nephew can't testify against your uncle. That's already multiple steps removed. So why can't those people testify, on behalf against each other? So my chasno, depending on this, what does it mean when we talk about the idea of a chasno? Chasan b'no, it means the son-in-law of his son. His son's son-in-law can't go, which essentially would be like a grandson-in-law. Can't testify. But listening Ben Beno, so why don't you just go ahead and write Ben Beno? Lo sagav arche kamash for us. We need to teach us another lesson. What's the other lesson teaching us? The Baal Kishto, that a husband is treated like his wife. That because we'll say the idea over there being that the son's son-in-law, right, has the status of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, practically the daughter of the father. So it's like Alright, takeaway message in all of this is anyone and everyone related to should not testify that. First of all, just you think to yourself, imagine if he's a fool on Sabbath, this is one thing that doesn't apply to me. First, this does apply to these things up all the time. It's customers. Right? And by weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. They get tonight, right? So the child's level is, if anyone is related to you in any way, you do not use them in any testimonial capacity. Again, even though, by that, I want to point out that it does come a certain point in time, but let's say my third cousins, even my second cousins, that are already you are far enough removed. But again, we're going to see that in general, the way, again, this is different. This is different because sometimes someone has testimony that you need. So if you have where it ends, but okay, so let's go. So what it says, Shmona Avos Shein Esrim V'Arba. So you had 8 fathers who represent 24 extended relatives. So honey, so the Gemara says if that's the case, but if you're going to go with even the son-in-law of the son, honey tlusin, that's when you break out all the relatives, honey tlusin of the tartan, that would be 32. Eloli Olam Chasino Mash. Rather than when we speak about the son-in-law, we really mean ultimately again the son-in-law. The Amai Karile Hasan Bino, so why are we calling the son-in-law of the son? Kiva Dana Amaka Asi Kidar Aheda. And since he's marrying into the family, right from the outside, he's considered to be like a separate and distinct generation. But then once again, he's not considered to be a third level relative, testifying against a second level relative. Rab Aksha Shlishi, Rab said that Shlishi testified against or for a Shini. The Rab Damar Kreveloza. Rab Loza Kreveloza was the same Loza Omer, Kishem Sha'aki Avalo Yoyli, just like the father of my brother cannot testify for me. That means who's included in the brother of my father, which is my uncle. Just like my uncle can't testify, who's included in the provision of uncle? It's who? The uncle, Beno, the uncle's son, plus no, and the uncle's son-in-law. So the Gemara says, Kach, so to again, Allah says, so to me, the nephew, I also can came, Kach, Ben Aki Abba Lo Yardi. So to again, the son of my uncle, i.e. my cousin, also can't testify my dad. Who? Shabbos said this is dramatic. Shabbos said, look Rabbi Lazar is introducing over here. So Rabbi Lazar says, we know my uncle can't testify my dad. Shabbos said, uncle, we already know. Rabbi Lazar says, by the way, who else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my uncle. My uncle's son and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also cousin, that's ultimately my cousin, who, you know, my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law. That will say, by the way, cousin's son-in-law, I don't even know his name. Right? Who's my cousin's son-in-law? Yeah, don't make any judgments about my family, okay? Right, but the Lisa, because of that, now expanded from the truth. So that again, we see how again this what we'll call disqualified age support is now expanding. But should be shaming. I would say, but once again, if we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law can't testify on that, then those are already what we'll call third level relatives. Can't testify against second level relatives. We don't pass in that way. You must have Rav actually should be shaming. Rav Savalek Havasi the Chada, Kopalaga the Chada. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and disagrees with other statements. My time of Rav. What's Rav's logic? The Amakra, Lo Yumsu Avos Abanim, Simar says, Ubanim, Rabos Garach. So the pasuk says that fathers shall not die, right, because of their sons, and when it says a different Ubanim, that comes to include an additional generation. So Balazar Albanim Amrachmana Hatsule the Avos Shadi Abanim. So also Balazar says like this: whatever disqualifications, and when we say disqualifications, it's just mean we need for testimonial purposes. Whatever familial disqualifications are on the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to the children. So also, by the way, now once we say that actually makes a lot of sense. First of all, let's say like this. For me, so say right, my uncle can't testify against me. And when I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my uncle's son, which is my cousin, right? My cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, now whoever's disqualified from my whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why, again, my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify on my behalf. That's Rabbi Lazar. So we'll say, so what we literally see over here, and this is a fundamental hold Rabbi Lazar and Rav about how far down these disqualifications actually go. Okay. Aram Nachman, Achi Chamosi, Lo Yarli. The brother of my father-in-law can't testify for me. And by the way, when we say testify, this is testify for me, testify against me, it doesn't make a difference. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go and testify on that. Ben Achi Chamosi, Lo Yarli, Sumi again, the son of the brother of my father-in-law, my father-in-law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf as well. Ben Achos Chamosi, literally again, the son of the daughter of my mother-in-law, Lo Yarli, Tanatuna, we also learn this as well. Bal Achoso, Bal Achos Aviv. So again, the husband of my sister, right, or Bal Achos Aviv, or the husband of my father's sister, Ubal Achos Imor, the husband of my mother's sister, Hain Ubnehen Chasnehan. These individuals, their children and their children-in-law are not permitted to testify on my behalf. Rabashi, Tiavina Beula. So I said this when I was in the house of Ula. So he boiled him. He asked the following kasha. What about the brothers of my father-in-law? What's their status? So the Gemara says, Ben Achi Chamid Chamav Mahu. What about the son of the brother of my father-in-law? Ben Achos Chamav Mahu, the son of the sister of my father-in-law, Mahu. Amrullah, he said, so we learn this. Achis, Vachi Aviv, Vachi Imo, Ein B'nei B'chasnehan. So I say, so pretty much all these people will be disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, them, their children, their sons-in-law are all disqualified to be babies. So Rav Ikra Lemizban Oladez. So Rav went to go ahead and purchase Gvili are clothing. So Rav went to purchase cloth, right? So again, that is not actually an important part of the story. What it's just saying is Rav is going out shopping. And I will say what happens, right? So again, Rav can't shop in peace. Because what happens when Rav goes right to Sangmal Market? So Rav goes, he's going to buy parchments. So what happens? He gets stopped. They ask him, Maushi Yoid Adam the Ashes Horse. So is a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson. The Ashes Hardo. I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. The Ashes Hardo. So the Gemara says. So what is looking at for this moment? Now what's the case of where a man would be testifying for his stepson's wife? So essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case. Ruben married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the mixing of the property of the stepson's wife. So is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife? So we learned what's halacha. So the Surah Amri, that a husband is like a wife. Different both essentially, the wife of a stepson is like who? It's like a stepson. And you can't testify regarding a stepson. Right? A stepson is still considered to be a relative, and therefore you can't go ahead and testify. You can't be involved in the testimony of the stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. Isha Kedaima. So again, in Komadisa, they said that a woman is like her husband. So you must look at that. Isha Kedaima. You come out, fine. The Amara, from where do you know that a woman is treated the same way like her husband? In other words, say status-wise. That essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status as her husband, and therefore in this case over here, because Reuben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of the wife of his son-in-law. The Sid Erbas Achi Avicha Lo Sigara Al Ishto Lo Sigrav Lo Das. The concept literally says again, the Erba, the nakedness of Achi Avicha, of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. El Ishto Lo Sikrav, do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of the brother of your father, your uncle's wife. Your uncle's wife. So you want to Lo Sikrav, though thus she is your aunt. So you want to, but she's not your aunt. She's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? So I say, who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father, or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. Follow Eshet Dodoli. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say what we see from here is that what halacha does is halacha treats the wife in case of the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. Is your aunt? So that's not technically how we define an aunt. Like an aunt is defined as a father as a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see from here the Torah treats the wife of your uncle like your aunt. You see from here that a wife is given the status ultimately identical. So therefore, Allah you can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. Is your stepdaughter, and therefore Allah you can't testify. Allah said, it's interesting to know why is that? Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rav was shopping for parchments when you got asked that question? Who cares? It tells Rav was asked the question, and that's it. So say perhaps the chapter is like this. Sometimes in life, a person is doing something, and it's you think they just want to be left alone. Right? So, when you're shopping for parchments, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You don't want to do anything else. You don't want to answer any questions, don't want to have conversations. Just want to go ahead and maybe have a few minutes to shop for parchments. Well, it's really speaking here. When another group needs something, there is no such thing as being slow. Another Jew needs something, it's never a hassle. It's never a bother. Maybe you can say, come on, wait till that gets back to this message, send them an email. Don't write, again, when another Jew needs something, let's say, the story is, Rab doesn't say, talk to me later, right? Rab knows this thing. When there's an opportunity to do something for someone else, opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest physical sin in the world. Okay, now, maybe the person should have asked Rob the question right now, should have waited a little bit. Okay, that's a different shaila. About that, you got a fire certificate, so when you see that they're doing something else, that's a different issue. But once he did it, once he asked, I think you see the graciousness in which God felt quite beautiful. All right, Mo is right, but about Mo, who would know the question? He wants to know, I knew all things. So again, I want to say the way this is, the way this is, the son over here, the son is really his brother. Talking about again, brothers of your brother. So let's say, so essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother, right? So someone who's a brother to my brother, but not related, not directly related to you. So this stuff, this is no. The brothers of your brother, in other words, the people who are not related to you are related to my brother, so those are kosher. Those really are totally unrelated to me, and therefore again, kosher for equals. What about Rabbi Yirmiyah said? Rabbi Yirmiyah literally just said a while ago. Rabbi Yirmiyah said that the brothers of your brother are disqualified. So now you're saying they're not disqualified. He said, I never heard that. But yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. Shalomar lo svio. When he said I didn't hear it, it means not that I didn't hear it, but rather, I don't hold that. So if that's the case, then again, then the brother of my brother is the same thing as brother, so why do you even have to break out the cases? So Tana Achim bin Av, but that's not the Achim bin Av. So he's just breaking it out because he's talking about fraternal brothers and maternal brothers. I'm not pleased to Avi Chasan, the Avi Kala, Ni'ibin Zerah. This is fascinating. Nichutanim. Right, so let's say again, Reuven marries Rachel. So Rachel has parents, right? Rachel is the father, and Reuven is the father. Reuven, so what is the Gemara saying? Reuven's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. You're like, I knew this my whole life, right? Absolutely unrelated. Are not related for these purposes over here. They are permitted to testify against each other. Now again, I'm using the word against, because that I don't mean against. It just means testify. It could be for, it could be against. The idea means over here they could be involved in testimony that has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. The Gemara says, Ela ki achla midana. This is such an interesting. So the Gemara says, Lo damul ha'adadi means that ultimately, again, they are not, Rashi says over here, Lo damul shimul ha'adadi. They're not linked. They're not linked. So what are they compared to? Ela ki achla midana. What are they compared to? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. So now again, just understand what's being said over here. There's a number of fascinating lessons over here. So this is really incredible, which is so first of all, on a level, the Gemara saying over here is they're not related, and therefore again, because there's really, and this, if I say again, I'm going to be honest, after all the people we just included in the relative pool, right, I would have thought for sure Mikutanim are relative pool, but again, because there is really there's something that links them, but not something that relates them. Therefore, they're able to testify, involving each other. We'll say, so therefore, the Gemara says, they're like a little of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. Means that there's really no connection between the two of them, even though their children are not. We'll say, really profound stories. I think Chazal telling us, sometimes in the world of marriage, the world of forgiveness, people want everything to fit. They want the chassan color, like to be perfect with each other. And people have these things sometimes of like this beautiful blended family where everybody loves each other and gets along with each other, which is beautiful, which that can happen. Actually, and certainly it does happen. But as I also think telling us that it's not true that's what it is. It can happen in blissful manner. If it happens, it's a bonus. But that, because I was saying is more often than not, Mikutanim are like the barrel and the lid that just don't quite fit together. And that's just, it's like the notion of blending two entire families is like pretty uncommon that could actually happen. It can happen sometimes. But again, if it doesn't happen, it's okay. It's not ridiculous. The idea is that the husband and wife are able to build a beautiful and blissful life together. The families are kind of like awkward, right? And the families are like, the barrel and the lid that just don't get together. It's fine. You know why? It's not even really related. Right? So because not even related, it's good. And let's say it's such an important thing. You make a very big deal about, let's say, this is an aside. People like to talk about the shidduch crisis. I want to say something. There's no shidduch crisis. There's a people crisis. Like, there's a people crisis. Like, people often put emphasis on all the wrong things. That people focus on all the wrong things. That people are looking for all the wrong things. There's nothing wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. Right? People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. If people correct themselves, have right hashkafas ha'chayim, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are original, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually impossible. And the barrel doesn't fit with the lid, and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal say, you know what? All good. As for like made adum ishtalusa. This is also a fascinating halacha. A man to testify on behalf of his wife who is now Rusa. So we'll say, so again, Ruben did Erusin with Rachel, and now what ends up happening? Halacha l'maaseh again, he can testify on her behalf. So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi, lo, I'm a first part line, lo, I'm an Allah. That's only to extract them. In other words, he can testify against her. However, the Gemara says, but to testify on her behalf, you can't do why I will say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Because halacha l'maaseh, anything that she brings is what? Is going to become his. Although it's not true, it's not actually regardless. Whether it's for or against her, he's not true. My God, Abbas, to have to stop over here. Well, we had excellent ground. Excellent, yes. But just remember where we start. We'll say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you started. Right? We started in the middle of days yesterday, so we're going to be fine. Short daf tomorrow. We're good. We'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I'll get you where you need to get to. Let's say shkaya. Sorry for today. All right, Chevron on Zoom. I feel like the Zoom Chevron has more faith in me than the in-person Chevron. All right, I'll say have a great day, everyone.
I wouldn't know it if I were you. I got even more fucked up.
of a family of banshees. Yeah, that's interesting to me. You start listening to the podcast. I know, this seems like a good plan. You come back next week, you're like,
All right, Jehovah say good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Touchin Hey Hey, Yikos Mishpacha, for dedicating all the film documents this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for Klal Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, the Common Mishpacha, dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, the brother of Itay Levi, who was killed on Kiddush Hashem in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama Hanan Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our recovering sponsors is Zevi and George Daniel, Yuri Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rafal Noah, Yosef, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah Neshama Hanan Aliyah and his family in Nechama. All those who know what should happen together, Kol Chol Yisrael, we burn to bring our house to just hold the shalom and the karabet for our holy soldiers. This is set is Chav Zayin. 27, we are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Chav Vav on the days 26D, and we left off. All right, we have a lot to do today. So we left off. Davar Acher. Davar Acher. Actually, let's just pick up Amar Kanan, which is about 2, 4, 6, about 8 lines up before it gets wide. We actually did this part, but just reorient the story a little bit. Amar Kanan, Lama Nikra Shema Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Because Torah saps you of your energy. Again, that part we spoke about yesterday. We're not going to go through that again today. So the Gemara says, good. Another possibility is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? Shenitna b'chashai b'pnei ha-satan. Torah was given quietly because of the Satan. Now, it's interesting. What exactly does this mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, it's almost right across from Rashi. B'pnei ha-satan. Shemachachrik v'amar tistapik le'oyon v'lo yimasra luchos b'yad Moshe. So apparently the Satan was against the giving of the Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore, again, it should not be given to man. And so, Hashemah had to give the Torah kind of quietly, so that the Satan didn't know about it. So I said, this is actually quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't exactly given quietly. So what does this mean, the Chashai? So he's speaking a couple of different things. So possibility one could be that this is actually a reference to the second Luchos. Remember again, the first Luchos had a lot of fanfare. And that's why part of that is why the Gemara attributes the fact that those Luchos didn't last. It was too much, it was too much fanfare, too much glitter, too much publicity. And that's why again the story doesn't really end well with the first set of Luchos. The second Luchos were given in a much quieter fashion, in a much more cellular fashion, and that's why ultimately again we enjoy. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately again to the second set of luchos. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what Gemara is talking about over here is not even as much about the giving of the Torah as much as it is about the way in which we acquire Torah. That it is important for Torah to be acquired the Chashai quietly. What does that mean? It's easy when a person learns to become a Baal Gaiva, a person who has amassed knowledge. Look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing. And of course, there's this fine line between on one hand being very proud of your accomplishments and celebrating those accomplishments, but at the same time maintaining a proper sense of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the Satan gets involved. So, another possibility is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? This is so beautiful. The foundation here is fascinating. Torah is words of Tohu. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good. Because remember, again, our association with Tohu is gracious, right? Torah Vavo means astonishingly empty. What do you mean Torah's words of Tohu? Look at Rashi. Dvarim Shal Tohu. So Dibor Ukriya Ba'alma B'chotz Dibor In Bo Geshisha Mamish Gitol Azeh. So Torah is interesting. Torah is comprised of words. And we say words often don't have a mamoshus. They don't have a substance to them. And yet Gitol Azeh, that became Olam Nishusas Aleim. The chief says, how beautiful is this? Torah's words don't have much mamashos, don't really have a substance. They don't really have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words upon which the world is created. So it's the great anomaly and great beauty and great holiness of Torah. That on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world, yet the world can't endure without it. It's so beautiful. This is very fun. Shmuel says, once again, these formulations are interesting. Machshava ma'alas v'legadoros, and Rashi says, Machshava daigas halim amizonos so'adam. So it's if a person is preoccupied with his parnasa, and a person is worried about his parnasa, so worry about parnasa could undermine one's spiritual development. Shene'emar, make the machshavas halimim, v'lo tasen yideyem toshia. So it's a very profound Gemara, and I think Ula's not even, this isn't like a statement of indictment, right? This isn't like a statement of negativity, this is a statement of fact. This is the way that it works. So every person knows this. When I'm worried about my parnasa, when I'm worried about being able to pay my bills, when I'm worried just about my material life, I don't mean material in excess fashion, just the ability to maintain my parnasa that absolutely upends and undermines the ability to truly focus on spirituality. However, Amarava, in Asutim Lishma Inamalas, if a person learns Torah Lishma, then even if at the end of the day he has worries about his parnasa, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. So what does this mean? So as if you think about it, sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about parnasa in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In times when I'm struggling with my parnasa, those are dafka the times that I need the Ribono Shel Olam most. So Ula is pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about parnasa often creates an obstacle to spiritual growth, so to growth in Torah. But yet again, Rabbi says, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so dafka in those times when I struggle is the times that I need to be closest, then ultimately again, and even struggles with parnasa will not undermine my spiritual development, which essentially is about that you could use a life challenge. In this case, it's parnasa challenge. But it's not just about parnasa. You could use challenges in life in one of two ways. Either it could create a wedge between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or to bring me closer. Now, when you say create a wedge, I don't mean the fact about questioning how did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do this to me. I mean on a basic level. When a person encounters challenge, a person can allow all of their energy to be devoted to keeping themselves afloat, and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. Or a person can say, dafka during this time of challenge, that's when I need the Ribono Shel Olam more than anything, and therefore use this challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective, all a question of how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenges. Shneimar Rabos Manshalos Lavish, Ba'atzas Hashem Yitakun, Eitzah, Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, Yitakun Olam. So Eitzah, you might understand the word Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Sheish B'Dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is ultimately again for the purpose of coming closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yitakun Olam. This will enjoy forever. So let's say on one hand, Ula describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and for that matter, struggles in life, tend to distract the person from spiritual development, understandably so. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge reminds me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So that's the challenge, is the time to solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relationship with Hashem. All a question of how I choose to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. Incredible. I'm going to leave the Amos side. Close this window again. Back to Mishnah just for a little bit. Rabbi said in the Mishnah, so all of these people who are apostle Eidos, like for example, the Misaki, the Kuvya, gambler. So Yehuda says that's only if they have no other profession, right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals Shalem Umnus Elohu. When they say it's their only profession, Aval if they have another profession, it's not gambling, pigeon racing, or these other detrimental things. And Allah so they are kosher. It says, I'm not supposed to say for my life. I'm not the Ava, I'm not the but Rabbi Kulan speaking Haklaza the basic. So that is very interesting. So comes along. Rabbi Elazar, that all of these individuals, before you officially hustle them for Eidos, you have to make an announcement in Beis Din. Right? Now again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Haklaza Rashi says over here. Haklaza Beis Din, the end of some Eidos, actually Haklaza Beis Din, Lodia Psulon. So what's the idea of the announcement? So before you hustle someone from being an aide, because he's a pigeon racer or a shviz or a shmita merchant or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Always telling an individual, we are going to disqualify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it together. So the Gemara says, Roa, so Roa, what about a shepherd? And we'll say, remember again, shepherds, what's interesting, shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. Just, we'll say, I don't want to point out, it's always all of our greatest leaders throughout the generations were all shepherds. Right? Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David HaMelech, right after David, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? All this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Roet's son Yisrael, right? Chosno, he's Moshe Rabbeinu shepherding. Moshe Rabbeinu's first encounter with the snares because he was out shepherding. It's interesting, by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. You know, everything is about so the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except Lord's water. So interesting enough. So what about a shepherd? Because shepherds were known to be such thieves, so they need this announcement in Beis Din as well. So one opinion said, yes, even shepherds need an announcement. Others said shepherds don't need an announcement. How do you know that you don't have Stam Lo Apostle? According to the opinion that says you don't need to announce about a shepherd, that's because everyone knows Stam shepherd is possible. It's possible. Stam Lo Apostle. But according to the opinion that says that even a shepherd needs an announcement, what do you do about the statement in the Brisa that in general you have to make an announcement about shepherds? So the Gemara says, what do you do about the statement that says Stam Lo Apostle? The Stama Machrizin Ale means that the Stama, you're going to have to go ahead and announce about the shepherd. Okay, so therefore, interestingly enough, we seem to be adopting this approach that before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce in Beis Din. Like Reuven Ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer, I just want to let you know he's going to be apostle. This way, again, that announcement allows Reuven Ben Yaakov to get his acts together, should he choose to do so. Does the shepherd need an announcement, or is it just stand disqualified? Nachlokas. Listen to this case. Haluma Tana Bahaba Kasimi Ale Tre Gazlan. There's no such word as Shkar Matana, right? So Reuben gave Shimon a Matana gift. And they had two witnesses. Witnesses who are both thieves, and they're for apostle agents. Several Shapava Rashmo wanted to wanted to certify the document as kosher. Why? Because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses. Therefore, because there was never an announcement made, they're not disqualified. The Rothschild Alayu, I'm going to rub this in 1 second. We give out in Hakraza the Gazlan Grabanon, the Gazlan Dorais and me by in Hakraza. So 1 second. The idea of having to make an announcement, that's called a rabbinic thief. We'll say, what's a rabbinic thief? It's not a thief of smicha. Like a rabbinic thief, right, means that someone who committed an act of Gazlan Grabanon. The examples of that Our Mishnah, the Saki Pakuvia, Mafriach Miyonin, right? Again, the gambler, the pigeon racer, the problem with all these individuals is that it's rabbinic fees. So those are the individuals who require announcement. A biblical fee. What's a biblical fee? So you can jump into someone who steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft. Right? That does not require any kind of announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified from English. Okay, let's go to Nachman. All clay cover I have two labels. So okay, this is fascinating. So Nachman says as follows. All clay cover I have. Now what does that mean? All clay cover I have. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, someone who accepts charity from non-Jews. If you accept charity from non-Jews, such a person is Pasol La'edus. Now again, the concern over here is that such a person has created a Chol Hashem. Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go outside of the community for succor? Right, that's how community for help. Like there's plenty of help available in the Jewish community. There's no need to take tzedakah from outside of the community. And doing so represents the Chol Hashem, because we're going to see over here, the thing that makes people Pasol La'edus is money. That's what makes people Pasol La'edus. So when a person takes money or uses money in an unscrupulous way, that's when they become Pasol La'edus. So therefore, this act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source shows that a person wants money so badly that he's willing to take it and get from outside of the community. Such a person is Pasol La'edus. But that's only if they did this publicly. About the sinalo, but if they did this privately, then it's not a Chol Hashem, and therefore again they're not Pasol La'edus. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they had the ability to receive this money privately and not to base themselves. If a person had absolutely no choice, in other words, their only option was to receive money from a non-Jewish source and to do it publicly, because their only way to survive, in those are extenuating circumstances, they're not Pasol La'edus. No Nachman. So it's very interesting. So Rav Nachman says someone who is kosher la'arayos, which means someone who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, is still kosher la'edus, which is fascinating. Look at actually why kosher la'edus. But Russia the Hamas. What's interesting? What we just said before. What disqualifies a person for egos is not simply sinful behavior. Why I will say, if what disqualified a person was the commission of an avera, then what? You would have zero pool of egos, right? Zero pool of aid. Everyone does it. Everyone knows averas. So what disqualifies an aid are financial indiscretions. That's what we're concerned about over here, because once a person is we'll call it either lie or cheat, is not honest when it comes to monetary matters, then we're concerned that in transactional law, you're not going to remain honest either. But interestingly enough, indiscretions in other areas of Yiddishkeit, the person is kosher la'arayos. Okay, obviously it's not good for any of us to hear about this, but that does not give me my ability to be a witness in a financial transaction. Kosher la'arayos, so the Gemara says, Ani Mari Arban Bekasei Kasha. This is interesting. Is it possible that a person will go ahead and get 40 lashes on the shoulder and still be kosher la'edus? Not going to get Rashi. Arban Bekasei Chayi Malkusi. Afapi Shein Shemas Radam Emar Malki Aloto Bashmo. So this is interesting enough. What she's just saying. A person who is known to the community kosher la'arayos, to be suspect regarding immoral activities, who would flog such a person like that? So the Gemara says somebody's going to get malchus, flog him, and he's going to be kosher la'arayos. It seems a little bit strange. And Rabbi says, ultimately, again, Rav Nachman would agree. So again, Rav Nachman still holds that something right? Because the only thing that disqualifies you regarding English is financial indiscretion, but not moral indiscretion. But even Rav Nachman will agree going to rely on that guy. Right? In other words, because remember again, Eid Echad is believed to say, let's say Rachel's married to Reuven, so Eid Echad is believed to say that Reuven's dead. Reuven's dead, right? That's a special kula that Chazal made by Eidos Isha. But someone who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, we're not going to believe him. Why? Makes sense. Because we're concerned that maybe he's lying because he set his eyes upon this woman. So Ravina and Ravina said, 1 second, it's only for him to get Eidos regarding permitting a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. But let's say again, this same guy testifies that Rachel's married to Reuven, that she's married woman. So that ultimately he will accept this testimony for her. So the one says, Pshita, that's obvious. How can hold you up front? Hold you up front. So now became so maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps Halacha L'Moisa, he prefers that she's married, right? This immoral guy prefers that this woman is married. Like this says, stolen waters are always sweeter. Right? The Gemara says, Kamash Malon, the Kama the Kami help you Shlichol. No, it's not true because he's immoral. Because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married because this issue is available to him. So therefore, if he testifies that she's married, we ultimately believe him. Okay, Rabbi Nachman, the Gemara says, Ganav Nisan and Ganav Tishrei Lo Shnei Ganav. This is great. But Nachman says, a Ganav Nisan and a Ganav Tishrei is not called a Ganav. Now, it sounds like there's someone who only steals during Nisan and Tishrei. Yeah, this is both more holiday season, right? So when I said I got Nisan, I got Tishrei. So that's the idea is like I'm not being schmucky. Not all the time, right? Yet during Nisan and Tishrei, such a person ultimately again is not considered to be a Ganav. What does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan Zman Katzir, Tishrei Zman Basir Ba'asir. So remember again, Nisan is the harvest season, so Tishrei is the ingathering season. So what this means is as follows. So this is talking about what qualifies. The Gemara says, so here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit. Okay, it's not in the picture. What are you talking about over here? Someone who's a sharecropper working for someone, and what do? They end up taking more than they're entitled to. So remember again, a sharecropper, what does a sharecropper get? That's what a sharecropper is. Now, the halacha is that a laborer, when he's working in the field, is entitled, let's say again, he's working with finished produce, he's entitled to eat while he works. We learn these halachas in Bav Mitzvah, right? What he's not entitled to do, he can't put it in his utensils, he can't bring it home. A sharecropper is not entitled to that, right? Because a sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. A sharecropper gets a segment, while he's working. So the idea will be is that a sharecropper is eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for Eidos. Why? Almost like about say, it's going to sound strange. It's like an understandable theft. He's more a heter. He figures, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, that's only I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma worked out, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a bona fide thief, therefore I don't myself. He's still limited to give Eidos. So the Gemara says, if Ray drugs did, Chad Ganav Kacha Desare, Upaslay. So what's this? So again, Rav Zvid, Ikari Rav Zvid. So Rav Zvid had farmers. So what happened? Chad Ganav Kacha Desare, Upaslay. One stole a cob of barley, and Rav Zvid disqualified him. The Chad Ganav Kibur Dagini, Upaslay. And one went ahead and stole literally again a cluster of dates. And Rashi says over here, Kibur Dagini Kimin Eshkol Ishtamar Hanabanatakar, a big cluster of dates. And he passed him, Hanol Kaburoi, the keyboard Nafsha, Biyom Tov Shalatzeres. So most I tell the story. There was a chevra who buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. I will say now this is actually very interesting. So if we take a look, Rashi says over here, Kiburi Kovid Nasi. So these guys went ahead and buried the dead, Jewish grave diggers, and they buried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says, you saw this more cut. That you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately again, Alts Kavod Ameis. Now today we don't do that. Today we don't do that because we have refrigeration. So therefore, again, there's no concern that the mace is going to decompose if we wait to bury until after. It happens to be still in some of the Hasidic communities. They still bury on Yom Tov Sheni, even presently. That's still the minhag hamakom. But again, in our community, we do not see this done. These guys were mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury in Yom Tov Rishon, but they were mechal Yom Tov. They buried on Yom Tov Rishon. Now listen to this. In words, the Shah says, Shantiru Rapapa, Upasil Avis. So ultimately, Rapapa excommunicated them and made the Apostle Avis. Now, why do you make the Apostle Avis? Because the assumption was, why are they doing this? To make money. To make money. They wanted to make money. So essentially, what they wanted, they buried the dead young kids. Happened to be that their work is a very nice chesed, shalanes chesed for the dead, but it's still a young kid. Rav Huna ben Yehoshua said that no, there's still kasha ladies. Still kasha ladies. What's the happening from kasha ladies? They're shying. Sabar mitzvah ka'afu. These guys thought that they're doing a mitzvah. Again, obviously they work like Carlo Young, which they're not allowed to do. But they're more ahead there. They made ahead for themselves because they thought that after all they're doing a mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Baha, Kanashatina, but they were excommunicated. So the Gemara says, Sabar Paraka Bile Rabbanan. So ultimately, again, they figured like this. They figured, you're right, we went ahead and we did something wrong. There was one say, they thought, it's interesting, at least we felt, that this was like a good example, like an Alfredo and the Shema. They thought that they were doing something good. Right? Now, granted, it was not good, but they were burying the Jews, so they thought it was something good. What about the excommunication? They looked at the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they felt that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. So they were excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay, fine. So the bottom line by it, of course, again, I'm not for myself. It is wrong. You're not allowed to bury on the first day of Yom Tov. But interestingly enough, Papa, sorry, the Yeshua felt that you see in these kind of cases where the person has an explanation for their behavior, and the explanation kind of holds a little bit of water, even though it's erroneous, they're not necessarily possible. It's incredible. Itmar, what's that type of science? Type of science, 27a. Itmar, eight zomer. Okay, so what's an interesting case over here? Eight zomer. So what do you do ultimately? Again, remember, an eight zomer means a witness who has been proven to be false. So remember again, what's like the process for Ibn Zolman, within the Shimon show up, and Ibn Shimon say, we saw that, A killed B on Monday morning. And then the second set of witnesses show up and they say, Ibn Shimon, you couldn't have seen that because you were with us on Monday morning. Okay, so now Ibn Shimon are proven to be an eight Zolman. So the Gemara says, so now the Shabbos says, an eight Zolman obviously is not committed to give Avis. He's not believed. He lost his chesed cash. The shaila is how or when do we apply that? So Rabbi says we're not afraid of being so. Rabbi says he's retroactively disqualified. In other words, retroactively disqualified all the way to the date in which he went ahead and he gave testimony. So let me illustrate where this can happen. So let's say for example that Reuben and Shimon give their testimony on Monday, January 13th, right? Like your day's potatoes. Your dual potatoes, right? So they go ahead and they give a testimony on the 13th of potatoes. So it's now what happens. Let's say they're not made zomamin, right? Until the 13th of Adar, right? A couple of months later, right? Let's say they have until a couple months later. So now the shaila is once they made Ibn Zolman, the shaila is, does their Zolman status start from now, from the moment they're made Ibn Zolman, or does it extend that retroactively? Now, most of this really serious, the shaila. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activities in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made Ibn Zolman? They signed on shtaros. They were even under a chuppah, and all these different kinds of things. So again, do we extend their age zoning status retroactively, or no, only from the moment they were made zoning and forward? So this is my focus. Rabbi says, my friend himself, Rabbi says, we can't allow on this. So Rabbi says, we extend their status retroactively. Rabbi says, no, only from this point going forward. Rabbi says retroactively, Me'idna da'asid rashahu. That Torah Amra Tashes Lekha Im Rasha Al Tashes Rasha. So Rabbi says it's retroactive because ultimately, again, from the time now that they were made Zolim, that means from the time that they give testimony, they are Rashai. And the Torah says you cannot use a Rasha for any testimonial or aid activity. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the retroactively invalid. So also means according to Abaye, anything that they have done testimony-wise, aidless-wise, in the interim is going to be undone. Rabbi already kind of lahabah. So Rabbi says, no. The only time that the Eid Zomin becomes possible is from the moment that they are made Zomin and going forward. Why? The Gemara says, Eid Zomin chidushu. Because the whole concept of an Eid Zomin, right? You want to say the whole idea of Eid Zomin is a chiddush. What's the chiddush? My cause is the son is ahani. Some of kahani. So let's say, because remember again, what happens to Eid Zomin? The second set of witnesses is called and say, Reuben and Shimon cannot have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. Well, why should you give any more credibility to the second set than you do to the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous chiddush. The chiddush only applies from the moment that it occurs and going forwards. Therefore, again, to extend the Eid Zolim status retroactively would essentially be to extend, to amplify the chiddush of Eid Zolim, which we're not ready to do. Between Abaye and Rabbi, and Abba says, so again, I just want to point out, we normally think of the concept of Eid Zolim as everything happening in rapid succession. Right? So you're going to show up amazing, give testimony, and then, 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, bust through the door saying, you're going to show you were with testimony. And then a month later, 2 months later, 6 months later, a second set of witnesses show up and say, you're going to show you could not have seen what you claim to have seen. You were with us at that time. So then my focus Abaye and Rabbi. Do they become Eid Zomin from the time of the testimony? Others say, Rabbi Nami Abaye Israel. Others say that Rabbi holds like Abaye. Rabbi holds like Abaye. How so? Matam Kaman. So Matam Kaman, Mikana Lahaba. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Eid Zomin from now, from the time that they going forward? Very simple. We should see them in the host. Because once again, the issue is you're going to put people at a disadvantage. Remember again, as we just said before, it's quite possible that the witnesses had engaged in much testimonial activity between the time that they gave their testimony and between the time that they were made in the soul. As everyone was using them thinking that they were good witnesses, it's typically now upend their testimonial activity retroactively, you're going to put many purchasers at a disadvantage. My and I wasn't trying to keep them. Because we're now asking you to trade the Chad. 2 sets of witnesses testify about Reuben and Shimon. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their death. So Rapapi conducted himself like a Rabbi, and therefore disqualified them only from this point going forward. In cases of Yal Kigam, we're not going to go through all of these cases, but you see Rashi actually quotes all of them. And interestingly enough, Halacha L'maisa, the Ayin of Yal Kigam is Eid Zomin, our case, we pass him like Abaye, that Halacha L'maisa, when an Eid Zomin is disqualified, he is retroactively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. Which means that if Reuben and Shimon gave the testimony on the 13th of Shvat, and they were disqualified, but they only became Eid Zomin on the 13th of Adar, anything that they did between the time that they gave the testimony and when they Eid Zomin is invalidated. So they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they're used for customers. Everything is going to have to be done over again. Incredible. So once we pass like Abaye, it's Zomin disqualified on Mafreya. Incredible. All kind of examples. Once some other examples of people are disqualified. So let's say this is a person who eats non-kosher to, let's say, Avon means because he likes it. Now, there's 2 ways to commit an Avera. Number 1 way, because I want it, right? Because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Versus lahachis. Ma'achis means I do something to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure Aveira and the theological Aveira. Pleasure Aveira, you are intimately familiar with, right? I want to do it, I like it, it's enjoyable, it's fun, okay, so I'm just going to do it. Right? Theological Aveira, I'm taking a principle. There are principled sinners, right? Who go ahead and that's what it is. Principled versus pleasure. There are pleasure sinners, principled sinners, right? So principled sinners, just I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So remember, also the devil means a guy who eats non-kosher because he likes it. Just because he likes it. I enjoy it. It's pleasurable to me. So what's the halacha? Divrei hakol pasal. Everyone agrees that such a person is pasal leibus. Such a person is not fit for testimony. Now let's say, what's the idea over here? So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Why is he eating non-kosher? So the Gemara says, probably because it's cheaper, right? Non-kosher, anyone ever sees these ads, right? Non-kosher, it's incredible. Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's a half a mortgage to go out to eat, right, in a kosher place, right? So the night, so a person eats non-kosher food. Why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, so what does that mean? That means I'm sinning for financial benefit. Okay, so remember again, what's the common theme over here? When you sin for financial benefit, you are pasoleidos. The pasoleidos, that's it. So the Gemara says, now interestingly enough, so this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that a moment a person is not kosher food because he likes it. You want to say it can't just be because of the taste, because kosher food is wonderful. It's because of the cost. So such a person is sinning in order to save money, sinning because of money or automatically pasoleidos, unfit for any testimony. What about lahakis? What about a principled sinner? Person who sins in order to buy to such a person is pasul. Rabbi Amar Kasha. Rabbi says he's kasha. Rabbi says isn't this guy sinning? So that you thought just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. Because I'll say why? Because remember, it's important to keep, what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to transactions, because you may or may not be telling the truth, and you may or may not be signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from this. That's why you can't. You saw the person who is eating kosher rice, person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral. That's an issue I have to work on. Right? But for myself, I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I could still potentially go ahead and give increase. So Abai says apostle, Rabbi Amar Kasha. So Abai says apostle, why the Hamani Rasha? So Abai says, again, if you're a principled sinner, you're rebelling against God, you're Rasha. If you're Rasha, ultimately again, you can't go ahead and be an aid. Rabbi says kasher. Rasha the chamas ba'inor. Rabbi says you're kasher. Why? Because the only type of Rasha that is unfit to give testimony is what kind of Rasha? A financial Rasha. And this guy's a principal Rasha, not a financial Rasha. Incredible. So they say, where's your kasha? Atashas Rasha aid. Torah says, do not go ahead and meet the Rasha aid. Atashas chamas aid. Who are these people? Elu gazmanim. These are first to feed. More than the shvius, people go ahead and do business with shvuta produce. So my lab, echad shvuas shabda, echad shvuas moment. So we're talking about again more than the shows people who take oaths, who are unscrupulous with oaths. Who is that talking about? Is it not talking about someone who takes a false oath, or someone who takes false oaths regarding money? So it says, you see from here, even non-financial discretion is invaluable to the neighbor's role. These monetary oaths. So they say, Atashas Rasha aid, Atashas Hamas aid, Elu Gazronen, Umaladu business. This is supposed to be for ultimately again what thieves, and ultimately lending interest to Yukta Da'abai Diyosha. And it's Mr. Fida because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to give interest is financial indiscretion and not theological rebellion. It's incredible. Maybe this whole thing is about locust tonight. George was not always on Zomim Pasal Lachalator Kula Div Rabbi Meir. And there it says that someone becomes an Zomim. Someone becomes an Zomim, they are Pasal Sigrid Egos. They are Pasal Sigrid Egos and anything in the Torah. And you have to know that when is that so? She wasn't doing the fashions. That's only Zomim in Zomim when it comes to capital cases. About Huzam, the Dini Mamanis, Pasal doing the fashions. This is interesting. If a person is named in Zomim for monetary matters, you're still believed to testify for capital matters. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic that I say is, it's fascinating. When it comes to the word of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do and things that, I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I say, so interesting enough, apparently, not apparently, you know this, it occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be willing to be a false witness when it comes to monetary matters, but that same person would never lie when it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is proven to be an Zomim, when it comes to monetary matters, he is still be believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they not buy Kramer, Rabbi Yossi. So say that Abai holds a Kramer, and Rabbi holds a Yossi. So Shimon says, Abai Kramer, I'm sorry. Abai Kramer, what do you mean Abai holds a Kramer? So the Amar, Amina Nikula Lukumra. Because again, he owns ultimately again that you go ahead, if a person is going to do a more lenient sin, they'd be willing to do a more hummer sin as well. Rabbi Rabbi Yossi, the Amar Nikula Lukula, Amina Nikula Lukumra Amina. And Rabbi says, Rabbi Yossi, no, once a person has transgressed something severe, you're certainly willing to transgress something less severe. But if a person has only transgressed something, less severe, they wouldn't necessarily be ready to transgress something more severe, which was a low. Alito, basically, I'm going to put you, no one disagrees. If you go to a mayor, Abai could have mayor, Abai holds a mayor, but Rabbi, Ask come up mayor Hassan Elagabi in Zomim. So the mayor only espoused his position by Zomim. Why? The Mamon, so the Gemara says, Zomim, the Mamon. Because when a person lies about monetary matters, the Rava Shamayim, the Rava Brios. Such a person, I will say, ultimately, is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu and a sin against people. About Hachot, when it comes to a case, I will say, of Ochel, the Velos Bahachis, that's a person who eats non-kosher as a principal sin, right? There's a theological rebellion. The Rava Shamayim, such a person is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says that in the Rava Brios, that a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, the Hilchasah Kavasa Dabayin. They always say the bottom line, the halacha follows Abai. So therefore, both say, what seems to be saying over here. So the word was saying, what is the follows Abai? The halacha says that even a principal sinner, right, what we call again a mumar, lahachis, which is a person who does averos in a principal way to rebel against the Kadosh Baruch Hu, is also pasal leidus. So the Gemara says, 1 second, right? So the Gemara says, but we just refuted Abai. Which the Gemara says the Hagi Rabbi Yossi, the reflects in Rabbi Yossi. Get the Hagi Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what about the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Shani Hasam, Stam one Tanakad Meir. Even though Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the Stam kind of goes to be Meir. The Gemara says the Haka Sasam one. Where do we know that from? The Barchama Kadol Nash is the most interesting piece that happened over here. We'll come back to that local mice in just a moment. So I trying to point out what's happening here. Interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing that a mother, let's say, avon is proselytus. Someone eats non-kosher because they like it. Such a person is absolutely unequivocally unfit for any testimonial capacity. Now, interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands this to be a financial crime. Right, that's what it is. Right? But why is the person eating non-kosher? Cheaper. So, what do you see? You're willing to sin to save money. Okay, well, once a person is willing to sin to save money, then by definition, they're unfit for all of this because that shows you're willing to live on the wrong side of law for financial gains. Well, once that happens, then I'm not believed. Such a person does not believe for any matter regarding testimony. Interestingly enough, the Machlokas Abai and Rabbi is what do you do about someone who is a Lord Lahafis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain. but to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece over here, but there's a strong theological piece over here. Sabai says, person is puzzled. Rabbi says, person is kosher. It seems to me we're tilting in the direction of Abai, and let's finish this off. So the Gemara, listen to this. So then we'll suggest we're going over here like Rabbi Meir. Starting talking to Rabbi Meir. Just repeat this story, big story. I mean, it's not a big story, but it's an interesting story. The Bar Chama comes on Rashi. This guy, Bar Chama, killed someone. Amar Rish Galus, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amar Rish Galus, Abba Yaakov, took Ayimba. So Rish Galus, like the Babylonian Jewry, said to Rabbi Abba, go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. He's bad guy Kato. Look how you do the emails. So if this guy Bar Chama killed someone, well, say literally means poke out his eyes. Now Rashi points out over here. It doesn't mean poke out his eyes. The Rish Galus did not have the power to put people to death or to do types of injury like this. Rather, what it means is punish him. Punish him most probably financially. So what happened? Also, chase out the so what happened? So two witnesses showed up and they said, listen, this guy Bar, what was his name? Bar Chama. This guy Bar Chama, he killed someone. So two witnesses showed up and they need to say, Bar Chama killed someone. Listen to okay, so listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chama brought two other witnesses, and two witnesses testified against one of the accusing witnesses. Right? So against just so Bar Chama is accused of killing someone. Rabbi Abba is leading up the investigation. He's convening the basis. Later days, two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we call him Ruben. Bar Chama killed Ruben. Then what happens? Bar Chama brings two more witnesses. Those two witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses, discrediting him. And what do they say? So again, so these two guys, so Bar Chama brings two other witnesses. These two witnesses show up and they say one of the accusing witnesses, stole. Now, they have a dispute about what he stole. One says he stole barley, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Right? The point is they're testifying that what? This guy, one of the accusing witnesses, is a Ganav. And because he's a Ganav, he is disqualified from testimony, from testifying, and because he's disqualified from testifying, therefore there are not two witnesses against Bar Chama. Okay, so let's analyze. So ultimately again, you hold like Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi Ha'amar, Chuzam B'Dinei Mamaris, Kach L'Dinei Nefashos. 4 seconds. Normally, if there's in the whole discussion of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi say, just because someone is disqualified or made into an exoning by monetary matters, they are still believed for capital matters, right? What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Just because you would lie about money doesn't mean you would lie about the capital case. And therefore, according to Rabbi Yossi, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the accusing witnesses stole, it would still not disqualify him from being a witness against Bar Chama. But he talks like the mayor. What does the mayor say? The mayor says that even if you've been shown to be an exoning for doing monies, that automatically disqualifies you for doing the fashion as well. And he passes the mayor. What do you say passes the mayor? So he wants to unite. Even in the Hardistan, Kalawari London doing the fashions, London doing monies, anyone who is fit to his heart, whether need to adjudicate as a judge or to testify regarding doing the fashions, is certainly believed. So monetary matters. So money, even in Rabbi Yossi, we get that Rabbi Yossi, so many the money. According to Rabbi Yossi, what I said, I say, we the case because you see other person who is made, once he's made into an age zoning for monetary matters, the Kasha of the Nefashos will pass like the Romanus. Alav Rabbi Meir. Rabbi sees Rabbi Meir. So we might. Maybe he's talking about an age who was disqualified because of a genealogical issue, not because of any other testimonial issue. If you don't say this, Seifa Diktani, there's such a thing as a witness or as a judge who is fit for giving evidence but not fit for giving the fashas. And my Enorai, how could that be that he's not right? It's some giving the fashas. If he was made he's only giving the fashas, Roy would give him evidence. He still believes in monetary matters. The hard Divrei HaKol possible. I think that's talking about someone who's disqualified because of genealogical qualification. Agenami, it's so yochsinkai. Elahocha scam lontana is not in other words, like we must be going on the mayor, because why we're doing in our Mishnah. What are the people are also Eidos? I'm a second. Gambler, allowing rebels, lending with interest, mafrichim, loaning job racers, sokai, shirias, lenders, and people do this any testimony or any testimony that a woman would not be believed for, I think in Shirina, so they are not believed for as well. Money, whose opinion is this? Even Rabbi Yossi, if you want to say Rabbi Yossi, Ha'ika Eidos. There's capital cases where a woman can't testify. They have these individuals, but so you might say, Rabbi Meir. So now it must be Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi said, what do you see from here? Rabbi Meir. Rabbi said, what do you mean for Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir passes the Havos. So once someone has been disqualified for dealing mamonos, they also can't testify for dealing the fashas. This is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now, I will say, just keep your eye on that cheat though. Rabbi Meir holds that once you are disqualified for dealing mamonos, you cannot testify for dealing the fashas. What's the logic there? What's the logic? Because once a liar, always a liar. Once you have lied regarding monetary matters, you have lost your credibility, and you don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So the Rabbi said, come, let's go for a Sunday. Here we go. So we're going to see for a second. Told you, we're going to make it to the Mishnah. I just want to say, now listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Baracham is accused of murder. Rich Kalutza said, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Rabbi Abba convenes a basic. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Bar Hama kill Ruvain. Good. Not good. Right? Bar Hama kill Ruvain. Bar Hama then brings two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Barley, an axe handle. Even though it wasn't worth it, right? But again, he stole. So says, now what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? So now we've proven that one of the accusing witnesses is a thief. So what's the Shaila? Do we pass like Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi? Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that what you would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, the witness should still be believed. Rabbi Meir holds that no, once you have been established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony, including capital matters as well. And I will say the whole Gemara to show that what? We pass him like Rabbi Meir, that Allah again, once you're proven a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility for everything. And therefore, I will say, what happens? Here we go. What happens? The Gemara says, I love Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happens? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Right? Why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because he was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimonial credibility, and therefore, again, the case was thrown out of court. What happened? Barachama Nashki Akare, Barachama kissed Rabbi Abba's feet. Right, kissed his feet. Right, Rashi says she gave the Suso, because he was very happy with the verdict. The Kabbalah Mekargi the Kulish Shale, and he promised to go ahead and get Rabbi Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. And he didn't pay taxes that year. Rashi says over here, the Kabbalah Mekargi the Kulish Shale, Latino Kolama and Muchimanas Hanala. And what the Shah points out, I think it's such a shkaya for that. Generally, Talmidei Chachamim were exempt anyway from the head tax, so it wasn't in giving. But again, expressing his gratitude. Say for most, like, halach what I'm studying for today, but again, I'll put 2 points out. Number one, be passing Rabbi Meir. That again, once someone is shown to be a liar, they lose their credibility for monetary matters. You extend that to all cases, including capital matters as well. And once again, just to circle back, go back to circuit on Abaye. How do we pass him? Everyone agrees that a mummer lete avon, someone who goes in and eats non-kosher again for their own pleasure, is soon disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. What about a mummer lahachis? The Rambam Paraskim like Abaye and a mummer lahachis are principled sinner. Someone who sins to rebel against the Kodesh Baruch Hu is also going to be disqualified from any kind of evil. So those are stop over here for today. All right, Chavazim, have a great day, everyone.
Let's see here.
I don't know if you're easy to is your internet show
Air pumper. Papa doesn't go anywhere. Okay, so it's another okay. Let's see here. Oh man, why does it do this to us, dude? Let's see if like.
I know you say you love Dan and you guys are all good, but why don't you ever go to UFC fights anymore?
I don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, Joel says, good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin Hey Hey, Vitosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua's this year as a Zuchos for Besoros Tovos for Klal Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, Becoming Mishpacha, dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Amit ben David Levi, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed at Kiddush Hashem in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama having Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, really Nishmas Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael ben Rafal Noach Yosef. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama having Aliyah, his family in Nechama. All those who need Earth who are traveling here with Kol Choli Yisrael, the Rebbe Shalom should bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the Vikara, that should allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Mazir there. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chav Zayin 27. We are picking up in Yeres Hashem on Chav Vav on the days 26, and we left off. All right, we have a lot to do today. So we left off. Davar Acher. Davar Acher. Actually, this is about Amrav Chanan, which is about 2, 4, 6, about 8 lines up before it gets wide. We actually did this part, but just reorient the story a little bit. Amrav Chanan. Lama Nikra Shema Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Because Torah saps you of your energy. Again, that part we spoke about yesterday. We're not going to go through that again today. So the Gemara says, good. Another possibility is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? Shenitna bechashayin b'pnei hasatan. Torah was given quietly because of the suffering. Now, it's interesting. What exactly does this mean? You know, there's Rashi. Rashi's like, it's almost right across from Rashi. B'pnei hasatan. Shemakatrin v'amar tistatik l'el yom. V'lo yimasru aluchos b'yad Moshe. So apparently the Satan was against the giving of the Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore again it should not be given to man. And so the Torah had to give the Torah kind of quietly, so that the Satan didn't know about it. So I said, it's actually quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't exactly given quietly. So what does this mean, the Chashai? So this means a couple of different things. So possibility one could be that this is actually a reference to the second Luchos. Remember again, the first Luchos had a lot of fanfare, and that's why part of that is why the Gemara attributed back to those Luchos didn't last. It was too much. It was the humbi. It was too much fanfare, too much publicity, and that's why again the story doesn't really end well with the first set of Luchos. The second Luchos was given in a much quieter fashion, in a much more simple fashion, and that's why ultimately again the exhort. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately again to the second set of Luchos. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what the Gemara is talking about over here is not even as much about giving of the Torah as much as it is about the way in which we acquire Torah. that it is important for Torah to be acquired with Hashai, quietly. What does that mean? It's easy when a person learns to become a Balgaiva, a person who has amassed knowledge. Look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing. And of course, there's this fine line between, on one hand, being very proud of your accomplishments and celebrating those accomplishments, but at the same time, maintaining a proper sense of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. If Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the Satan gets involved. Another possibility is Toshia. What does it mean, Toshia? This is so beautiful. The formulation is fascinating. Torah is words of Tohu. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good, right? Because remember, again, our association with Tohu is gracious, right? Tohu Vavon means astonishingly empty. What does it mean, Torah's words of Tohu? Look at Rashi. Dvarim shel Tohu. So Ibor Ukuya Ba'alma, because Ibor Inbo Vishisha Manish, Toazat. The Torah is interesting. Torah is comprised of words. And when I say words often don't have a mamoshus, they don't have a substance. And yet, it tells us that Gavapiking, Olam Mishusas Aleim, how beautiful is this? Torah's words. Words don't have mamoshus, don't really have a substance. They don't really have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words upon which the world was created. So it's a great anomaly, a great beauty, and great wholeness of Torah. That on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world, yet the world can't endure without it. So beautiful. So Ula says, once again, these formulations are interesting. Rashi says, Machshava, Daigos Halev Amizonoso Sho'adam. So this is kind of what I'm saying. So if a person is preoccupied with his parnasa, and a person is worried about his parnasa, so worry about parnasa could undermine one's spiritual development. Shnei Amar, made for Machshavas Alunim, although Sa'asem Yedeyem Toshia. So we'll say it's a very profound Gemara, and I think Ula's not even, this isn't like a statement of indictment, right? This isn't like a statement of negativity, this is a statement of fact. This is the way that it works. So I'll say every person knows this. When I'm worried about my parnasa, when I'm worried about being able to pay my bills, when I'm worried just about my material life, I don't need material in excess fashion. Just the ability to maintain my parnasa that absolutely upends and undermines the ability to truly focus on spirituality. You must, however, Amarava, in Asukin Nishma Inamo Elis. But if a person learns Torah Lishma, then even if at the end of the day he has worries about his parnasa, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. So what does it mean? So as if you think about it, sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about parnasa in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes from my Kadosh Baruch Hu. In times when I'm struggling with my parnasa, those are the times that I need the Ribono Shel Olam most. So Ula is pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about parnasa often creates an obstacle to spiritual growth or to growth in Torah. But yet, again, Rabbi says, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the dafka in those times when I struggle is the times that I need to be closest. Then ultimately, again, even struggles with parnasa will not undermine my spiritual development, which essentially is the most that you could use a life challenge. In this case, it's parnasa challenge, but it's not just about parnasa. You could use challenges in life in one of two ways. Either it could create a wedge between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or to bring me closer. Now, when we say create a wedge, I don't mean the fact about questioning how did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do this to me. I mean on a basic level, when a person is on this challenge, the person can allow all of their energy to be in order to keeping themselves afloat, and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. Or a person can say, dafka during this kind of challenge, that's when I need the Ribono Shel Olam more than anything, and therefore use this challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective, it's all a question of how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenges. Shneimar Ravos Machshavos Lavish V'atzas Hashem Yitakum Eitzah Sheish B'Dvar Hashem So Eitzah, the Gemara's understanding of her Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Sheyesh ba dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is ultimately for the purpose of coming closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This would have been Pharaoh. So also, really, on one hand, Ula describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and for that matter, struggles in life, tend to distract each person from spiritual development, understandably so. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge reminds me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Dafka challenge is a time to solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relationship with Hashem. All a question of how I choose to utilize the opportunity of that challenge. Incredible. I'm going to read the Amos site. So let's remember again. Rabbi Yehuda said back to Mishnah just a little bit. Rabbi Yehuda said in Mishnah, now Allah comments on all of these people who are apostle or evil, like for example, the Misaki, the Kudya, the Yonim, the gambler. So the Yehuda says that's only if they have no other profession. Right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals won't be proselytes. Right? His Lashon was Rabbi Yehuda, Masai, is not showing them umnos elohu. When this is their only profession, Abal Yishlan umnos shalom. I'm sorry, Abal Yishlan umnos shalom. If they have another profession, it's not gambling, pigeon racing, or all of these other detrimental things. And Allah Shalai said they are customers. It says, I'm not supposed to say, for my life, I'm not the Abba, I'm the Lazar, I'm not going to do that. Balach was what we do that. But I'm not the Abba, I'm the Lazar, Kulan, Sweeping, Hakraza, the basic. Shabbat is very interesting. So it comes along. Rabbi Elazar, that all of these individuals, before you officially cancel them for Eidos, you have to make an announcement in Eidos. Right? Now, again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? As Rashi says over here, so what's the idea of the announcement? So in other words, before you cancel someone from being an aid, because he's a pigeon racer or a shviz or a shmita merchant or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Almost like an individual, we are going to disqualify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it together. So the Gemara says, Roab. So Roab, what about a shepherd? I must say, remember again, shepherds, what's interesting, shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. Yeah, because I just want to point out, it's always so intriguing how all of our greatest leaders throughout the generations were all shepherds. Like Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, David and Melech, right? After David, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? All this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu's first encounter with the snares because he was out shepherding. It's interesting, by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. You know, everything is about, so the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except for his wives. So interesting enough. So what about a shepherd? Does a shepherd, because shepherds were known to be such thieves, do they need this announcement in days to them? So my focus. One opinion said yes, even shepherds need an announcement. That is the shepherds don't need an announcement. Stam lo apostle. According to the opinion that says you don't need to announce about a shepherd, that's because everyone knows Stam shepherd is apostle. Apostle, but according to the opinion that says that even a shepherd needs an announcement, what do you do about the statement in the Brisa that in general you have to make an announcement about shepherds? So the Gemara says, what do you do about the statement that says Stam lo apostle? The Stama machriz hale means that the Stama you're going to have to go ahead and announce about the shepherd. Okay, so we'll say so. Therefore, interestingly enough, we seem to be adapting this approach that before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce his days did. Right? Ruvain ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer, and just want to let you know he's going to be apostle angels. This way, again, that announcement allows Ruvain ben Yaakov to get his act together should he choose to do so. Does a shepherd need an announcement, or is he just disqualified? Listen to this case. Right? So even if Shimon a matana gift, And they had two witnesses, and the witnesses who signed on it were both Kazlan, were both thieves, and they were Apostle Aegis. So Rabbi Bashmal Lakshuri. So Rabbi Bashmal wanted to wanted to certify the document as kosher. Why? Because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses. Because there was never an announcement, they do not disqualify it. The Gazlan Dorais and Nibaim. So it's actually a very interesting qualification. So Rabbi said back, one second. The idea of having to make an announcement, that's called a rabbinic thief. We'll say, what's a rabbinic thief? That's not a thief with smicha, right? A rabbinic thief, right, means that someone who committed an act of gezel midrabanan. The examples of that are Mishnah, Mesachim, Pekuvia, Mafrias, Milyonim, right? Again, the gambler, the pigeon racer, the help with all these individuals is that it's rabbinic thieves. So those are the individuals who require an announcement. A biblical thief. What's a biblical thief? Someone who goes over to someone and steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft. Right? That does not require any kind of announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified from Eidos. Okay, it's quite an announcement. So let's say this is fascinating. So Nassim says as follows. Ochlei davar acher. Now what does that mean? Ochlei davar acher. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says Ochlei davar acher mikablit tzedakah min hanochrim talichel Hashem machmas malon v'haveli kirasha dechamas. So let's say someone who accepts charity from non-Jews. Such a person is pasal le'edus. Now again, the concern over here is that such a person has created a chil Hashem. Why is he created a chil Hashem? Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go outside the community for tzedakah? Right? Go outside the community for help. Right? There's plenty of help available in the Jewish community. There's no need to take tzedakah from outside of the community. And doing so represents a chol Hashem because it makes it look like Jews are not compassionate. So I will say, now we're going to see over here, the thing that makes people pasal le'edus is money. That's what makes people pasal le'edus. So when a person takes money or uses money or in an unscrupulous way, that's when they become pasal le'edus. So therefore, this act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source shows that a person wants money so badly that he's willing to take it to get from outside of the community. Such a person is pasal le'edus. But that's only if they do this publicly. But if they did this privately, then it's not a chil Hashem, and therefore again they're not pasal le'edus. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they have the ability to receive this money privately and not the base themselves. If a person had absolutely no choice, in other words, their only option was to receive money from a non-Jewish source and to do it publicly, which was their only way to survive, then halacha l'maaseh, those are extremely circumstances, they're not pasal le'edus. Hachoshed ala arayos, kosher le'edus. So I said, this is very interesting. So Rav Nachman says, someone who is kosher ala arayos, which is someone who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, is still kosher le'edus. Which is fascinating. Look at Rashi, why kosher le'edus? Deba'inan Rasha de Chamas. It's interesting. What we just said before. What disqualifies a person for eidos is not simply sinful behavior. What I will say, what disqualifies a person with the commission of an avera, then what? You would have zero pool of eidos, right? Zero pool of eidos. Everyone does it. Everyone knows what it is. Listen, so what disqualifies an aid are financial indiscretions. That's what we're concerned about over here, because once a person is either will lie, will cheat, is not honest when it comes to monetary matters, then we're concerned that in transactional law, they're not going to remain honest either. But interestingly enough, indiscretions in other areas of Yiddishkeit, the person is chashuv alayis. Okay, obviously it's not good. It's not good for any of us to commit that is. But that is my ability to be a witness in a financial transaction. Chashuv alayis. So the Gemara says, Amar Sheshes, Ani Mari Arban the Kasher, the Kasher, which is interesting. is it possible that a person will go ahead and get 40 lashes on the shoulder and still be kosher? That's not the Rashi. Arban b'kasei hay malkushi afapi she'im shana sradam mar malkin alotova shua. So what's this? Interestingly enough, what Mashiach is doing like this. A person who is known to the community to be kosher ala alayis, to be suspect regarding immoral activity, we would flog such a person like that. So the Gemara says somebody's going to get malchus, we're going to flog him, and he's going to be kosher later. It feels a little bit strange. And Rava says ultimately again, Rav Nachman would agree. So again, Rav Nachman still holds that someone who is kosher regarding immorality is still going to be kosher later. Why? Because the only thing that disqualifies you regarding English is financial indiscretion, but not moral indiscretion. But even Rav Nachman will agree when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that guy, right? In other words, because remember again, an Eid Echad is believed to say, let's say Rachel is married to Ruvain, so an Eid Echad is believed to say that Ruvain is dead. Ruvain is dead, right? That's a special kula that Chazal made by Eidus Isha. But somebody who is suspect regarding immoral behavior, we're not going to believe him. Why? Makes sense. Because we're concerned that maybe he's lying because Aval Iduya less than Ba. And Rabbi said, 1 second, it's only for him to give Eidus regarding committing a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. But let's say again, this same guy testifies that Rachel is married to Ruvain, that she's a married woman. So that's ultimately again, we'll accept this testimony for it. So the says, that's obvious. Now, what would you have thought? So now the came up, so maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps Halacha Mesa, he prefers that she's married, right? This immoral guy prefers that the woman is married. Why? To say that stolen waters are always sweeter. That's right. The Gemara says, "Kamash Malon, the no, that's not true because he's immoral. So because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married because this issue is available to him. So therefore, if he testifies that she's married, he ultimately believes him. Okay, Rav Nachman, so the Gemara says, "Ganav Nisan and Ganav Tishrei lo shnei Ganav." This is great. Rav Nachman says, a Ganav Nisan and a Ganav Tishrei is not called a Ganav. Now, it sounds like there's someone who only steals during Nisan and Tishrei. Yeah, this is both more holiday season, right? So the Mesa, a Ganav Nisan, Ganav Tishrei. So the idea is like a recreational thief. Not all the time, right? Just during Nisan and Tishrei, such a person ultimately, again, is not considered to be a Ganav. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan Zman Katsir, Tishrei Zman Batzir Ba'asir. So remember again, Nisan is the harvest season, so Tishrei is the ingathering season. So what this means is as follows, we'll say. So this is talking about, let's qualify it. The Gemara says, Hanimiri ba'arise v'davar mu'at. So here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit. Okay, so now I understand the picture. What are we talking about over here? Someone who's a sharecropper working for someone, and what do? They end up taking more than they're entitled to. So remember again, what does a sharecropper get? A sharecropper gets a portion of the crop. So he gets, that's what a sharecropping arrangement is. Now, the halacha is that a laborer working in the field, finished produce, he's entitled to eat while he works. We learn these halachas involved in the tzir. Right? What he's not entitled to do, I'll tell you from he can't put it in his utensils, he can't bring it home. A sharecropper is not entitled to that. Right? Because a sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. A sharecropper gets a segment, a percentage of the produce and doesn't get to eat while he's working. So the idea over here is we're talking about over here a sharecropper who's eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for Eidos. Why? Almost like I must say, it's like an understandable theft. Okay, he's more a heter. He figures out, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, I should get these benefits. So because he has the whole chachma worked out, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a for myself, it's still limited to be dangerous. So the Gemara says, Shechrei Drabzigev, Chag Ganav, Kacha Desare, Upasre. So again, Rabzigev, Ikari Zvid. So Zvid had farmers, and what happened? One stole a cob of barley, and Zvid disqualified him. And one went ahead and stole. A big cluster of dates, and he passed him. Hano Kaburoi, the keyboard Nafsha, the Yom Tov Shalatzeres. So I'll say another story. It was a group that was a chavin. Now, this is actually very interesting. So if you take a look, Rashi says over here, Kibure Kobe Mesi. So these guys went ahead and buried the dead, Jewish grave diggers, and they buried the dead on the first day of Shavuot. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says, you saw this more important, that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Sheni. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately, again, also covered on this. Now, today, we don't do that. Today, we don't do that because we have refrigeration. So, therefore, again, there's no concern that the mace is going to decompose if we wait to bury until after. Perhaps still in some of the Hasidic communities, they still bury on Yom Tov Sheni, even presently, that's still in the Rebbe. But again, in our communities, we do not see this done. These guys were Mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury in Yom Tov Rishon. But they were Mechal Yom Tov, they buried on Yom Tov Rishon. Now listen to this. The Shah says, Shantinu Rav Papa, Upasinu La'edus. So ultimately, Rav Papa excommunicated them and made them Pasal Edus. Now, why do you make them Pasal Edus? Because the assumption was, why were they doing this? To make money. To make money. Right? They wanted to make money. So essentially, they worked on Yom Tov. They buried the dead on Yom Tov. Happens to be that their work is a very nice chesed, shalom, chesed for the dead, but it's still Yom Tov. Rabbi said that no, they're still kosher ladies. Still kosher ladies. How can you make them kosher ladies? They're shy. Savar mitzvah ka'avdi. These guys thought that they're doing a mitzvah. Again, obviously they were b'chalo yom tov, which you're not allowed to do. But they were more ahead there. They made a head for themselves because they thought that after all they're doing a mitzvah. So the Gemara says, "Vaha kameshantina," but they were excommunicated. So the Gemara says, "Savar kapara ka'avdi elabaram." So ultimately, again, they figured like this. They figured, you're right. We went ahead and we did something wrong. There was one say they thought interesting. At least Rav Papa felt. At least Rav Huna felt that this was like a good example of like an Avera Lishma. You know, they thought that they were doing something good. Right? Now, granted, it was not Avera, but they were burying the youth, so they thought it was something good. All right, what about the excommunication? They looked at the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they felt that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. So they were excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay, fine. So the Gemara says, bottom line, by the way, of course, again, I'm not for myself. It is wrong, you're not allowed to bury on the first day of Yom Tov. But interestingly enough, Rav Papa, Rav Huna Brit of Yeshua, felt that you see in these kind of cases when a person has an explanation for their behavior and the explanation kind of holds a little bit of water, even though it's erroneous, they're not necessarily possible. It's incredible. Itmar, what's that type of science? Look, 27A. Itmar, eight zoning. Okay, it's supposed to be an interesting case over here. 8 zoning. So what do you do ultimately again? Remember, an 8 zoning means a witness who has been proven to be false. So remember again, both sides, the process for 8 zoning, Reuven shouldn't show up, and Reuven shouldn't say, we saw that, A killed B on Monday morning, and then the second set of witnesses show up and they say, Reuven you couldn't have seen that because you were with us on Monday morning. Okay, so now Reuven are proven to be an 8 zoning. So the Gemara says, so now the Shabbos says, so an 8 zoning obviously is not permitted to give Avos. Is not believed. He lost his kashrus. The shaila is, how or when do we apply that status? So Rabbi says, I'm afraid of the so. Rabbi says he is retroactively disqualified. In other words, retroactively disqualified all the way to the date in which he went ahead and he gave testimony. So let me illustrate where this can happen. So let's say, for example, that Reuven and Shimon give their testimony on Monday, January 13th, right? That your days became days. Your dual potatoes, right? So they go ahead and they give their testimony on the 13th of service. So now what happens? Let's say they're not made zomanim, right? Until the 13th of Adar, right? couple of months later. Right? Let's say that happens until a couple months later. So Rabbi says, so now the shaila is once you're eating zomamin, the shaila is, does their zomamin status start from now to the moment they're made eating zomamin, or does it extend back retroactively? Rabbi saying that this is really so basic shaila. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engaged in other testimonial activities in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made Eidim Zomamin? They signed on shtaras. They were Eidim under a chuppah. Right? All these different kinds of things. So again, do we extend their Eidim Zomamin status retroactively, or not only from the moment they were made Zomamin and forward? So this is my focus. Sabai is my friend. And if so, says Mikano Labon. So Rabbi says we extend the status retroactively. Rabbi says no, only from this point going forward. Rabbi Amar lifts out. Rabbi says retroactively make even Russia al Pashas Russia. So Rabbi says it's retroactive because ultimately, again, from the time now that they were made zombie, that means from the time that they get testimony, they are a shayt, and the Torah says you cannot use a Russia for any testimonial or aid activity, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the retroactively invalid. So also means according to Abaye, anything that they have done testimony-wise, aidless-wise, in the interim is going to be undone. Rava Amar Mikana Lahabah. So Rava says no. The only time that Eid Zomin becomes possible is from the moment that they are made Zomin and going forward. Why? The Gemara says Eid Zomin Chiddush. Because the whole concept of Eid Zomin, as one said, the whole idea of Eid Zomin is a Chiddush. What's the Chiddush? My chaz is the Samchus Ahani, Samach Ahani. So we'll say, because remember again, what happens to Eid Zomin? The second set when it says this, come along and say, Reuven and Shimon cannot have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. Well, why should you give any more credibility to the second set than you do to the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous Kiddush. The Kiddush only applies from the moment that it occurs and going forward. Therefore, again, to extend the Eid Zomin status retroactively would essentially be to extend, to amplify the Kiddush of Eidim Zomin, which we're not ready to do. But says, between Abaye and Rabbi. So again, I just want to point out, we normally think of the concept of Eidim Zomin as everything happening in rapid succession. Right? Reuven and Shimon show up in Beis Din, give testimony, and then, 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, bust through the door saying, Reuven and Shimon, you were with us, you couldn't have seen it. But you could see there is this possibility that Reuven and Shimon give testimony, and then a month later, 2 months later, 6 months later, a second set of witnesses show up and say, Reuven and Shimon, you could not have seen what you claim to have seen. You were with us at that time. So then, Machlokes Abaye and Rabba, do they become Eidim Zomin from the time of the testimony, or do they become Eidim Zomin ultimately retroactively? So that's the fundamental Machlokes. Others say Rava Namika Abaye Yisrael. Others say that Rava holds like Abaye. Rava holds like Abaye. How so? Umatan Kamar. So Matan Kamar Mikana Lahaba. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Eidim Zomin from now, from the time that they're going forward? Very simple. We should see the little close. Because once here's the issue. The issue is we're going to put people at a disadvantage. Remember again, as we just said before, it's quite possible that the witnesses had engaged in much testimonial activity between the time that they gave their testimony and between the time that they were made into Eidim Zomin. And everyone was using them thinking that they were good witnesses. If you begin to now upend their testimonial activity retroactively, you're going to put many purchasers at a disadvantage. So my benai wasn't part of those two men. They trade bechad. 2 sets of witnesses testify about Reuven and Shimon. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their theft. So Rapapi conducted himself like Rabba, and therefore disqualified them only from this point going forward. Ravashi said once again, this Gemara, Abaye in cases of Yal Kidam. We're not going to go through all of these cases because he's actually quotes all of them. And interestingly enough, Halacha the ayin of Yal Kidam is domain. Our case, he passed me like Abaye that Halacha when an Eidim Zomin is disqualified, is retroactively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. Which means that if Reuven and Shimon gave their testimony on the 13th of Shvat, and they were disqualified, but they only became Izum Zomin on the 13th that they gave the testimony and were made Izum Zomin, is invalidated. So they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they were used for chasanas. Everything is going to have to be done over again. Incredible. So most of the times, like Abai, Zomin disqualified on Mafreya. Incredible. Mumar, Ochel Aves Shabbos. We'll see some other examples of people who are disqualified. So listen to this. So we'll say this is a person who eats non-kosher to the te'avon. Te'avon means because he likes it. So remember again, there are two ways to commit an avera. Number one way is a te'avon, because I want to, because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Versus lahachis. Lahachis means I do something to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure avera and the theological avera. Pleasure avera, you're intimately familiar with, right? I want to do it, I like it, it's enjoyable, it's fun, okay, so I'm just going to do it. Right? Theological avera, I'm taking a principle, they're principle sinners, right? Who go ahead and, principled versus pleasure. There are pleasure sinners, principle sinners, right? So principled sinners, just, I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So remember, Ochel Te'avon means a guy who eats non-kosher because he likes it. Just because he likes it. I enjoy it. It's pleasurable to me. So what's the halacha? Divrei hakol pasal. Everyone agrees that such a person is pasal leidos. Such a person is not fit for testimony. Now let's say now, what's the idea over here? So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Why is he eating non-kosher? So the Gemara says, probably because it's cheaper, right? Probably because, right, anyone who ever sees these ads, right, for non-kosher, it's incredible. Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's half a mortgage to go out to eat, right, in a kosher place, right? So a person eats non-kosher food. Why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, so what does that mean? That means I'm sinning for financial benefit. Okay, so remember again, what's the common theme over here? When you sin for financial benefit, you are pasoleidos. The pasoleidos, that's it. So everything Gemara says, now interestingly enough, lahachis. So this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that a mumar lete'avon, a person who's not kosher food because he likes it, where it says it can't just be because of the taste, because kosher food is wonderful, it's because of the cost. It's because of the cost. So such a person is sinning in order to save money. Sinning because of money, you're automatically pasoleidos, unfit for any testimony. What about lahachis? What about a principled sinner? A person who sins in order to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is incredible. Abai Amar Pasal. Abai says such a person is Pasal. Rava Amar Kasher. Rava says he's Kasher. Everyone says, right? Isn't this fascinating? So now we reflect just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. Because I'll say why. Because remember, it's important to keep, what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to transactions, because you may or may not be telling the truth, and you may or may not be signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from this. That's why, again, you saw the person who is eating chashara. This person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral. That's an issue I have to work on. Right? But for myself, I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I could still potentially go ahead and give impulse. So Abai Amar Pasal, Abai says Apostle, Rava Amar Kasher. So Abai Amar Pasal, Abai says Pasal. Why the holiday Russia? Nachmana Amar Atashes Russia. So Abai says again, if you're a principled sinner, rebelling against God, you're Russia. If you're Russia, ultimately again, you can't go ahead and be an aid. Rava says Kasher. Russia, the Hamas Ba'inon. Rava says you're Kasher. Why? Because the only type of Russia that is unfit to give testimony is what kind of Russia? A financial Russia. And this guy's a principled Russia, not a financial Russia. It's incredible. So Mason, who is the Kasher, Al Tashas Russia aid. Torah says, do not go ahead and make a Russian aid. Atashas Hamas aid. Who are these people? Elu Gazlonin. These are first defeats. Umorim B'Shvius. People who go ahead and do business with Shemitah produce. So my love, Echad Shvuas Shad, Echad Shvuas moment. So we're talking about again Morim B'Shvius, people who take oaths, who are unscrupulous with oaths. Who is that talking about? Is it not talking about someone who takes a false oath, or someone who takes false oaths regarding money? So what says, you see from here, even non-financial discretions invalidate your command. This low, EDV Shvuas moment. Umay Shvuas dollar. No, it means monetary oaths. So may say, Al Tashes Rasha aid, Al Tashes Hamas aid, Elu Gazlonin, Umalavi Ribis. This refers to people ultimately again who are thieves, and ultimately lend with interest to Yufta Da'abai to Yufta. And we seem to refute Abaye, because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to do Eidos is financial indiscretion and not theological rebellion. Incredible. Maybe this whole thing is a machlokas tonight. Eight zomin pasal the Torah kula did Rabbi Meir. The Meir says if someone becomes an eight zomin, they are puzzled to give Eidos. They are puzzled to give Eidos in anything in the Torah. Rabbi Yosef when is that so? Shows them getting the fashas. That's only if you remain a zomin when it comes to capital cases. About huzam b'dinei mamanis, kasha b'dinei nefashas. This is interesting. If a person was made an aid zomin for monetary matters, you're still believed to testify for capital matters. Now, what's the logic behind that? The logic of Rabbi is, it's fascinating. When it comes to the world of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do and things that, I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I will say, so interesting enough, apparently, not apparently, this. It occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be willing to be a false witness when it comes to monetary matters, but that same person would never lie when it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is proven, still be believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So name Abai Kramer, Rabbi Yossi. So say that Abai holds like Kramer, and Rav holds like Rabbi Yossi. So Gemara says Abai is Kramer, I'm sorry. Abai Kramer, originally Abai holds like Kramer. So the Amar Amina Nikula L'Chumra. Because again, he holds ultimately again that we go ahead, if a person is willing to do a more lenient sin, they'd be willing to do a more chomer sin as well. And Rava says to Kaviosi, no, once a person has transgressed something severe, there's certainly way to transgress something less severe. But if a person has only transgressed something less severe, they wouldn't necessarily be ready to transgress something more severe, to which the verse low. According to Yossi, no one disagrees. Keep the good either Meir. Abaye Kirab Meir. Abaye holds like Rab Meir. But Rava, Ad Kelo Kam Rab Meir Hasan Alagabe Idzomin. So Rab Meir only espoused his position by Idzomin. Why? The Mammon, so the Gemara says, Idzomin, the Mammon. Because when a person lies about monetary matters, the Rala Shamayim, the Rala Brios. Such a person will say ultimately when it's committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu and a sin against people. When it comes to a case where we'll say Ochel Nevelos Lahachis, that's a person who eats non-kosher as a principal sin, right? There's a theological rebellion. The Rala Shamayim, such a person is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says Ve'in Rala Brios, that a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, lo the Hilchasa Kavasa Dabayi. They always say, but bottom line, the halacha follows Abaye. So therefore, I will say, what the Gemara seems to be saying over here. So the Gemara is saying, what do you mean, the follows Abaye? That the halacha says that even a principal sinner, right, what we call again a mummer, lahachis, which is a person who does averos in the principal way, to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is also puzzle leidus. So the Gemara says, 1 second, right? So the Gemara says, well, just refuted Abaye. To which the Gemara says, the Hahi Rabbi Yossi, that reflexively Rabbi Yossi. Fitihavina Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Allah Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what about the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Allah Rabbi Yossi, Shani Hasam, Stam one Tanakad Mura. Even though normally Allah Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the Stam Tanakad is going to be there. The Gemara says, the Haha Sasam one. Where do we know that from? The Barachama Katal Nashi. So what's the interesting case that happened over here? We'll come back to the halacha in just a moment. So I just want to point out what's happened over here. Interestingly enough, everyone is agreeing that a mummer is possible. Someone eats non-kosher because they like it. Such a person is absolutely unclear of why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands this to be a financial crime. Right? That's what it is, right? But why is the person eating non-kosher? Cheaper. So what do you see? You're willing to sin to save money. Okay, well, once a person is willing to sin to save money, then by definition they're unfit for all labors because that shows you're willing to live on the wrong side of the law for financial gain. Well, once that happens, then I'm not believed. Such a person does not believe for any matter regarding testimony. Interestingly enough, the Machlokes Abaye and Rabbi is what do you do about someone who is a more lahachis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece over here, but there's a strong theological piece over here. So Abaye says, person is puzzled. Rava says, person is kosher. It seems to me we're tilting in the direction of Abaye, and let's finish this off. So the Gemara, listen to this. So now the Gemara wants to suggest we're going over here like Rabbi Meir. I'm trying to clear out Meir. So listen to this story. It's a great story. I mean, it's not a great story, but it's a great story. The Bar Chama Katanashim. This guy, Bar Chama, killed someone. Amalei Rish Galus, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amalei Rish Galus, the Abba Yaakov, took Ayin Bo. So the Rish Galus, right there, the Babylonian Jew, said to Rabbi Abba, go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. So if this guy Bar Chama killed someone, what it literally means poke out his eyes. Now Rashi points out over here, this doesn't mean poke out his eyes. The Rish Galusa did not have the power to put people to death or do types of injury like this. Rather, what it means is punish him, most probably financially. So what happens? So what happened? So two witnesses showed up and they said, listen, this guy Bar, what was his name? Bar Chama. This guy Bar Chama, he killed someone. So two witnesses showed up in Mason to say Bar Chama killed someone. So I was listening to, okay, fine. So that seems to be the end of that. So listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chama brought two other witnesses. And two witnesses testified against one of the accusing witnesses. Right? So again, right? Bar Chama is accused of killing someone. Rabbi Abba is leading up the investigation. He's convening the Beis Din. When they're in Beis Din, two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we call him Ruven. Bar Chama killed Ruven. Then what happens? Bar Chama brings two more witnesses. Those two witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses, discrediting him. And what do they say? The Chad Amar Kamei Didi Ganav Kata on the base will say Kata Diportia. So again, so these two guys, so Bar Chama brings two other witnesses. These two witnesses show up and they say one of the accusing witnesses stole. Now they have a dispute about what he stole. One says he stole barley, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Either way, the point is they're testifying that what? This guy, one of the accusing witnesses, is a Ganav, and because he's a Ganav, he is disqualified from testimony, from testifying, and because he's disqualified from testifying, therefore there are not two witnesses against Bar Chama. Okay, so let's analyze. I'm like, my decade. So let's analyze this. So much my decade. From there, so ultimately again, because from there, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, however, Chuzam Medina Mominus, Kash Medina Nefashos. 1 second. Normally, if there's an apologist Rabbi Yossi, if Rabbi Yossi, what does Rabbi Yossi say? Just because someone is disqualified or made into an insulin by monetary matters, they are still believed for capital matters. Right? What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Just because you would lie about money doesn't mean you would lie about the capital piece. And therefore, for Rabbi Yossi, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the accusing witnesses stole, that would still not disqualify him from being a witness against Bar Chama. What does the video say? The mayor says that even if he's been shown to be an Izomi for the Mamonis, that automatically disqualifies you for being in the process as well. And the concept of the mayor, what do you say about the mayor? So he wants to be nice, even in the Pakistan, anyone who is fit to be part, whether it means to adjudicate as a judge or to testify regarding Dine Nefashos, is certainly believed for monetary matters. So money, Rabbi Yossi, if that's Rabbi Yossi, according to Rabbi Yossi, also it's not necessarily the case because you do have a person who is made, once he's made into an Eid Zomim for monetary matters, the Kasha Dine Nefashos, who Pasla Dine Monis, and a lot of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Meir, Sumimai, maybe not, maybe he's talking about an age who was disqualified because of a genealogical issue, not because of any other testimonial issue. Because if you don't say this, Sefer Diktani, Yesh Rai Ladon Dine, I'm not saying Rai Ladon Dine, there is such a thing as a witness or as a judge who is fit for Dine Mamonis but not fit for Dine Nefashos. Am I in a Rai? How could that be that he's not Rai? It's some Dine Nefashos. If he was made of Dine Nefashos, Rai Ladon Mamonis, he still believes in monetary matters. Rabbi, was he talking about someone who was disqualified because of genealogical disqualification? We must be telling Rabbi Meir, because why would we learn in our Mishnah? Who are the people who are apostle for Eidos? A Masaki, the Kuvia, gambler, Lavi Ribis, lending with interest, Mafrika, Yoni, dove racers, Sota, Shvias, lend us. People do business with Shmita produce, bad bodies. Zaklau, any testimony or any testimony that a woman would not be believed for, so they are not believed for as well. Money, whose opinion is this? Ilim Rabbi Yossi, if you want to say Rabbi Yossi, Ha'ika Eidos, but being in the Fashas, Shinishik Sherla, and Sherla. There's capital cases where a woman can't identify, yet these individuals could. So the Gemara says, Allah, Rabbi Meir. So now there must be Rabbi Meir. So if Rabbi say, what do you see from here? It's Rabbi Meir. Now Rabbi say, what does it mean for Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir passes that halacha. Once someone has been disqualified for Dine Mamonis, they also can't testify for Dine Nefashos. This is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now Rabbi say, why does Rabbi Meir hold? Say, just keep your eye on that sheet though. Rabbi Meir holds that once you are disqualified for Dine Mamonis, you cannot testify for Dine Nefashos. What's the logic there? What's the logic? Because once a liar, always a liar. Once you have lied regarding monetary matters, you have lost your credibility, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So the Rabbi said, come, let's go for a second. Here we go. Come, we're going to see. So, by the way, I told you we're going to make it. We're going to make it to the Mishnah. Now, listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Bar Kama is accused of murder. Rish Galusa says, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Rabbi Abba convenes a basic. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Bar Chama kill Ruvain. Good. Not good. Right? Bar Chama kill Ruvain. Bar Chama then brings two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Barley, an axe handle. Either way, it wasn't worth it, right? But Lamaisa, again, he stole. So now what's the Shiloh? So now we've proven that one of the accusing witnesses is a thief. So what's the Shiloh? We ask like Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that what? You would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, the witness is fully believed. Rabbi Meir holds that no. Once you have been established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony for capital matters as well. And I will say the whole Gemara to show that what? We pass him like Rabbi Meir. Like Rabbi Meir, that Allah again, once proven a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility for everything. And therefore, I will say, what happens? Here we go. What happens? The Gemara says, I love Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Like, why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimonial credibility, and therefore Allah again the case was thrown out of court. What happened? Bar Chama Nashke Akare, Bar Chama kissed his feet. Right, Rashi says she did Suso, says he promised to go ahead and get Rabbi Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. Right? He didn't pay taxes that year. Rashi says over here, the Kabli, the Kaidi, the Kula Shase, Rasilo Kal Yamav Nimanas Hamala. I will say, so the Marshal points out, though he doesn't get such a shkar for that. Generally, Talmidei Chachamim were exempt anyway from the head tax, so he wasn't really giving back. But again, expressing his regard. Today, Rabbi will say, "Halach, I'm still waiting for today." But again, I'll point out halach. Answer number one: we pass like Rabbi Meir. That again, once someone is shown to be a liar, they lose their credibility for monetary matters. We extend that to all cases, including capital matters as well. And Rabbi again, just to circle back, close out the circuit on Abaye. How do we pass him? Everyone agrees that a mummer lete avo, someone who goes in and eats non-kosher again for their own pleasure, is soon disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. What about a mummer lahachis? The Rambam paskins like Abaye, and a mummer lahachis, a principled sinner, someone who sins to rebel against the Kodesh Baruch Hu, is also going to be disqualified from any kind of evil. So I'll stop over here for today. All right, Chavaz, have a great day, everyone.
That's the vibe I got. Best of the business. I mean, dude, I wish I met half the people like that. Is that what he wants to say? I think, maybe he thinks that he's a neighbor. He thinks that he's painting interesting aspects of the story.
All right, well, say good morning, Dr. Voss. It is a great spot Hashem to be able to begin in other weeks out in practice and having together to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry to thank. Our company sponsor for Top Shin Pei the year 5785 is the Hosting Shvacha. We're dedicating all the true injustice this year. And it's a host of the service tables for Am Yisrael. Our company is going to support the month of 2 days. Becoming the Shvacha in memory of Amit Rabbi, another Zichron of Rabbi Akita Rabbi, is killed fighting in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Jersey, Gary and the English master, Zevi's father, Yitzchak himself, then the Shalom Noah Yosef, and our learning sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Marowitz, the member of Sue's mother, Mingo Furo, Mingo Bas, Shlomo Todros, Zichron Racha, Yochel America, Kami Torah, all the British family, all of the families in the Hamas. Although the leader of which that will get a son for these, the Prophet has to just hold the Shalom and the Torah, to allow our Holy Son to be successful, but call and not say anything. But with that, let us begin with a great, really incredible, I don't think I should have forgot this in the chat, exceptional dot today. Today's dot is Top Vault 26, and we're picking up on Top Vault 26, 5 lines down from the, 6 lines down here, dot at the 2 dots. No, sorry, 4 lines down from the dot at the 2 dots. I'm going to show you the Kula you current Osa Super Shoes. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we call a testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Russian, the Mishnah had the Russian, the Mishnah had Russian Sofer Shvius. So, which again, at first glance sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah, a radical year, every 7 years, Daloka is everything in the field becomes hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not a problem. There are 2 if you catch them up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce. And number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. So let me start with the second one first. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. Otherwise, remember, there's going to be tested. There's a great business model. Right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to. Sounds like a great idea. I mean, we're problems with also. So a lot of great ideas, right? So the mice, you're not allowed to do that. That's called Sofer Shvius. So the Mishnah says that a person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. It's possible ages. That Mishnah went on, and Mishnah said, "Abu Shimon, the Triva HaYukorin also Sofer Shvius, the Shirabu HaAnosim Chazu the Klosan Sofer Shvius." So then we shouldn't go with this interesting thing. We said from the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when you anosim, now an anos is someone who compels someone to do something. When you anosim, right, because from the creation of anosim, he began to call them people who did business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly clear what is happening. So let's go on and Gemara. Let's go. Said the Gemara. My problem. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? I'm going to do the whole cover. Maybe you can say, if you know how you only she is Shimon, so putting part of Sunnah. So in the beginning, the first generation of the halacha, there's a very straightforward halacha. One reason for halacha. People who gather to shoot the produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering to shoot the produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do this year, is gather produce. So big psulim. But if you did business with shoot the produce, then the hustle. Right? So if you gather from the field, it's free, and then you went and you sold it on the secondary market, that is hustle. Because remember, I've said, any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to be agents, right? It's not necessarily just a doing something and doing with the produce. This is any avera that a person does flagrantly without remorse. Okay, what happens? We share Rabbi, Mamsir most Namir. The Asli Ani is a Asli, so what's it? Then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice that what would happen, a guy with some money would hire a group of poor people, and he'd say to the poor people, go and gather as much Shemitah produce as you can. Because remember again, there's no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take. You can take as much as you want. So there were people, so let's hire poor people to go and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? You might see it, and then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar, Echad Zevi, Echad Zevi. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that halacha l'maisa, everybody's puzzle. So now, interestingly enough, what this did was that halacha l'maisa, this said whether you were someone who was so gracious, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So Kashi living in Rakba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rakba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hi, Misharabu ha'anosim, Misharabu ha'tadarim." Right? At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu ha'anosim? Anosim makes it sound that people who are distorted. Right? So it should say Misharabu ha'tadarim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal has to step in and say anyone essentially dealing in mass Shemitah produce is going to be prohibited from giving agents. So the Gemara says, hello, this is this. So in the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. In other words, whether you go ahead as you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Yishrabu ha'anasim, in my name, who are the anasim, Arnona. So Rashi says Arnona. Mas is the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas sheboba hamelach minatfua kaf v'kaf kulim minasad l'shana. Arnona, the taxes. Maravidu Arnona is also taxes. And so, but this was a tax of the king that the king levied upon the field. If you paid the tax rate, if you didn't pay the tax was going to go ahead and take your field. Now, this posed a unique problem during the Shemitah year. Why? Because during Shemitah year, you're not farming. So now, yes, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? You should have Arnona. You do not think Rabbi said, hope the Zoro B'Shvius Yushim Arnona. So this is incredible. Rabbi said to farmers, she said, go. Now, I will say, this is incredible. Look at that. She spoke to Zara B'Shvius. Shvius Bizman Zed Rabbanon. They bought what Kiddush HaSa'aretz. So listen to this, what it said. So Rabbi was complaining about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. The king didn't care about Shemitah. So like we said, it was a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. But get ready for this. Rabbi put out a public declaration. He said, Febra, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during the Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing like this? How can you do this? So remember again, I should point out, Shemitah during these of Rabbi was Draponah. So because Shemitah is Draponah, one counts a little bit more. So when there's Yovel. Yovel is only Yovel. So when Yom Yoshver Aleh, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. But it's actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain methods. For example, Shemitah, like the big debate. Shemitah is coming up, right?
Honestly, that's why I never get angry, because I do so much, I'm exhausted at the end of the day.
We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7 year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years, next 7 years, it should be here. Yeah, and so the next 7 years, it should be here. It's interesting. One of the recent debates about Shemitah is Heter Nechira. Right, the notion of going ahead, essentially, like it's like selling your land to a non-Jew. It's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because Halacha L'Maisa Shemitah B'Zman Hazeh Drabanah, according to most opinions. So because it's Drabanah, you have a little leverage. And you also say something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that you think about that for the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halachic ramifications as well. Many things. I come to along and says, I need you to plant the fields because if you don't, you're going to lose our land. So they said, those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher leidus, right? Because you're not doing anything wrong. So those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're apostle leidus. So clear about Zarin to keep sacrifice. So the halacha L'Maisa that take away from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine, no problem, kosher leidus, because that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be apostle leidus. Okay, now I want to say the Gemara tells a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Yotzadek, Havika the Abishol Asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon ben Yotzadek. Right, so let's go. Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon were going to intercalate the new year. They were going to declare a leap year, in a place called Asya. Yeah, it's a city called Asya. So what happened? Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish says, "Hey guys, where are you going?" Right, and they're telling him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, "All right, can I come with? So okay, so now we've got Reish Lakish, ready to listen. Just imagine, like being in the back seat of that minivan, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on to that chevra, that whole chevra. So Chia, the Shimon, and now Reish Lakish tags along. So the Gemara says, Amar, Ezel Echzi Heti Abilda. Reish Lakish says, listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the integration, how a leap year is done. You want to come along? Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, they saw a guy plowing his field. Now, we'll say it was a Shemitah year. They saw a guy plowing his field. So I'm going to Kohen the Kodesh. This guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. It's Kohen violating Shemitah. Unlow. So interesting. Here, and Shimon were surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. They said, "What's happening?" Unlow. Yokol Lomar. First of all, he says it's a Jewish owned field. That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. Look at actually Agiston Schia, the karka shall not be you, inai shall I know this halabal balabai lachrosh. So it says, so number one, maybe it is the field of a Jew. That's number one. And maybe this Jew is a hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of a Jew. Right? And remember, what did Rabbi Yanai just said before? Rabbi Yanai just said before that Allah saw under extenuating circumstance, like when the king is going to seize your field. If you don't pay the tax, you have to work your field. So essentially, it's like, whoa. You know, I understand. But it's like people saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Cohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Cohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Cohen is a guy is a Jew, he's a Cohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press and you have a pile, Rashi points out you have a pile of olives, they would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting was often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the vineyard, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the vines in order to go out and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, it's this fascinating tension here between on one hand Reish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Moram Mitzvos. So Reish Lakish responds, he says, Amalahem, Halik Yodea, in La'akel, in La'akal Kalos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha, a little bit of a play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat, to make the netting, and akal kalos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other. Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So we're saying, so this is incredible. Reish Lakish says, these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Reish Lakish is confident in his assessment situation. So let's say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to believe myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You could run from it, you could delay it, but it always comes at some point. How late would you be there? At the end of the day, you could fool everyone else in your life. You could do a great job at it. You could do it for decades. You could do it an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is a facade. An overwhelming and reminiscence. The celebration points out, I mentioned this many times in one of his first essays on Tshuva. So I points out that Tshuva, some would often translate Tshuva as repentance, right? But the truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of Tshuva? Is to return, right? And in fact, as Richard points out, this comes really from Shmuel. Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Navi, he was also the shofet, he was also the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the Navi uses is Teshuvah So Harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, Teshuvah So. So Richard points out, he says, you see from here, and at the end of the day, Tshuva really means a return, not just a return, but a return home. Right? So Richard says something so beautiful. He says, life is one big circle. He says, the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? He says, everyone has that point where they come home. And what Richard is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right, and all of the shitas and all of the hashkafas and all of the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Yishlakish was saying also. I you know that you can fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows in the Akel, in the Kalkalos. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm the liberation. By the way, Gemara just asks, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the Ilay Mahakamaisa? If you want to say that ultimately, again, it's as it's stated, Ha'am Liberation, Hanami is Ha'nami Ilay Agiston Anibisoko. See, you probably remember when they saw the guy challenge, like you said, he's a calling body with Shemitah, and the other two Rabbanim, the three, and the Shimon said maybe he's a high worker. If the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse, or not a good excuse, it's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Right? It must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, nice McCoy. So the answer, what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So also, this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? What's this saying? Listen to this. If you have one saw, saws a measurement, one saw of truma, remember the truma can only be consumed by a coin. One saw of truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. And what's interesting about this? So remember again, truma only can be consumed by a coin. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a saw of truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. Yeah, I'm gonna get to. Yeah, so like one sub truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now the Shemitah produce over here is chulin, right? Even remember again, even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately again it is chulin. Again, chulin with limitations. Now let's say, now remember, if you have just one sub truma falling into one sub chulin, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's not all. In this case over here, one sub truma falls into 100 sa'ah of Shemitah produce. So what's that? Tala. So remember, the ratio for bittul of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, the truma is bottled. Now, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it rot? Why do you have to let it rot? Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do I have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? You tell it to a kohen. So let's bubble. The Brisa says, let it rot. I'm not your cool. Why do you let it rot? You can let it kohen. B'dimei truma. Chutz b'dimei also sell it to a kohen. I want to say that in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I'm supposed to give truma to the kohen. I mismanage. I'm a notorious truma mismanager. So what happens? My truma gets mixed in with my chulin. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what starts the mixture? What starts the mixture? Having too many blank expressions looking right back at me. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so let's say, sit down. You know where you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, one part truma to less than 100 parts chulin. What happens? What starts the mixture? Truma. Excellent, here we go, good. So let's say, now what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift it. If you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's chulin there. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's a limited population that can buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 of Shemitah produce. So the truma is not bottled. So what did the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. Let's let it rot. I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what could I sell to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the truma, because I can't charge the Kohen for truma. Like, why not? Why not? Because it's his. Because it's his. So I could sell him the amount of the mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 90 of chulin of Shemitah produce, one saw of truma. So the total volume is 91 saw. I could charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rot. What's going on over here? So it's worth Kohanim Ashrius. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How can it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Next to the Kohanim, Rashi says, La hashos shvius achazman beer demoted here. So we'll say, so now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As we mentioned before, you are allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good. They're so pure. This is what Rashi says. They have the Morahater. The Shuma of the Kachak Havasham the Gabayu. That she is not to do sorry because concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have Truma, right? We have Kadshim, we have all these different things. Okay, so the rest of so remember, Shemitah Kaddish is Kaddish, Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim and Mora Hefer, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So we'll say, so because of this, we got a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal enactment, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and we'll say, and therefore, incredible. So that results in this last case, that during the Shemitah year, you have Truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine, Truma's bottle, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a Kohen. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you're permitted to dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So the Gemara is actually, so now remember we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they interconnect the month. So Amru, true that we did. So now listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia said, Rish Lakish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. Like, in other words, like, why they were taken aback by his negative disposition. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish, who's Rish Lakish? Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate Balshul, right? Rish Lakish was a thief, a gladiator, all these different kinds of, he had a very, very checker past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a Balshul and embraces the Gadati of Torah. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than his other Rabbanim, simply because the Pashas Rabbi Shimon grew up being close to the Beis HaMedrash. He grew up in the Beis HaMedrash. Rish Lakish said, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. You know, sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. You know, sometimes when you've lived that life of dishonesty, you could smack it, you could smell it a little bit different, like you could detect it a little bit more. So now again, I would say I want to point out, interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't. Let's go back there. Okay, so what happens is now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. But Reish Lakish is unapologetic. He's unapologetic. And he's going to say, Reish Lakish, you know that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the katschus. You have to use the benefit of the doubt. So these other Rabbanim seeming right. So you know, if you're Reish Lakish, he would probably say you have to be down the katschus, not down the katschus. You know, at the end of the day, I would say, you know, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. But there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, that love is be done the conscious of course. But perhaps for someone like Reish Lakish, she was much more plugged. What was it? All right, let's go back there. So let's say the story gets better. We're not finished yet. All right, Kimatul Hassam. So now what happens? They arrive at the place, what they called Asya, this place where they were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to declare the new month, the new year. So they were going to declare the new year. So what happened was great. So the Kiyah Rabbi Shimon, so they went upstairs to the attic. That's what the Rabbanim were going to do. Shalupa Megaga Mitusei. And they took out the ladder right in front of Reish Lakish, which means, said, you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You're here, you came with that shkayach, you can go on. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay, I was looking at Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, Reish Lakish was now offended. He's very upset. He's on Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right? Right, Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpacha. Come before Rabbi Yochanan. Amalei, so let's get ready for this. Reish Lakish says, Amalei, B'nei Adam ha'chashudim ala shvi'is she'ein la'abed shana. Cool. So what's this? Listen to this. So now Reish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shmita, are they permitted to go ahead and Bima Abed Bashar, are they permitted to declare this year? And we'll say, now remember again, now what does that mean? Reish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shmita, but he's saying it was like this. There's also part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Reish Lakish says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shemitah, they didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. You are complicit. This is what I was going to say. I just want to point out, we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman al-Islam, what is happening in Australia now, with the anti-Semitic events, and people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism list. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent that after Australia, in all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So it's like you said, you're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machal, you're not going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violators of Shemitah. So Reish Lakish says, how could these guys who violated Shemitah be parts of the Chayvah? That's the kind of leap year. Sorry. So just then Reish Lakish was thinking, he said, you know what, it's actually not such a big problem, I'll tell you why. Rabbanon Akshevinu Sama. So we saw this before. Because they're no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, maybe, so Reish Lakish said, maybe these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon are not really part of the base to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you could even be a shepherd. Pretty stark. So we'll say so again, something what happened over here. Reish Lakish just called these two Rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. Kesher Rishon. The Kesher Rishon ain't on the again. Then it's understanding that's not a good raya because just in the previous case, the rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual Beis Din. Here, my concern is that these two rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are part of the Beis Din, and if these guys are part of the Beis Din, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishon. Kesher Rishon. Sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, guys? Congregation Kesher Rishon, right? Yeah, whatever. It's like Kesher Rishon, right? So they said the problem over here is that these Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again they're part of the Beis Din, and if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishon, a congregation of Rishon. So it's like Rish Lakish is sharp. Rish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi just a moment. Kesher Rishon. Ve'ech anu somchim al mirezes lasos k'divrayim va'afilu ihein osin al ibor k'din u'kidas hashem misaber sa'idim. They're going to base the minyan dezayin on you. Okay, so therefore, the Rishonim is really saying, I don't understand how this Beis Din that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into. I don't understand how this is a valid Beis Din. So Rabbi Yochanan, da'aka. So Rabbi Yochanan said, you know what? I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them the shard. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan, so let's look at actually da'aka shata kore osan the shard. It is a little bit over the top. In other words, you want to. It's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation. I do that. I do. And if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't count at that point, but the corporate level and that level of what's the word? Discrimination. Yeah, that level of diatribe. That's already a little over. So Yochanan said that I don't think you can do. So Kiyas went to Rabbi Yochanan. So I says, yeah, what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Rish Lakish said about them. So Kiyas came out a little movie. So listen to this. So what's interesting is they said, so now, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Rish Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's all in all this. Like, you didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, no. You told me no, so my amir, right? And if he would have said, what would he say? Like, he called you cattle herders? If he would have called you sheep herders, would you have rather let him would have made a difference? So he's very precise. What Rabbi Yochanan is saying is, so what? And what's one of the first lessons that we teach our children? Just because someone calls your name doesn't mean you need to react. Yeah, Rish Lakish was upset because Rish Lakish thought you were wrong, so he called you Rishon. He called you, if you notice, by the way, Rabbi Yochanan counters Rish Lakish. He called him a Rasha. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right? But when I saw, once you go ahead, he called you a cattle herder. Okay, get over it. Now let's say, interestingly enough, that's where the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was the Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Rish Lakish is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when they are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia, you got like half-splits. But what you also see is that when I say just because someone says something to you, doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age, right, where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And I say, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often do you respond to something that afterwards they thought? I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then you WhatsApp something and then you believe it, you this, that, people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you believe before you believe it. And why? Had I just had enough self-restraint just to not respond, life would be so much better. Plus, you also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, no matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this, we're not going into it, that for our people right now, like one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. And the draft of the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shmuel's night on it. So without even wading into it, but the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, so in the context of a debate between you, you've lost. Even if you're right, you lost. Because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate. Because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It is so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. The words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go right there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so much like this. Good. My Kesher Sham. So what's that? So that's interesting enough. So one of the things that Rish Lakish said, one of the things Lakish said was he called Kesher Sham, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Sham. So the Gemara says, we've never heard that expression before. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. So Kesher Sham. What's a Kesher means like a bond, like a Chevron Sham. What does that mean? Let's say get ready for this story. This Shevna Hava, Garish the place Rabbi. So it's now going to be introduced to a story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called Rabbi. Right? And then, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you could ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So now this is incredible story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. So listen to this. So Hiskiel, right, the guy who ran essentially like the chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had an immense following. Have a Garish but Yisra Busa. When he would actually, he had 130,000 followers. Meaning, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Hiskiel, have a Garish but had Sarah Busa. Interesting. Hiskiel was the king of Yehuda in terms of Galilee. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Chassidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. She also said, "Hey, Rabbi Tsar Alei Yerushalayim." So now we know the famous story. So Caleb comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is the famous story of Caleb's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheriv came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities. This is showing he already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Kasav Shevna Piska Shadavila. Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate an organized surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? The problem was Hiskiel didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He attached, he wrote a note, essentially a letter to Sancheriv, saying, I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on the arrow, he shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyaitu l'shlichut So one says, now what happened? So Shebna literally wrote a letter to Sancheriv saying, Chizkiyahu doesn't want peace with you, but we, meaning me, Shebna and my followers want peace with you. And sent this letter to Sancheriv. How the Kamistif Chizkiyahu, so Chizkiyahu was concerned, he didn't know what to do. Amr Dilma Frasashon Naki Dagi Kuchibiku, Basa Ruba, Kevan Ruba Minsuri, Nami Minsuri. So Chizkiyahu said like this, there's a concept of Achairav Mahatos. We follow the majority. So Chizkiyahu started second guessing himself. And he said to himself, you know what, maybe Shebna is right. Shebna is the majority. He's the majority, he's the right. And Akadosh Baruch Hu often goes by the majority as well. So maybe Akadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Nabi King Christian said to him, Lo somun kesher b'chol asher yomar ha'amazeh kesher. So listen to this, so here he quotes over here. The pasuk from Yeshayahu. Well, so we catch the call Asher Yomar Amazeh Kesher. So the Nabi comes and says like this: Klomar Kesher Shailu, the Kesher Sham Elam. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a Kesher Sham. So here's where the expression comes from. Right? This robe is a Kesher Sham. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halakhic majority. Incredible. So therefore the Nabi tells Chizkiyahu, do not surrender. His father flags you back, do not surrender. So Shebna is feeling pretty good about himself, right? Because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sends this letter to Sancheriv and is very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shebna do? So Shebna comes along and says, but Shebna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of Davidic kings. So Shebna is really getting ready. Right? He's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne. He's going to be installed by Sancheriv. So he decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic family. So the Nabi says to Shebna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially the Nabi said to Shebna, this one is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is going to put the wandering of a woman. What does this mean? In general, people have more rahmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Nabi was saying, is going to make you like a wandering man, meaning that you're going to be a wanderer and no one's going to have rahmanas on you. So we'll see what happens. So Shebna gets leprosy. Shebna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home, Chizkiyahu's home. Napak both of a color, even though Shebna was all great, right? But Shebna ultimately, again, his glory turned into degradation. Let's get into this. So now, Shebna and his followers, right? So Chizkiyahu is not surrendering. Shebna, along with his followers, saying, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shebna and his whole Chevra. What happens? You have enough with you. So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sancheriv. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as they walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out, and the moment that Shebna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shebna walks out by himself on the days on the way. So now Shebna comes before Sancheriv. I remember again what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So I'm like, so Sancheriv says, Shebna, who are all followers? So Shebna says, now Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Right? How do you do? They say Yerushalayim on the basis that there's this in came, so obviously you're looking for him. Sanhedrin thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shebna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So here's his embarrassing. Because can you imagine again? There probably was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. What is 130,000? Probably much more because it's 130,000 people we dash into. It's not just had families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So Karen says, you're making fun of me. You're mocking me. What did he do? So the answer is not true. So they bore a hole in the soles of Shebna's feet, attached them to the tail of their horses, and dragged them on the thorns. So Shebna, unfortunately, again, in a little bit, it's enough to be boring. What a descent that he experienced. We won't say this, in general. So it's fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. And what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shebna was the second in command. Shebna was the second in command to Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. Hiskiel was so great that he could maybe learn about Hiskiel last week. Actually, that'll be here though. Right, where again, Hiskiel was responsible for such a high level of scholarship within Klal Yisrael. It was like the golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachos of Tum and Tar, right? It was last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halachos of Tum and Tar, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel could have been the Mashiach. Things were going well. Shebna has everything, power, influence. So how do you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, I'm going to learn Shebna Bal Hanoah. Shebna was steeped in physical pleasure. Ksiv hacha, lech bala sochein hazeh, ksiv hacha, bakihid lo sochenes. One makes exer shabbat sochein sochenes. Actually, sochein is the treasurer. And so Karetz was by Abishag Ashinamis and David Amelech. So what's this? Interestingly enough, what was Shebna's downfall? Shebna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person does say, so what does that mean? What does that mean? So it's like when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although Rashi points out it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So I say, what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? Oh, so it's pretty good. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avoda of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I want to say, by the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I want to say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. The story of Shebna is the story of great people throughout the ages. We are so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time until you're downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shebna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens with Sancheriv, he sees, this is my moment. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that Gaiva sets in on the side, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here, there's a siege on Yerushalayim. And yet, what is Shebna doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his kever. Right? He's deciding where he's going to be buried. Right? He's already making the plans. Forget about my life turning. I'm already making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. What an overwhelming story. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Ki hashasos tzadik mapal. So what's this? Now the Gemara quotes over here the pasuk, from Malachi. No, sorry, from Tehran. Ki hashasos tzadik mapal. So again, just to understand the Gemara darshan this pasuk, Ki hashasos for the shasos, we'll define what shasos means, will be destroyed. Tzadik mapal. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different ways to read this puzzle. So Rabbi Yehuda Chad Amar Elu Chizkiyahu B'Siyaito Yarasi Tzadik mapal. So something is like Chizkiyahu. If Chizkiyahu and his assembly, his followers were destroyed, what good would that be for the tzaddik? The Chad Amar Elu B'Siyaito Yaras Tzadik mapal. Obviously, if the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, this is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna over Chizkiyahu. What good would have happened? If the plans of that Russia, i.e. Shevna, were not upended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shasos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, it makes sense. So it's who destroys the plans of evil people. This not Evan Haisa Shami most of the Ushasiya Haisa. It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shasos. Why? Because what's in the center of the Beis Hamikdash, actually by the Holy Chakavashim, was what's called the Evan Shasiya, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. Where do you ever find the tzaddik? The tzaddik is called a shasos. The chsid is beautiful. Kila Hashem and Mitzuvi Aretz Vayish Alei Tevel. He by his area halcha. He pila Isa Tzidiyah Toshia. Fine. Lama Nikra Shma Toshia. So once you see this very interesting. Torah is something called Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? It's beautiful. Nicknamed Shimateshes Kol Shel Adam. Because it weakens the talk of a person. Now, I want to say, listen to this. Like, what does that mean? Toshia, Toshia, Al Shem Sha'olam Mateshes Al Shem Sha'olam Mishusach Ala Torah V'lomden Ikos Toshia. Sorry. Good, fine. So before we get to that, so we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Pasuk shot over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say, this is very interesting. What does it mean Torah weakens a person? Torah Hashem Kenima Yeshivas Nefesh. Yeshivas says Torah revives the soul. So which one is this? Is Torah weakened? Is Torah reviving? What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now listen, to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility could absolutely deplete the co-host of a person. Now listen, but it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, is satisfying of the end, right? The person makes a sin, right? The person marries off their child, the person makes a bar mitzvah. And what happens? You're dancing a bat mitzvah. This a little less, because you're not dancing as well, right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? Exhausted. So you say, never, I'm exhausted. Yeah, never. It's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that simcha. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah, spirituality can exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad magid, one of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, If Torah doesn't sap you of any of your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem Yisrael, the Secretary Rebbe actually brings that also. He says on his phrase, the Reishi Mateshes Kol Kol Shabbat is beautiful. It's Kol Kol Shabbat, he says, is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I will say is such a beautiful idea. He says this. Rabbi says, the person should try to go ahead and always incite the good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yetzer Hara? What did you say? Bring yourself, draw it home to this message. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. We know this. So I said, when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit averas when we're doing the daf. Now, maybe the moment that close my Gemara, there's something else going on, right? But the Messiah would say, why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer Hara. That is the power of Torah. It's mateshes kol kol shel adam. It diminishes the power of the Yetzer Hara. Which is why, by the way, the Gemara says in second preface, the person struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all they need to do is just open a sefer really quickly, or now, boss, you can pull up Rabbi on that, right? Pull up Sefaria, right? And just read a passage. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging. Just open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back. The Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, you know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. More for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Let's say Shrek. Again, we always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's a much shorter daf tomorrow. Very. Don't look. Shrek, let's say wonderful start to the week. Incredible. All right, friends on Zoom, have a wonderful day. All right, well, say good morning. It is a great schos Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Masechet Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a Zuchus for the Soros Fellows for Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Shoshi, Daniel, the Eli Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal, Noah, Yosef, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mindel Funeral, Mindel Bas Shlomo Todros, Zichron Lebracha, Reb Ben Leonard, of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Sham, and that one together with Kol Holy Yisrael. The Shpach Hashem Yat Hashem bring our hands to this home, the Shalom and the Karov, should allow our Holy Soul. Beginning with great, really like incredible. I should have put it out yesterday in the chat. Vav 26, and we're picking up on Vav 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry, 4 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we'll call a testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon of Sochrei Shvius. So, which again, at first glance, sounded like going to this business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah is about a year, every 7 years, our local is everything in the field becomes taxable. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not a problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce, And number one is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. Let me start with the second one first. You can go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that now. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah, everything's hefker. It's a great business model, right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to sell it. So it sounds like a great idea. Only one problem, it's awesome. So like a lot of great ideas, right? So the nice, you're not allowed to do that. That's called self-issue. So the Mishnah says that a person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. It's impossible to do. Now the Mishnah went on, and the Mishnah says, Shimon, it's either how you call it also Osveshiyis, Mishirabu ha'anasin, Chazor l'klosan Sofeshiyis. You know, the Shimon comes on with this interesting thing. In the beginning, he would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the Anosim, now an Anos is someone who compels someone to do something. When the Anosim, right, the location of Anosim, he began to call them people who do business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly during Mishnah what is happening. So let's go on with the Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My comment. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? I'll let you go. Here it needs to say. B'tchila how you only osveishi is ksherin sofrim ha'psulim. So in the beginning, the first iteration of the halacha, it was a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. Everyone, in other words, that's what you're allowed to do here is gather produce. Sochrim psul. But if you do business with Shemitah produce, then you're puzzled. So if you gathered from the field, it's free, and then you went and you sold it on the secondary market, that is asur. Because remember, now I will say, any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to be atheist, right? It's not necessarily just a din and doing something illegal with the produce. This is any avera that a person does flagrantly without remorse. Okay, what happened? The sheravu mamtsie mos laniyim, the asli aniyim va'asilahu, umaisi. So then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of poor people. And he'd say to the poor people, go and gather as much Shemitah produce as you can. Because remember again, there is no limitation of the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take in the field. You can take as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire poor people to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echazeb Echazeb Psul. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's puzzled. So now, interestingly enough, what this did is that Halacha L'Maisa, this said whether you were an Osvei Shlius or whether you were someone who was Sofrei Shlius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So the word says, Kashu Bevnei Rakba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rakba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, Hi, Misharabu Ha'anasim, Misharabu Ha'tagarin Mibayim. At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu Ha'anasim? Anosim means it sounds like people who are extorting. Right? So it should say Misharabu Ha'tagarin. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal had to step in and say anyone essentially dealing in mass Shemitah produce is going to be prohibited from giving aid. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. So in the beginning they said both of these individuals are puzzled. Listen to the question. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are puzzled. Mishirabu ha'anasim umaynim u'agaanasim arnona. So this is very interesting what say. So look at Rashi. Rashi says arnona mas sher. It's the second of the short line of Rashi. Mas sher go ba'amelach minat u'akach v'kach kulim minasad l'sh. Arnona taxes. Modern Hebrew Arnona is also taxes. Hey, so, but this tax, he didn't pay the tax, he was going to go ahead and take your field. Now, this posed a unique problem during the Shemitah year. Why? Because during Shemitah year, you're not farming. You're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? As Rabbi Yanai said, so this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, he said, go and plant your fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. Now, I will say, this is incredible. Look at actually, Pope Fuzano B'Shvius, Shvius Bizman Zed Rabbanon, Debatla Kiddush HaSa'aretz. So listen to this, what I'm saying. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. They couldn't get it there about Shemitah. So like you said, this posed a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. But get ready for this. Rabbi Yanai took out the public land. I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during the Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing like this? How can one do this? So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi Yanai was, remember what makes Shemitah Rabbanon? Shemitah is only D'Oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel's only D'Oraisa when Rov Yoshver Aleha, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. We'll say, by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain methods. For example, Shemitah, like the big debate. I think the Shemitah coming up, right? 2 years. We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7th year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. Yeah, so the next 7 years, this should be it. And it's just so it's interesting. So one of the recent debates about Shemitah is Heterachira. Like the notion of going ahead, essentially like selling land to a non-Jew. It's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa Shemitah bisman hazeh d'Rabbanan, according to most opinions. So because it's d'Rabbanan, you have a little leverage. You know, something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the announcement of the future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that, think about that, for the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halachic ramifications as well. In any event, Rabbi Yanai comes along and says, I need you to plant your fields, because if you don't, then we'll lose our land. So the Yanai said, Osvin Ksherim, Sofer Psulim. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher le'edus. Right? There's not doing anything wrong. Sofer, those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're apostle le'edus. So if you about Zan to keep sacrifice. So once I said that's so the halacha that I take away from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem, kosher le'edus, because that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be apostle le'edus. Okay, now I want to say the Gemara tells a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi bar Zarniki, Shimon Yod Tzaddik, Havika Azi Rabbi Shon Asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon ben Yod Tzaddik. Actually, let's go Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to intercalate the new year. We're going to declare in a place called Asya. So that's a city called Asya. So what happened? Pagbu Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish says, hey guys, where are you going? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, alright, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Shimon. Listen, all right, can you just imagine like being in the back seat of that minivan, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on with that chevra, that whole chevra. So Tia, the Shimon, and now Rish Lakish tags along. So the Gemara says, Amar, Ezel Echzi Heti Avilda. Rish Lakish said, listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the integration, how leap year is done. You want to come along? Okay, so Rish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, Chazi Rahu Gabra to Kakari. They saw a guy plowing his field. Now, let's say it was a Shemitah year. They saw a guy plowing his field. So I'm on the horn, Kohen the Kodesh. This guy is plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating the Shemitah. It's Kohen violating Shemitah. On the line. So interesting that here, and Shimon was surprised at how Rish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, what's happening? Amrullah, Yokol Lomar, Agiston Anibisoho. First of all, who says it's a Jewish-owned field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. If you look at Ashi Agiston Skir, the Karka shall not do you, Inani Shalayonis Kalabal Balabais Lakrosh. So it's like, so number one, maybe it is the field of a non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jew is a hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it's the field of a Jew. Right? And remember, what did Rabbi just said before? Rabbi just said before that Allah Kalamesa, under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to seize your field, if you don't pay the tax, you have to work your field. So essentially, this is Rish Lakish, whoa. I understand. Rish Lakish was saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Kohen. You Kohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Kohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Amrullah, Kohen is Zamar. The guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amrullah, Yacholomer la'akil beis habad. They say, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? If you have an olive press and you have a pile, Rashi points out, you have a pile of olives, they would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often used from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the vineyard, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the vines in order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, so it's this fascinating tension here between, on one hand, Rish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violations of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Milan Zichus. So Rish Lakish responds, he says, Amalahem, Halid Yodea, in Ra'akel, in Ra'akal Kalos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha. A little bit of a play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat, to make the netting, and that kal kalos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other. Actually, say la'aver al hadas. So we'll say, so this is incredible. Rish Lakish says, these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. Rish Lakish was confident in his assessment of the situation. We'll say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to delude myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. Halid Yodea. At the end of the day, you can fool everyone else in your life. You can do a great job at it. You can do it for decades, you can do an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Halid Yodea. Your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person I need to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is a facade. An overwhelming and intelligent reminiscent. The Salvation points out that mentioned many times in one of his first essays on Tshuva. So it points out that tshuva, so we often translate tshuva as repentance. Right? But the truth is, it's not really what tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of tshuva? Is to return. Right? And in fact, as Soloveitchik points out, this comes really from Shmuel. Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Navi, he was also the shofet, he was also the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the Beis Din, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the Navi uses is Uteshuvasa harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, to Shuvah So Soloveitchik points out, he says, you see from here that at the end of the day, Shuvah really means a return, and not just a return, but a return home. And Soloveitchik says something so beautiful. He says, life is one big circle. He says, the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? It says, everyone has that point where they come home. And what Soloveitchik is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time, but at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right, and all of the shitos, the hashkafas, all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Rishakish was saying also. How late your day are. You can fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows in la'akel, in la'kalkalos. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm a liberation. By the way, the Gemara just asks, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? If you want to say that ultimately, again, it's as it's stated, see, the problem with saying that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when they saw the guy plowing, which, like we said, he's a Kohen violating Shemitah, and the other two Rabbanim, and the Trinity said maybe he's a hired worker. If the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse. Not a good excuse. It's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Rather, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, Ma'ashna Kohen. So you want to see what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So once again, this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? Listen to this. If you have one saw as a measurement, one saw truma, remember truma can only be consumed by a Kohen. One saw truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. And listen, what's interesting about this? So remember again, truma only can be consumed by a Kohen. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a saw of truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. Yeah, and I'm gonna get to. Yeah. So right, one saw truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now, the Shemitah produce over here is chulin, right? Even remember again, even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately again it is chulin. Again, chulin with limitations. Now we'll say, now remember, if you have just one saw truma falling into one saw chulin, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's how. In this case over here, one saw truma falls into 100 saw of Shemitah produce. So what's tala? So remember, the ratio for bittul of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, the truma is batal. Now, tala. If it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? That's let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it why do you have to let it rot? And now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do you have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a Kohen. Sell it to a Kohen. So let's yet the Raisa says, let it rot. Why do you have to let it rot? You can let it Kohen. B'dinei Truma. Chutz b'dinei also saw. sell it to a Kohen. I want to say that in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I am in Israel. So if I'm in Israel, so now what happened? I have Truma. I'm supposed to give that Truma to the Kohen. I mismanage. I'm a notorious Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets mixed in with my food. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. It's one of us. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts food is 1 part Truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? What do I do is what's the mixture? What's the mixture? Have too many blank expressions looking right back at me. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so let's say, so now, you know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, one part too much, less than 100 parts too much. What happens? What's the mixture? Truma, excellent, here we go, good. So let's say, so now, what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift, if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't I have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's chol in there. So remember, there is a market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be at a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's a limited population that could buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 saw of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not fatal. So what does the Mishnah say? You got to let it rot. Why do it rot? I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. Because I can't charge the Kohen for Truma. Right? Why not? Because it is. So I could sell him the amount of mixture minus the Truma. So let's say there's 90 saw of chulin, of Shemitah produce. One saw of Truma. So the total value is 91 saw. I could charge him, obviously, a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rock. Let's go run everywhere. So it's worth it. The Kiddush, you know, is also nice. Nefshedu Kohanim Ashriyas. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here, Allah so we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How can it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So also take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Nefshedu Kohanim, Rashi says, Lahashos Shvius Achazinan Beer. They know that here. So now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As I mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good. They're so pure. They're so sweet. Right? So why are they so chashuv over here? So look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Rashi says, the Mora B'Akira, they have the Mora Heter. They have a good excuse. What do they say? Because concept is, come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have Truma, right? We have Kadshim, we have all these different things. Okay, so that's the Kaddish. So remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish. Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim and Mora Heter, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So let's say, so because of this, we got a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made enactment, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah. Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and also and therefore incredible. So that results in this last case that during the Shemitah year, you have Truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, or if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottle, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a Kohen. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you're permitted to dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So the Gemara says, so now remember we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they intercalate the month. So Amru, true that we did. So I want to listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chia said, Lagish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. Like, in other words, like, why are you walking around? They were taken aback by his negative disposition. I want to say that. I just want to point out something very interesting. Reish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Reish Lakish is the ultimate Balchul, right? Reish Lakish was a thief, a gladiator, all these different kinds of. He had a very, very checker past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a Balchul and embraces the totality of Torah. Reish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than these other Rabbanim, simply because the pastors of Rabbi Shimon grew up being close to Beis HaMedrash. He grew up in Beis HaMedrash. Reish Lakish said, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. Sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. Sometimes when you live that life of dishonesty, you could smell it. You could smell it a little bit different. Like you could detect it a little bit more. So now again, as I say, I want to point out. Interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't smell. Let's go back there. Okay, so I have points now. So now these other ones are very taken aback. But it's like she's unapologetic. And he's going to say, also you have to understand. As soon as he turns out this Gemara is it's like this, that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the kap's chus. You have to be doubt. So these other Rabbanim see me, right? So after it's like she was probably saying, you have to be down the kap's chus, not down the kap's chus. At the end of the day, I was like, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, the Allah has been done the cops, of course. But perhaps for someone like me, she was much more plugged into human nature. She was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So let's start this better. We're not finished yet. Place what they called Aska, this place where they were going to do the Iber year. They were going to declare the new month, the new year. So they were going to declare a new year. So what happened was great. So the Chia and the Shimon, so they So they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalufa l'darga mituse, and they took out the ladder right in front of Reish Lakish, which means said, "You're not coming with, right? You're here. You came with that shkayach. You can't go on. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us." Okay, I was looking at Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, Reish Lakish was now offended. He was very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right? Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpachah. From before Rabbi Yochanan, Amalei, so once they get ready for this, Reish Lakish says, Amalei, B'nei Adam ha'chashudin ala shiyis she'en la'abe shana. So let's listen to this. So now Reish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shemitah, are they permitted to go ahead and are they permitted to declare a leap year? They will say, now remember again, what does that mean? Reish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shemitah. What he's saying is like this. He's going to say part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when something is due, someone's doing something wrong. So Reish Lakish says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shemitah and didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. This is what I was going to say. I just want to point out, we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman now, with the anti-Semitic laws, people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism this. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent, but that's Australia. all of those ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. So it's like you said, Rabbi, you're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machal, you're not going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violating the Shemitah. So if you says to the Ochanan, how could these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the Chayva that's declaring a leap year? Sorry. Don't catch me. So Jim Dennis Lakish was thinking, I was like, you know what? It's actually not such a big problem. I'll tell you why. Needed to halash Shloshah Boker, Rabbanon Akshivim Samach. So we spoke on this before. Because there's no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and so like you said, maybe these two rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Shimon, are not really part of the base to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you can even be a shepherd. Pretty stout. So again, something what happened over here. Rish Lakish just called these two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. The Gesher Sham Enam Minamim. Then you're saying that's not a good raya because just in the previous case, the rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual Beis Din. Here, my concern is that these two rabbanim, but here Rabbi Shimon are part of the Beis Din, and if these guys are part of the Beis Din, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishayim. Kesher Rishayim sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, guys, congregation Kesher Rishayim, right? So they said the problem over here is that these two rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishayim, a congregation of the Shem. So it's like Rish Lakish is sharp. Rish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi just a moment. Kesher Rishayim, there's only something out in himself. That's what's to the van. Bakilu Ein Oisin of Ibor Kidim Ukidas and Sashon Misaber Sareh. Okay, so therefore, Rish Lakish is really saying, I don't understand how this basin that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed to. I don't understand how this is a valid basin. So Rabbi Yochanan, so Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what, I think, so Rabbi Yochanan, after, so look at Rashi, Shata Kol Osan Hashem. Let's just rub it over the top. In other words, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan said, you want to hold him accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation? I hear that. I do. And if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't counter that point. But to call people to shine, that is already a different level, and that level of what's the word, discrimination. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's very little of it. The Yochanan says that is going to be to do. So Kiyas like coming to Yochanan. So see now what happened. Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Rish Lakish said about them. So Kiyas like coming to Yochanan. Amar Lei Kariban Roy Bakar, although Amar Mavalo Mugis. So what's interesting is they said so now Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Rish Lakish called us cattle herders, he called us shepherds, and you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's all in all this, like you didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, the Kari Lahu Loi Son, Mayamir, right? And if you would have put some, what would he have said about that? He called you cattle herders, it would have called you sheep herders, it would have rather right, it would have made a difference. So it's very profound. What Yochanan is saying is, so what? Right, so let's go to the first lesson that we teach our children. Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you need to react. The other Shakish was upset because the Shakish thought you were wrong, so he called you a shine. He called you like, if you notice, by the way, that you're going to count as Rish Lakish. He called him a Rasha, that I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right? But Lamaisa, once you go ahead, right, he called you a cattle herder? Okay, get over it. Now let's say, interestingly enough, that's where the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, right, we're not sure from the story itself, like, who was right. Was Rish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity. But there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Rish Lakish is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when they are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from the Shimon and the Kiel, you got the Kapskos. Right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that when I say just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is, and this is probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age, like where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And also, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often in life do you respond to something that afterwards like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then write you WhatsApp something and then you delete it, you do that, people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you did even before you deleted it. And why? Had I just like had enough self-restraint just to not respond, life would be so much better. Plus, we also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this, we know that for our people right now, one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. And now it's the draft of the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuos night on it. The moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you, you've lost. Well, even if you're right, you lost. Because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate. Because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It is so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so the Gemara says like this. Good. My Kesher Sham. So I'll say, it's not interesting enough. So one of the things that Rish Lakish said, was he called it a Kesher Sham, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Sham. So the Gemara says, what is, you've never heard that expression before. What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. Like Kesher is shut. What's that? Kesher means like a band, like a chevra or something. What does that mean? What's that? Get ready for the story. This is wild. This is wild. My Kesher is shut. Shevna hava yarish betlei services. So what's this? Now we're going to be introduced to a story of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called Rabbi, right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you can ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So let's say, so listen to this. So now this is an incredible story for Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. So listen to this. So Chizkiyahu, right, the guy who ran essentially like the sheep staff. chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had an immense following. When he was Darshan, remember, he had 130,000 followers. Meaning, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Chizkiah, Havadarish, Bechad, Sayat Musa. This is Chizkiah, who was the king of Yehuda, and son of David, he had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. He also sent Chaylev at Tsar Arei Yerushalayim. So now I have another famous story. So Chaylev comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is a famous story of Sancheiriv's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheiriv came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities, this is Yerushalayim. He already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate an organized surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? The problem was, didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He attached a loading note, essentially a letter to Sancheiriv saying, I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on the arrow and shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyatu u'shlimu, Chizkiah v'siyatu lo u'shlimu. Shenemar ki hine harisham yidruk u'nkeshes konu nefitzam ayasar. So let's say, now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Sancheiriv saying, Chizkiah doesn't want peace with you, but we, meaning me, Shevna and my followers want peace with you. And he sent this letter to Sancheiriv. So Chizkiah was concerned. He didn't know what to do. So Chizkiah said like this, there's a concept of Achayrav Mahatos. We follow the majority. So Chizkiah started second guessing himself and thinking to himself, you know what? Maybe Shevna is right. Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the wife. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu often goes by the majority as well. So maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheiriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Navi came to Chizkiah and said to him, so listen to this verse. So here it comes over here. The passage from Yishayahu. So the Rabbi comes and says like this: this is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call kasher rishon. So what's the expression comes from? Like this robe is a kasher rishon. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. Incredible. So let's say, so therefore the Navi tells Chizkiah, do not surrender. The Shpach writes, you're back, do not surrender. Well, Shevna is feeling pretty good about himself, right? Because Shevna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sent this letter to Sancheiriv, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shevna do? So Shevna comes along and says, Shevna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of Davidic kings. So Shevna is really getting ready. As he's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne, he's going to be installed by Sancheiriv. So he decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kingdom. So the Navi says to Shevna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially the Navi said to Shevna, the response is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is going to cause the wandering of a woman. In general, people have more rachmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. The Navi was saying, going to make you like a wandering man, meaning that you're going to be a wanderer, no one's going to have rachmanas on you. So we'll see what happens. So Shevna gets leprosy. Sano Yitzfinecha Safna Kadra Al Eretz Achra Pas Yadayim Tana Ubikesh Kalon Beis Adonov Shevna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home, Hiskiel's home. Napach Kivod B'Lachalo, even though Shevna was all great, right? But Shevna ultimately again his glory turned into degradation. Once again, so now Shevna and his followers, so Hiskiel says they're not surrendering. Shevna, along with his followers, say we're surrendering. We're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim, Shevna and his whole Chevra. What happens? You have enough people. So Shevna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sancheriv. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as they walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shevna walked out by himself on the base, on the way. So now Shevna comes before Sancheriv. And remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So I'm like, Yeshasiyeh, so Shevna, who are followers? So Shevna said, look, now Shevna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. He figured was that his followers decided not to come, right? How do you do? They stay in Yerushalayim. On the basis, okay, this is in came Achuchi Kamechayis. So obviously you're making so Sancheriv thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shevna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So you're not seeing, because can you imagine again? There probably was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews in addition to the Pakistan families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out, and meanwhile, one guy comes out. So here it says, you're making fun of me, you're mocking me. What did he do? So he said, Nakru ba'kaba v'karu b'zan v'susayim, but in the garden also ala kotzim barabanim. So they bore a hole in the soles of Shevna's feet, attached them to the tail of their horses, and dragged them on the horses. So Shevna, unfortunately, again, literally ate enough to be born. What a descent that he experienced. We'll say, get ready for this. In general, it's always fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. Like what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shevna was the second in command. Shevna was the second in command to Hiskiel Malachim. Hiskiel was so great that he could really learn Hiskiel last week's staff. Actually, that was ago. Like when again, Hiskiel was responsible for such a high level of scholarship within Klal Yisrael. It was like the golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachas of Tum and Tara, right? It was last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halachas of Tum and Tara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel could have been the Mashiach. Things were going well. Shevna has everything: power, influence. So how did they make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, I'm going to Lazar. Shevna Bal Hano. Shevna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sivhacha, Lech Bala, Sochei Hazeh, Sivhacha, Batihi Lo Sochei. It's going to make Xer Shabbat, Sochei Sochei. Actually, Sochei is the treasurer, and Sochei was by Abishag Shinamis and Governor Noah. So let's say, it's interesting enough, what was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person goes, so what does that mean? So it's like when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although Rashi points out it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So I said, what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? Yeah, so that's pretty good. Right. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avoda of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life comes about pleasure, which I will say, it says, by the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. The story of Shev Narosa is the story of great people throughout the ages who have so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time until the downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens with Sankhir, he sees, this is my moment. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that guy sets in the outside, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here, there's a siege on Yerushalayim. And then what is Shevna doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his Sheva. Right? He's deciding where he's going to be buried. Right? He's going to make the plans. Forget about my life turning thing. I'm already making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. What an overwhelming story. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, so most says now the Gemara quotes over here the pasuk. Comes over the pasuk, or from Malachi. From Tehillim. Sadik Mapal. So again, just say how you want to dash in this passage. For the shasos, we'll define what shasos means, will be destroyed. Sadik Mapal. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different ways to read these passages. So Rabbi Yudah, Chad Amar Ilu Chizkiyahu B'Siyaito Nerasu. Sadik Mapal. So something refers to Chizkiyahu and his assembly, his followers were destroyed. What good would that be for the tzaddik? Obviously, if the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, this is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna over Chizkiyahu. What good would have happened? If the plans of that Rasha, i.e. Shevna, were not upended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shasos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, it makes sense. First of all, it destroys the plans of evil people. It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shasos. Why? Because we're saying the sense of the Beis Hamikdash, actually by the Kodesh HaKadoshim, was what's called the Even Shesiyah, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. Where do you ever find the tzaddik? The tzaddik is called a shasos. The chsiv is beautiful. Kiva Hashem mitzugi aretz vayish aleim teva. Be by his ear and halcha. V'pila itza v'gil toshia. Well, kind of fine. Lama nikra shma toshia. So let's see. You see things that are interesting. Torah is something called toshia. Why is Torah called toshia? It's beautiful. Mitnei shimateshas kol kol shel adam. Because it weakens the koach of a person. Now, I will say, listen to this. Like, what does that mean? Toshia, Toshia, al shem sha'olam ateshes al shem sha'olam mishusach ala Torah v'lomden Toshia. Sorry. Good, fine. So before we get to that, so we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Pashup Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that this is very interesting. What does he Torah week is a person? Torah says in Torah Hashem Tanima Meshivas Nefesh. Meshivas stands Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? Is Torah weekend? Is Torah reviving? What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now we'll say to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul. My soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility can absolutely deplete the focus of a person. Now listen, but it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, saps you of your energy. Like the person makes a sin, right? The person marries off the child. The person makes a by mitzvah. And what happens? You can't say a bas mitzvah. This little lesson. You have to dance a little bit, right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? Exhausted. You say, never. I'm exhausted. No, never. It's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that simcha. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah, spirituality can exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know? If you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad Mavish, one of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap you of any of your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem Yishmael, the Sakachar Rebbe actually brings that also. He says on this phrase, Keveshim Akashas Kol Kol Shabbat, this is beautiful. And it's Kol Kol Shabbat, he says, is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. You know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara. Which I will say is such a beautiful idea. You know it from the Sefer Brachos, right? The Gemara says, Yolam Yagis Adam Yitzer Torah Yetzer Hara. A person should try to go ahead and always incite their good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yetzer Hara? What does the Gemara say? Mashchenu Labeis HaMedrash. Bring yourself, pull for this purpose. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. You know this. Torah says when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit Averos when we're doing the daf. Now, maybe the moment I close my Gemara, there's something else going on, right? But the Gemara said, why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah, by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer Hara. That is the power of Torah. It's not Heshas, Koko, Shal Adam. It diminishes the power of the Yetzer Hara. Which is why, by the way, you might say in Sefer Brachos, person is struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all they need to do is just open the Sefer really quickly. Or, in our Baruch Shem, pull up Rabbi on that, right? Pull up Sefaria, right? And just read the passage. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes like the Gemara says, another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, Shenikna Bakasha Nikna Asat. All right, guys, you know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, more for tomorrow. Again, we always wind up in the right place. It's a much shorter daf tomorrow. Very. Don't look. Hey, wonderful start to the week. Incredible.
This is posted by Shitty 2.
All right, Kev on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
It's too far away. Clinton's dumbass hasn't updated the Golden Hour Clips YouTube channel. It should have been like in 4 years. So this is the clip that preceded the other channel. Or the channel that preceded the other channel. So, they still have views, tour dates on it. And the cats. Isn't that yeah. Cats the king of the sting. Yeah. So they changed it to the Golden Hour.
All right, I want to say good morning, good Tova. It is a great schos, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of Masechet Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the year 5785, the Tolson Mishpacha from Israel, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a zechus for Besoros Talos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, Levi Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal, Noach Yosef, and our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mindel Furel, Mindel Bas Shlomo Todros, Zichron Lebracha, Rav Ben Lerat, Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sam and Aliyah, all of the families in Nechama. All those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. Mishpach Hashem Yat Hashem, bring our hostages home with Shalom and B'Karov. Should allow our holy soldiers to be successful b'Chol Maaseh Yedehem. But with that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. I should have put it out yesterday on the chat. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is Chav Vav 26, and we're picking up on Chav Vav 26. 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry, 4 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we call testimonial capacities. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon. On Chavdal on the base, the Mishnah had the Lashon of, which again, at first glance, sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah is about a year, every 7 years, Dalmota is everything in the field becomes hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not a problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce, and number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available in the field. Let me start with the second one first. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah, everything's hefker. So there's a great business model. Right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to. That sounds like a great idea. Only one problem, it's awesome. So like a lot of great ideas, right? So the Lemaisa, you're not allowed to do that. That's called sofer shmita. So the Mishnah says that a person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. Also, that the Mishnah then went on, and the Mishnah Amru Shimon, Etiba how you call it also os shvius, Mishrabu ha'anasin chazor l'grosan sofer shvius. So then Rabbi Shimon comes along with this interesting thing. He says in the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the anosim, now an anos is someone who compels someone to do something. When the anosim, right, with the proliferation of anosim, they began to call them people who do business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly clear in the Mishnah what is happening. So let's go on in the Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My Kamar. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? What it means to say, how you omrim ostei shvius ksherin sochrin pachsulin. So in the beginning, of the first iteration of the halachos, it was a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be aid. Right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do in Shemitah. Is gather produce. But if you do business with Shemitah produce, then you're puzzled. Right? So if you gathered from the field, it's free, and then you went and you sold it on a secondary market, that is asur. Because remember, I will say, any time in Aveira that essentially renders you unfit to give aid, right? It's not necessarily just a deal in doing something illegal with Shemitah produce. This is any Aveira happen. The Sharabu mamtsie ma'oslanim v'asli aniyim va'asfilahu umaisi. So then what happened? So there were these people. And apparently this became a common practice. Then what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of poor people. And we take to the poor people, go and gather as much Shemitah produce as you can. Remember again, there's no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take from the field. You can take as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire poor people to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echad Zev Echad Zev Psul. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's puzzle. So now, interestingly enough, what this did was is that Halacha L'Maisa, this said whether you were an Osei Shvius or whether you were someone who was Sofrei Shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So Gemara says, Kasha Bevnei Rachba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rachba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, Hi, Misharabu Ha'anasim, Misharabu Ha'tagarin Mibaile. Well, second, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu Ha'anasim? Anasim makes it sound like there are people who are extorting. Right? So it should say Misharabu Ha'tagarin. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal had to step in and say anyone essentially dealing in mass shemitah produce is going to be prohibited from giving Abus. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. So in the beginning they said both of these individuals are puzzle. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are puzzle. Mishrabu ha'anasim umaynim, who are the anasim? Arnona. So if you look at Rashi says Arnona. Mas is the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas shegoba hamelach min hatzua kach v'kach kurim min hasad l'shana. Arnona is taxes. Modern Hebrew Arnona is also taxes. Hey, so but this was a tax of the king. The king levied upon the field. If you paid the tax, great. If you didn't pay the tax, he's going to go ahead and take your fields. Now, this told the unique problem in Shemitah year. Why? Because during Shemitah year, you're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Arnona. The Machis Rabbi Yanai, as Rabbi Yanai said, so this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to farmers, he said, go. This is the idea. Go and plant your fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. I will say now, this is incredible. Look at actually Pope Fuzaro B'Shviyas. Listen to this one second. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea: the Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah is a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax. What would happen? The king would come and seize their field. Rabbi Yanai for this. Rabbi Yanai put out a public declaration. He said, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest your field during the Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing like this? How can one do this? So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi Yanai was Drabanan. So because Shemitah is Drabanan, one has a little bit more leverage. Now, again, remember what makes Shemitah Drabanan? Shemitah is only D'oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel's only D'oraisa, so when Rov Yoshvel HaLehal, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. But by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain methods. For example, Shemitah, like the big debate. I think Shemitah, you're coming up, right? 2 years. We just had it. We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7th year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. Yeah, and so the next 7 years, at least should be it. I was going to say, so it's interesting. So one of the reasons debates about Shemitah is Heta Mechira, right? The notion of going ahead, essentially, like Mechira summits, like selling land to a non-Jew. It's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because Halacha L'Maisa Shemitah B'Zman Hazeh Drabanan, according to most opinions. So because it's Rabbi, you have a little leverage. And I want to say something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point of time where not where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that, think about that, for the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halachic ramifications as well. In any event, Shabbiyana comes along and says, Kedra, I need you to plant your fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. So they went ahead and they said, "Oh, sink sharing, so-called not doing anything wrong, so-called those who conduct business which meet the produce, they're postulated." So here by sacrifice. So once I said that's so the halacha I said taken from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine, no problem, because that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business which meet the produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be postulated. Okay, now let's say the Gemara tells us a story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Yod Tzadok, Havika Azli Ba'abashar Ba'asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon ben Yod Tzadok. Okay, so it's called Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to intercalate the new year. We're going to declare a leap year. In a place called Asya. A city called Asya. So what happened? Pagu B'hu Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish says, "Hey guys, where are you going?" Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, "All right, can I come with? Can I come with?" So okay, so now you've got Reish Lakish. Listen, you just imagine like being in the back seat of that minivan, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on to that chevra, that whole chevra. So Rabbi Shimon, and now Reish Lakish tags along. So the Gemara says, "Amar Ezel Echzineti Abdilga." Reish Lakish said, "Listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the intercalation, how a leap year is done." Come along. Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, they saw a guy plowing his field. Now I'm going to say it was a shmita year. They saw a guy plowing his field. Some of the home, Kohen v'Choresh. This guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. He's violating Shemitah. So here Rabbi Shimon was surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, "What's that? First of all, who says it's a Jewish-owned field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. If you look at actually at this stone here, the karka shall not be here. So it's like, so number one, maybe it is the field of a non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe this Jew is a hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of a Jew. Right? And remember, what did Rabbi just said before? Rabbi just said before that I love Kalanesa under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to seize your field. If you don't pay the tax, you have to work your field. So it's like Reish Lakish, whoa. I understand. Reish Lakish was saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Kohen. You Kohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Kohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, "Amalahan, Kohen is Zaman." Guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amalei, Yacholover la'akil beis habadaitzar. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Like when you have an olive press and you have a pile, Rashi points out you have a pile of olives, they would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the vineyard, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the vines in order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, it's fascinating tension here between on one hand Reish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go and be Moran in Zechus. So Reish Lakish's response, he says, "Amalahem, Halid Yodea, in La'akel, in La'akalkalos." The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, or if it's perverting the halacha. And I will play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habat mitvenerim, and a kalkalos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other. Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So let's say, so this is incredible. Reish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Reish Lakish was confident in his assessment of the situation. So let's say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to delude myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. Hallelujah. At the end of the day, you could fool everyone else in your life. And you could do a great job at it. You could do it for decades, you could do it an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, hallelujah, your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person I need to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is a facade. An overwhelming and it's reminiscent. The Soloveitchik points out, I mentioned this many times in one of his first essays on Tshuva. Trump points out that Tshuva, so we often translate Tshuva as repentance, right? But the truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of Tshuva? It's to return, right? And in fact, as Soloveitchik points out, this comes really from Shmuel. Shmuel was unique in that he wasn't just a Navi, he was also the shofet, he was also the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the days in, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the Rabbi uses is Teshuvah so harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, Teshuvah so. So he points out, because you see from here, and at the end of the day, Tshuva really means a return, not just a return, but a return home. So Rachel says so his life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? He says everyone has that point where they come home. And what Rachel is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You could run from it for a very long time, but at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right, and all of the shitos, and all the hashkafas, and all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Reish Lakish was saying also. Hallelujah, you can fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows in la'akel, in la'kalkalo. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm going to do this. Rabbi, the Gemara just asked, I have these two stories. Which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? Even Mahakamaisa, if you want to say that also looking again, it's as it's stated. See, the problem with saying that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when they saw the guy plowing? Like you said, he's a Kohen by the Shemitah, and the other two Rabbanim, and the Shimon said maybe he's a hired worker. If the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse, or not a good excuse, it's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Right, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, Master Cohen, so what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspects to violate Shemitah. They were suspects to violate Shemitah. Now why? Yes, now, what's this happening? Listen to this. If you have one saw, saw's a measurement, one saw truma, remember truma can only be consumed by a Kohen. One such truma that falls into a sa'ah of Shemitah produce. And what's interesting about this? So remember again, truma only can be consumed by a Kohen. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a sa'ah of truma that falls into a sa'ah of Shemitah produce. Yeah, and I'm gonna get to. Yeah. So right, one sub truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now the Shemitah produce over here is chulin, right? Even remember again, even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately again it is chulin. Again, chulin with limitations. Now we'll say. Now remember, if you have just one sub truma falling into one sub chulin, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's the halacha. In this case over here, one sub truma falls into 100 sa'ah of Shemitah produce. So what's the halacha? Tala. So remember, the ratio for bittul of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, the truma is batal. Now, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it? Now, we'll say, now, why do you have to let it rot? Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do you have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a Kohen. Sell it to a Kohen. So when the Rebbe says, let it rot. I'm not your crew. Why have let it rot? You can a Kohen. Did you make truma? Chutz did you also sell it to a Kohen. I want to say that in general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I am in Israel. So if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have truma. I'm supposed to give a truma to the Kohen. I mismanage. I'm a notorious truma mismanager. So what happens? My truma gets mixed in with my chulin. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 1, 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what's size the mixture? What's size the mixture? Have too many blank expressions looking right back at me. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I see now, you know where you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, that's one part truma to less than 100 parts chulin. What happened? What size the mixture? Truma. Excellent. There we go. Good. So I say, now what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can gift, if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't they have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's chulin there. So remember, there is a market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand, and because they know it's a limited population that can buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 saw of Shemitah produce. So the truma is not fatal. So what does the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. Let's let it rot. I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the truma, because I can't charge the Kohen for truma, right? Why not? Because it's his. So I could sell him the amount of the mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 90 saw of chulin of Shemitah produce. One saw of truma. So the total volume is 91 saw. I could charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rock. What's going on over here? So which was not like the kid, which made the ula, something else. Nechshedu kohanim ashbiyis. So I said, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Next to Kohanim, Rashi says, "Lahashos shviyas achar zman beer demolu be'atera." So we'll say, so now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As we mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good, they're so pure, they're so sweet. Right? So why are they so chashuv over here? So look at Rashi, this is fascinating. Rashi says, They have the Moraheter. They have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? Because Khan said this, come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have Truma, right? We have Kadshim, we have all these different things. Okay, so that's the Kaddish. So remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish, Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim and Moraheter, they made an excuse for themselves, and they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So let's say, so because of this, we got a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal wasn't incredible, Chazal made Matnit, Kohanim are choshed on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and also and therefore incredible. So that results in this last case that during the Shemitah year, you have Truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, or if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottle, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't give yourself to a coin. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you can make a dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So remember that. So now remember again. Remember, we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they intercalate the month. So Amru, true the Hudei. So now listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia said, Rish Lakish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's no trouble. Like, in other words, like, why they were taken aback by his negative disposition. I won't say that. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish. Who's Rish Lakish? Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate Balshul, right? Rish Lakish was a thief, a gladiator, all these different kinds of. He had a very, very checkered past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a Balshul and embraces the Talmud Torah. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than these other Rabbanim, simply because the Parshas Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi grew up being constantly based on Medrash. They grew up in Beis Medrash. Rish Lakish said, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. You know, sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. You know, sometimes when you lived in that life of dishonesty, you could smack it, you could smell it a little bit different, like you could detect it a little bit more. So now again, I want to point out interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't smart. Let's go back there. Okay, so what happens now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. But Rish Lakish is unapologetic. And he's going to say, also you have to understand, what seems he's changed out this Gemara is Rish Lakish, that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the kap's chus. You have to be the benefit of the doubt. So these other Rabbanim seem right. So if you're Rish Lakish, he would probably say, you have to be down the kap's chus, not down the kap's shtus. At the end of the day, I would say, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, but there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, for us, the Allah has been done the Kavsachos. But perhaps for someone like Rish Lakish, who was much more plugged into human nature, he was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So it says, sorry, that's better. We're not finished yet. Right? So now what happens? They arrive at the place, what they called Asya, this place where they were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to declare the new month, the new year. They were going to declare the new year. So what happened was great. So the Chia Rabbi Shimon, so they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalupa Nagagam Metusei. And they took out the ladder right in front of Rish Lakish, which means, said, you're not coming with. Right? You're here, you came with that Shkayach, you tagged along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay, I was looking at Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, Rish Lakish was now offended. He's very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right, Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpacha. Come before Rabbi Yochanan. Amalei, so let's get ready for this. Rish Lakish says, Amalei, B'nei Adam ha-hashudin ala shliyus she'in la'ad shana. Cool. So it says, listen to this. So now the Shlokish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shemitah, are they permitted to go ahead and, are they permitted to declare a leap year? They will say, now, remember again, now what does that mean? The Shlokish is accusing Rabbi Shimon, is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shemitah, but he's saying like this. As I say, part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Shlokish says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shemitah and they didn't say anything. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. You are complicit. This is what I was going to say. I just want to point out we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman al what is happening in Australia now with the anti-Semitic, people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism this. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent that after Australia, with all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are with it. You are with it. Bunny. You're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a macha, you're not going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violators of Shemitah. So Rabbi Shlokish said, so on, how can these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the cover that's declining in the leap year? Sorry. So Jews very Shlokish was thinking, he said, look, you know what? That's actually answers a big problem. I'll tell you why. Maybe the Halash Shloshah Rai Boker, Rabbanon Achshavinu Samach. So as we spoke about this before, because the truth is, there are no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, maybe, so Shlokish said, maybe these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are not really part of the base day to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you can even be a shepherd. Pretty stark. So again, something what happened over here. Race Rabbanim essentially called them shepherds, right, Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. The Kesher Rishon in a million. Then we said, no, that's not a good riot because this is in the previous case. The rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual business. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon are part of the business, and if these guys are part of the business, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishon. Kesher Rishon sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, okay? Congregation Kesher Rishon, right? Yeah, whatever. It's like Kesher Rishon, right? So they said the problem over here is that these Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishon. A congregation of a shon. So it's like Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at that. Just a moment. Kesher Rishon. How means that? That's what's to the very end. But they're going to base the meaning design on me. Okay, so therefore, Reish Lakish is really saying, I don't understand how this basin that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into. I don't understand how this is a valid base. So Rabbi Yochanan, So Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what, I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them the shard. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan, so let me look at that. Shata Kol Oson the shard. I think it's a little bit over the top. In other words, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation? I hear that. I do. If you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't count to that point. But to call people Rishon, that is already a different level, and that level of what's the word incrimination. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's already really over the top. So the Yochanan says that I don't think you could do. So Kiyas like Rabbi Yochanan. So they say, now what happened? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Rish Lakish said about them. So Kiyasa coming Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Lei, Kalivan Roy Bakar, Amar Mavalo Mibi. So listen to this. So it's interesting. They said to Rabbi Yochanan now, so Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Rish Lakish calls us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's only knows, but you didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, Amar Lo, we carry the food Lord sown. Maya meal, right? And if you would have put what would it say? That they called you cattle herders? If you would have called you sheep herders, would you have rather right? If you would have made a difference? So it's very pathetic. What they're saying is, so what? So what? So what? And so what's one of the first lessons that we teach our children? Just because someone calls you a name, it doesn't mean you need to react. Yeah, Rish Lakish was upset because Rish Lakish thought you were wrong, so he called you a shard. He called you. If you notice, by the way, Rabbi Yochanan counters Rish Lakish. He called him a Rasha. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right? But Lamaisa, once you go ahead, he called you a cattle herder. Okay, get over it. Now let's say, interestingly enough, that's where the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, right, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was Rish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Rish Lakish and things when you're wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that Lamaisa, just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is, and he's probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age, right? Where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And I say, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often in life do you respond to someone afterwards like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then write you WhatsApp something and then you delete it, and this, that, people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you did even before you deleted it. Why? Had I just had enough self-restraint just to not respond, life would be so much better. But we also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this without reading into it. We know that for our people right now, like one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. And our teaching of the draft in the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuos night on it. So without even wading into it, let's say, but the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you, you've lost. Even if you're right, you lost. Because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate. Because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward, because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It is so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so the Gemara says like this. What are we up to? Good. My Kesher Sham. So let's say, so now interesting enough, so one of the things that Rish Lakish said, was he called it a Kesher Sham, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Sham. So the Gemara says, we've never heard that expression before. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. So Kesher Sham. What's it? Kesher like a bond, like a chevra. What does that mean? Let's get ready for the story. This is wild. This is wild. My character is Chef Nahava, Yarish Betlaser of this. It's never been introduced to a story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or these stories don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from the esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called Rabbi. Right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you can ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So now this is incredible story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. So listen to this. So Hiskiel, right, the guy who ran essentially like his chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had an immense following. Havadarish Betlaser of Musa. When he would down he had 130,000 followers. Meaning, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Chizkiah Havadarish Bechad Soyabusa. Which is Chizkiah. Chizkiah was the king of Yehuda and son of David. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. He also sent David with Sar Alei Yerushalayim. So now I have another famous story. So David comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is the famous story of David's siege of Yerushalayim. I want you to understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. Sancheriv came with a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities, he already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate and organize surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? The problem was, they still didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He attached, he wrote a note, essentially a letter to Sancheriv, saying, I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people here in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on the arrow, he shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyatu yishlimu, Chizkiah v'siyatu lo yishlimu. Shenemar ki hine harisham yidrichun keshes, konenu kisa lo yaseh. So what's this? Now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Sancheriv saying, Chizkiah doesn't want peace with you, but meaning me, Shevna, and my followers want peace with you. And he sent this letter to Sancheriv. So Hiskiel was concerned. He didn't know what to do. So Hiskiel said, there's a concept of Acharav Mahatos. We follow the majority. So Hiskiel started second guessing himself and he said to himself, you know what? Maybe Shevna is right. Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the role. And if Baruch Hu often goes by the majority as well, so maybe if Baruch Hu doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Rabbi came to Chizkiah and said to him, no somun kesher v'chol asher yomara amazer kesher. So listen to this, so here it quotes over here. The pasuk from Yeshayahu. Well, somun kesher v'chol asher yomara amazer kesher. That's what. So the Rabbi comes and says like this. Klomar kesher shamu. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a kasher rishon. So what's the name expression comes from? Right? So this robe is a kasher rishon. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. Incredible. So therefore the Navi tells Hiskiel, do not surrender. So Shpark has your back, do not surrender. Well, Shevna Shebna is feeling pretty good about himself, right? Because Shebna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sent this letter to Sancherib, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shebna do? So Shebna comes along and says, Shebna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of the Davidic kings. So Shebna is really getting ready. And he's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne. He's going to be installed by Sancherib. He decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic Chayla. So the Rabbi says to Shebna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially the Rabbi said to Shebna, his father is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is what the wandering of a woman. What does this mean? That in general, people have more rachmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Rabbi was saying, Kishbar is going to make you like a wandering man, meaning that you're going to be a wanderer, no one's going to have rachmanas on you. So we'll see what happens. So Shebna gets leprosy. So no yitzfinecha sas na chavre al eretz efrach pas yadayim. Tana udikesh kamon beis Adonov. Shebna wanted to bring disgrace home, Chizkiyahu's home. Nachach kivod overcome. Even though Shebna was all great, right? But Shebna ultimately, again, his glory turned into degradation. Once they get ready for this. So now, Shebna and his followers, right? So Chizkiyahu says, I'm not surrendering. Shebna, along with his followers, said, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shebna and his whole chevra. What happens? You have enough people. So Shebna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim, to surrender to Sancherib. As they're walking out of the gate of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as they walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out, and the moment that Shebna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately again Shebna walked out by himself on the days. On the way, so now Shebna comes before Sancherib. I remember again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So I'm going to so Sancherib says, Shebna, we're all your followers. Amr Hadjubi. So Shebna says, well, now Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Right? Hadjubi, they stay in Yerushalayim. Amr says, Sancherib is thinking, actually, come with Hayis. So obviously, you're making fun of me. So Sancherib thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shebna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So that's a new lesson. Because you can imagine, again, there probably was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. Probably 130,000 is probably much more, because there's 130,000 people in Darshan to. There's not just their families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out, and meanwhile, one guy comes out. So Karen says, you're making fun of me, you're mocking me. What did he do? So the Lord says, also so they bore a hole in the soles of Shebna's feet, attached them to the tail of their horses, and dragged them on the thorns. So Shebna, unfortunately, again, literally what a descent that he experienced. So we'll say, in general. So it's fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. And what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shebna was the second in command. Shebna was the second in command to Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. Chizkiyahu was so great that he could really make Chizkiyahu last week's down. As you know, and when again, Chizkiyahu was responsible for such a high level of scholarship within Klal Yisrael. It was like the golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachas of Tum and Tara, right? It was last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halachas of Tum and Tara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Chizkiyahu could have been the Mashiach things are going well. Shevna has everything, power, influence. So how do you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, Amar Elazar, Shevna Bal Hano. Shevna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sivhacha, Lech Bala, Sochei Hazeh, Sivhacha, Batihi Lo Sochenes. What makes it very Shabbat? Sochei Sochenes. Actually, Sochei is the treasurer, and Sochenes, why he goes by Abishag Shinanis and David Amara. So also, interestingly enough, what was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person, what does that mean? What does that mean? So listen, when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although it actually possess, it might be illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So I say, what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? That's pretty good. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say, life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avoda of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I will say, by the way, not even just about excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want. What I need, what makes me comfortable, when life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. The story of Shevna, I will say, is the story of great people throughout the ages who are so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time until the downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. What happens this side is that he sees, this is my moment. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that gaiva sets in on sign, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here, there's a siege on Yerushalayim. And yet, what is Shevna doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his kever. Right? He's deciding where he's going to be buried. Right? He's going to make you the plans. Forget about my lifetime thing. I'm going to make you my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. For the overwhelming story. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, Ki hashasos yaresu tzadik ma'apal. So most of the Gemara quotes over here the pasuk. From Malachi. From Tilly. Ki hashasos yaresu tzadik ma'apal. So again, just saying how the Gemara is actually in this pasuk. Ki hashasos yaresu. For the shasos, we'll define what shasos means, will be destroyed. Tzadik ma'apal. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now, we're going to give away through this process. So, Rabbi Chag Amar Ilu Chizkia V'Siyaito Nerasi Tzadik ma'apal. So something refers to Chizkiyahu. If Chizkiyahu and his assembly, his followers were destroyed, what good would that be for the tzaddik? The Chag Amar Ilu Beis Hamikdash Yaras Tzadik ma'apal. Obviously, if the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, this is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna over Chizkiyahu, what good would have happened? If the plans of that Rasha, i.e. Shevna, were not upended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shasos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, it makes sense how you could sit which destroys the plans of evil people. This man Evan Haisa most of really show you. We should see our hearts and It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shasos. Why? because we'll say in the center of the Beis Hamikdash, that's about the Kodesh HaKadoshim, was what's called the Even Shesiyah, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. Element of the Chizkiah, the Siyaito, Hecha Ashnecha and Tzadiki, the Iku Shassos. Where do you ever find the Tzadik? The Tzadik is called the Shassos, the Chsev, beautiful. Kiva Hashem and Mitsugi Aretz, Vayish Alein Teva, Viva Yisrael Hacha, Hipila Itza, Higdil Toshia. Fine. Nama Nikra Shma Toshia. So let's see, you see there's another interesting. Torah is sometimes called Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? It's beautiful. Mipnei Shimateshas Kol Shel Adam. Because it weakens the cloth of a person. I will say, listen to this. Look, what does that mean? Toshia, Toshia, Al Shem Sha'olam Mateshas, Al Shem Sha'olam Mishusach Al Torah, V'lom Deni Kos Toshia. Sorry. Good, fine. So let's before we get to that. So the nation of the just called Jargon. So we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Parshat Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that this is very interesting. What does it Torah weakens a person? Torah says in Tehillim, Torah Hashem Tinina, Yeshivas Nefesh, Yeshivas Nefesh, Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? Does Torah weaken? Is Torah reviving? What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now let's say, to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility could absolutely deplete the focus of a person. Now let's say, but it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, saps you of your energy. Right? The person makes a sin, right? The person marries off their child. The person makes a bar mitzvah. And what happens? You can't sing a bas mitzvah. This little less because you have to dance a little bit, right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? Exhausted. So you say, Nebuch is exhausted. It's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that sin class. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah, spirituality can exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad magic shear, one of the two, right? If Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. To share this one, the Sakachar Rebbe actually brings that also. He says on this phrase, this is beautiful. It's Kol Koshavim, he says, is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I will say is such a beautiful idea. We know it when we say his brachas. Right? The Gemara says, the person should try to go ahead and always incite their good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome their Yetzer Hara? What did the Gemara say? Bring yourself, draw it, pull to the Beis Medrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. We know this. So I said, when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit averas when we're doing the daf. Now, maybe the moment I close my Gemara, there's something else going on, right? But the Master Rabbi said, why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah, by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer Hara. That is the power of Torah. It's mateshes kol shel adam. It diminishes the power of the Yetzer Hara, which is why, by the way, the Gemara says, the person struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all they need to do is just open a sefer really quickly, or just pull up Rabbi on that, right? Pull up Sefaria, right? And just read the puzzle. It's like a fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging. Just open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes like the Gemara says. Another possibility is, why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says, "Shemitna b'kashan yitnei asat." Right? Because We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, more for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Let's say again. We always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's a much shorter day tomorrow. Very. Don't look. Hey, let's say wonderful start to the week. Incredible. All right, Kev on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
Oh shit, is this Photoshop? Like huge excitement. I was like, wow. Toyo tires. Those are some fucking. I love Toyo tires. What is the fighter and the kid in Japanese? Jumping the shark, dude. They're gonna go to cowboy. They're gonna fucking turn everyone off. Like I feel like you only get.
All right, so we'll say good morning, good tavach. It is a great schos Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Masechah Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the year 5785, the Tolson Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a Zuchus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Lebracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, Le'ili Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael, Ben Rafal Noach Yosef, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Marowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mindel Funeral, Mindel Bas Shlomo Todros, Zichron Lebracha, Rav Dan Rat of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Slam and Aliyah, all of the families in Nechama. All those who need our food should have together with Kol Choli Yisrael. Which Baruch Hashem Yat bring our hostages home b'shalom and b'karov. Should allow our holy soldiers to be successful b'kol ma'asei yedeihem. Because with that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. I should have put it out yesterday on the chat. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is Chav Vav 26, and we're picking up on Chav Vav 26. 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry. 4 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve in what we'll call a testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon. On Chavdalah, the Mishnah of Sochrei Shvius. So, which again, at first glance, sounded like those who do business with Shemitah produce. Remember again, Shemitah, sabbatical year, every 7 years, now local is everything in the field becomes hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce, you can eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not a problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah produce, and number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available in the field. Let's start with the second one first. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem, as long as it is readily available in the fields. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that more. The other issue is doing business with Shemitah produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, during Shemitah, everything's hefker. So it's a great business model, right? All of the inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to. Sounds like a great idea. Only one problem: it's awesome. So like a lot of great ideas, right? So the Mesa, you're not allowed to do that. That's called Sochrei Shvius. So the Mishnah says that a person who does business with Shemitah produce is not allowed to serve in a testimonial capacity. It's also labels. Now the Mishnah then went on, and the Mishnah Rabbi Shimon, B'tchila hayukorin also Sochrei Shvius, Yishirabu ha'anosim chazor l'krosan Sochrei Shvius. So remember, the Shimon comes on with this interesting thing. He says in the beginning, they would call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the anosim, now an anos is someone who compels someone to do something. When the anosim, right, the definition of anosim, he began to call them people who do business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly clear in Mishnah what is happening. So let's go on in the Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My Kamar. What exactly is it that Rabbi Shimon is saying in the Mishnah itself? What do you mean to say? Sofer and Psulim. So in the beginning, the first iteration of the halacha, it was a very straightforward halacha. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gathered Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do during Shemitah year, is gather produce. Sofer and Psulim. But if you do business with Shemitah produce, then you're puzzled. Right? So if you gathered from the field, it's free, and then you went and you sold it on a secondary market, that is asur. Because remember, now I will say, any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give edus, right? It's not necessarily just a din in doing something illegal with Shemitah produce. This is any avera that a person does flagrantly without remorse. Okay, what happened? The Sherabu Mamsiim Mosmaniyim, the Asli Aniyim Va'asilahu, Umaisi. So then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of Aniyim, hire a group of poor people, and he would say to the poor people, go and gather as much Shemitah produce as you can. Remember again, there is no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take from the field. You can take as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire poor people to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? Then they would sell it. So Chazru Lomar Echazev the Echazev Psulim. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening is they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's puzzle. So now, interestingly enough, what this did is that Halacha L'Maisa, this said whether you were an Osei Shvius or whether you were someone who was Sofei Shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So Kasha Began and Rakba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rakba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hi, Misharabu Ha'anasim, Misharabu Hatagarim Mibayre." What was that going? At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu Ha'anasim? Ha'anasim means to sound like people who are extorted. Right? So it should say Misharabu Hatagarim. When the merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making a business out of this, that's when Chazal has to step in and say anyone essentially dealing in mass Shemitah produce is going to be prohibited from giving edus. So the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this. So in the beginning they said both of these individuals are possible. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Mishrabu ha'anasim umaynim, who are the anasim, are nona. You understand what I say. So take Rashi says Arnona. Mas is the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas shegoba hamelach min hatua kaks v'kaks kurim min hasad l'shana. Arnona is taxes. Modern Hebrew Arnona is also taxes. Hey, so but this was a tax of the king that the king levied upon the field. If you paid the tax rate, if you didn't pay the tax, he was going to go ahead and take your field. Now this poses a unique problem during the Shemitah. Why? Because during Shemitah you're not farming. So now, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? It said, so this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, he said, go, and this is ready for this, go and plant your fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. I will say now, this is incredible. Look at actually, Hulk Vizaro B'Shvius, Shvius Bizman Zed Rabbanon, the Batla Kiddush HaSa'aros. So listen to this, what said. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their crop tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. The king didn't care about Shemitah. So like we said, this posed a unique problem because that would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay their tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. So get ready for this. Rabbi Yanai put out a public declaration. He said, Chevra, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during the Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing like this? How can one do this? So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi Yanai was Drabanon. So because Shemitah is Drabanon, one has a little bit more leverage. Now again, remember what makes Shemitah Drabanon? Shemitah is only the Oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel's only Dorai. So when Rov Yoshver Allah, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. We'll say, by the way, this is actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, we have certain, like, for example, Shemitah, like the big debate. So Shemitah was coming up, right? 2 years. We just had it. Sorry, we just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7th year. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years, it should be here. Yeah, and so the next 7 years, it should be here. And it's going to say, so it's interesting. So one of the recent debates about Shemitah is Heter Mechira. Right, the notion of going ahead, essentially, like Mechiras Chametz, like selling your land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa shmita b'zman hazeh is drabanan, according to most opinions. So because it's drabanan, you have a little leverage. I want to say something very exciting that we are going to see very, very, very soon is the scales are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the majority of Klal Yisrael is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact that, to think about that, for the first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash, the majority of Klal Yisrael will be living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halakhic ramifications as well. In any event, Rabbi Yanai comes along and says, Chevra, I need you to plant the fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. Chazru Lomar, so they went in and they said, Osin Ksherin, Sofer Psulim. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher le'edus, right? They're not doing anything wrong. Sofer, those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're kosher le'edus. So once they say that's so the halacha l'maisa. The takeaway from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine, no problem. Kosher le'edus, because that's a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be kosher le'edus. Okay, now we'll say the Gemara tells story, dramatic story. Get ready for this. Rabbi Chia bar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Yod Tzaddik, Havi Ka'azli ve'Aber Shana Ba'asya. Okay, get ready for this story. So Rabbi Chia bar Zarniki and Rabbi Shimon ben Yod Tzaddik. Right, so we'll just call Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to interpolate the new year. We're going to declare a Aliyah, the Aver Shana, in a place called Asya. Well, it's a city called Asya. So what happened? Pagu Bahu Reish Lakish. So they bumped into Reish Lakish on the way. Reish Lakish said, hey guys, where are you going? Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, Ishmael Bahagaya, can I come with? So okay, so now we've got Reish Lakish, Rabbi Shimon, like being in the backseat of that movie, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and just listening to what's probably going on with that chevra, that whole here with the chevra. So Rabbi Chia, Rabbi Shimon, and now Reish Lakish tags along. So the Gemara says, Amar, Ezel Echzi Lechi Avilda. Reish Lakish said, listen, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the interpolation, how a leap year is done. You want to come along? Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, Chazi Lahu Gavra to Kakarif. They saw a guy plowing his field. Now I'm going to say it was a shoot year. They saw a guy plowing his field. So I'm alone, Kohen v'Chorish. This guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. Kohen's violating Shemitah. Amrulo. So interesting that here and Rabbi Shimon were surprised at how Reish Lakish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, "What's that? Amrulo, Yochon Lomar, Agiston Ani B'Socho." First of all, who says it's a Jewish-owned field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. If you look at Rashi, Agiston. The karka shall not be you. So number one, maybe it is the field of a non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jews are hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of a Jew, right? And remember, what did Rabbi Yanai just said before? Rabbi Yanai just said before that halacha l'maisa, under extenuating circumstance, like when the king is going to seize your field, if you don't pay the tax, you're allowed to work your field. So Reish Lakish, whoa, I understand. Reish Lakish was saying two things. Number one, called the guy a Kohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Kohen who is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next. Su Chazelu Gabra, Dahabe Kazak Bakani. They saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, Amar Lahan, Kohen v'Zamar. Guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and he's in violation of Shemitah. Amar Le, Yachol Amar La'akil Beis Habad HaMitzvah. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press and you have a pile, actually points out you have a pile of olives, you would put like a type of netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning the vineyard, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the vines in order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, so it's this fascinating tension here between, on one hand, Rish Lakish going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah, and these other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Malamid Zichos. So Rish Lakish responds, he says, Amalahem, Halev Yodea, Im La'akel, Im La'akal Karos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha. There's a little bit of a play on words, right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting for the olive press is la'akel beis habad, to make the netting, and akal kalos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of justice, a corruption of other important. Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So listen, this is incredible. Rish Lakish says these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Rish Lakish was confident he was assessing the situation. I will say that line, by the way, is such a profound idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You can fool everyone. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to delude myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. Halev Yodea. At the end of the day, you can fool everyone else in your life. You can do it to your start with it, you can do it for decades, you can do it your entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Halev Yodea. Your heart knows what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person I need to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is it the sun. And overwhelming and it's reminiscent. Soloveitchik points out, I mentioned this many times, in one of his first essays on Tshuva. Fred points out that Tshuva, so we often translate Tshuva as repentance, right? But the truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of Tshuva? Is to return, right? And in fact, as Soloveitchik points out, this comes really from Shmuel. Was unique in that he wasn't just a Navi, he was also the shofar, he was the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the land throughout the year, bringing the basin, bringing the dining to the people. The lashon that the Navi uses is Uteshuva So Haramat. When he would come back to his home in Ramah, Teshuva So. There's like to point out, it says, you see from here, at the end of the day, Tshuva really means a return, not just a return, but a return home. Let's say that existence of his life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? Since everyone has that point where they come home. What everything is really referring to is not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness. You can run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right? And all of the shitos, all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic. But at a certain point in time, they all come crumbling down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Rish Lakish was saying also. Halev Yodea. You fool everyone else. But the heart knows. The heart knows in the Akel, in the Akal. So the Gemara says, hey, Amr Liberation. By the way, the Gemara asks, these two stories, which one actually occurred first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? If you want to say that ultimately, again, it's as stated, Ha'amru Bereisha, Hanami Lemru is Ha'nami Lemru Agiston Ani B'Sobo. See, the problem with saying that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when they saw the guy's following, it's like he said he's a Kohen violating Shmita, and the other two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon said maybe he's a hired worker. If the second story, if the first story occurred really first, then why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse. It's a good interpretation, good explanation for both cases. Rather, it must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, Maishka Cohen. What's happening? Why are Kohen getting such a bad rap for being willing to violate Shemitah? What's going on over here? So this is very interesting. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? This night, what's this fascinating? Such commercial in Shal Shvius. Listen to this. If you have one saw's a measurement, one saw of Truma, remember the Truma can only be consumed by a Kohen. One saw of Truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. What's interesting about this? So remember again, Truma only can be consumed by a Kohen. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a saw of Truma that falls into a saw of Shemitah produce. Yeah, I'm gonna get to. Yeah. So right, one saw of Truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now the Shemitah produce over here is chulin. Right? Even remember again, even though Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately again it is chulin. Again, chulin with limitations. Now we'll say. Now remember, if you have just one saw of Truma falling into one saw of chulin, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's the in this case over here, one saw of truma falls into 100 saw of shemitah produce. So what's the tala? So remember, the ratio for bittul of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts chulin to 1 part truma, the truma is bottle. Now, by tala, tacos mikan yirkubu. If it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it? Why do you have to let it rot? Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do I have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a Kohen. Sell it to a Kohen. So when yet the Raisa says, let it rot. Savinava, Amay Yerku, why do I have to let it rot? Yim Karena the Kohen, Midmei Truma, Chutz Midmei also saw. Sell it to a Kohen. In general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, so if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have Truma. I'm supposed to make Truma for the Kohen. I mismanaged. I'm a notorious Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets mixed in with my food. What do I have to do now? Go food. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 parts food, 1 part Truma, then good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? What's the status of the mixture? What's the status of the mixture? Have too many blank expressions looking right back at me. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? Right, so once I sit down, you know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts, one part truma to less than 100 parts chulin. What happens? What's the size of the mixture? Truma. So here we go, good. So I say, now what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you could gift, if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Why don't I have to gift it? Because at the end of the day, there's chulin there. So remember, there is a market on which you could sell this. What's the market? The Kohen market. Now remember, the Kohen market, everything is going to be at a discount. Why? Because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they know it's a limited population that can buy this. Therefore, they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it 90 saw of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not bottle. So what does the Mishnah say? You got to let it rot. Why do I let it rot? I should be able to sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a Kohen? I could sell to the Kohen the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. Because I can't charge the Kohen for Truma. Right? Why not? Because it is. So I could sell him the amount of the mixture minus the Truma. Let's say the 90 of chulin, of Shemitah produce. one saw, I could charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. Sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rot. What's going on over here? To which was Rabbi the Ula is also Meres Nechshudu Kohanim Ashvius. So we'll say, what do you see from here? So you see from here in Halakha, we don't want you selling Shemitah produce to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are chashud, they are suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah produce. How can it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap over here? So also take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Nechshudus Kohanim, Rashi says, Lahashos Shvius Achazman Beer, the Moru Be'ater. So now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As we mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it is no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim were so good. They're so pure. They're so sweet. Right? So why are they so chashud over here? So look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Rashi says, the Moru Baratera, they have the Mora Heter. They have a good excuse. Good excuse. What do they say? Because Khan said this, come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have Truma, right? We have Kachim, we have all these different things. Okay, so the rest of Khan, so remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish. Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanic gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim Ramora Heter, they made an excuse for themselves. And they said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So we'll say, so because of this, we had a reputation of being derelict in proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made not much Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and we'll say, because, and therefore, incredible. So that results in this last case, that during the Shemitah year, you have Truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, or if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottled, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a Kohen. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you can look at it dispose of it. Incredible. All right, back to the story. So the Gemara is actually, so now remember we've got Rish Lakish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they interpolate from us. So Amru, Shruda Hudei. So now listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia said, Rish Lakish, this guy is a troublemaker. He's real trouble. Like, in other words, that like, why are you walking around? And they were taken aback by his negative disposition. I want to say that. I just want to point out something very interesting. Rish Lakish. Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around the block. Right? Remember again, Rish Lakish is the ultimate Baal Tshuva, right? Rish Lakish was thief, gladiator, all these different things. He had a very, very checkered past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes a Baal Tshuva and embraces the totality of Torah. Rish Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into human nature than these other Rabbanim, simply because the pastors of Rabbi Shimon and Chia grew up in Kosei Beis HaMedrash. They grew up in the Beis Medrash. Rish Lakish says, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. Sometimes, what is it? It takes a thief to know a thief. Sometimes when you live that life of dishonesty, you could smell it, you could smell it a little bit different. Like you could detect it a little bit more. So that now again, I want to point out, interestingly enough, we're going to see the Gemara doesn't. Let's go back there. Okay, so what happens now? So now these other Rabbanim are very taken aback. But Rish Lakish is unapologetic. And he's going to say, also you have to understand. As soon as we say that this Gemara is Rish Lakish, that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the kaf schus. You have to be the benefit of the doubt. So these other Rabbanim see, right? So if you're Rish Lakish, you would probably say you have to be down the kaf schus, not down the kaf shkus. At the end of the day, I will say, yes, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. But there are times when what is happening is so clearly and abysmally wrong that, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now, again, For us, the Allah is down the calf supports. But perhaps for someone like Rish Lakish, who was much more plugged into human nature, he was able to see what was right, what was wrong. All right, let's go back there. So let's start this better. We're not finished yet. Right? So now what happens? They arrive at the place, what they called Aslan, this place where they were going to do the Iber, they were going to declare the new month, the New Year. Sorry, they were going to declare the New Year. So what happens is great. So the Rabbi Shimon, so the Gemara says, Salikula Igra. So they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the Rabbanim were going to convene. Shalufa Medarga Mitusei. And they took out the ladder right in front of Rish Lakish, which means, said, you're not coming with. You are not coming with, right? You're here. You came with us. Shkayach. You tagged along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic with us. Okay. Asla Kamid Rabbi Yochanan. So it says this. Rish Lakish was now offended. He was very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right? Right? Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpacha. Come before Rabbi Yochanan. Amar Lei. So we'll say, get ready for this. Rish Lakish says, Amar Lei. B'nei Adam ha'chashudim ala shviyis sherin la'aber shana. So let's say, listen to this. So now Rish Lakish says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspects about non-observance of Shemitah? Are they permitted to go ahead and Bima Abed Are they permitted to declare a leap year? They will say. Now, remember again. Now, what does that mean? Rish Lakish is accusing Rabbi Shimon. Is accusing Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon of violating Shemitah. Or he's saying it was like this. As long as it's part of the obligation of leadership is to point out when someone's doing something wrong. So Shlakish says these Rabbanim walk by. So if you don't stand up in the face of wrongdoing, you are complicit. This is what I just want to say. I just want to point out we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic way. When you look at Rahman al-Islam, what is happening in Australia with the anti-Semitic and people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism list. When a government doesn't stand up against terrorists and a government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent, but after Australia, in all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves, there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are with it. You are with it. So Rish Lakish says, Rabbanim, you're either for Shemitah or you're against Shemitah, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a macha, you're not going ahead and making an objection, then by definition, you are violators of Shemitah. So Rish Lakish says to Rabbi Yochanan, how can these guys who violated Shemitah be part of the fact that that's declaring the new year, or leap year, sorry. So just then Rish Lakish was thinking, he says, like, you know what, it's actually not such a big problem, I'll tell you why. So as we spoke on this before, because the truth is they're no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their on their information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, in other words, maybe, so Rish Lakish said, maybe these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon are not really part of the base in to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you can even be a shepherd. Pretty stark. So again, just understand what happened over here. Rish Lakish just called these two Rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. V'hadra amar lo dami hasam hadr inu Rabbanan va'avrua lahu shasa hacha kasher rishayim. The kasher rishayim ena min amiyim. Then Rish Lakish said, no, that's not a good raya, because just in the previous case, the rabbis relied on the shepherds for information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual Beis Din. Here, my concern is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are part of the Beis Din, and if these guys are part of the Beis Din, then this is what's called a Kesher Rishayim. Kesher Rishayim sounds like a good name for a shul, right? You know, guys, congregation Kesher Rishayim, right? Okay, whatever. And it's like Kesher Rishon, right? So they said the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately again they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like this are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis Din like that becomes what's called a Kesher Rishon, a congregation of Rishon. So we'll say Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi just a moment. Kesher Rishon, Ve'ech anu somchim al minyan zeh, lasos kidivrayim, Kafilu ihen osin al ibor kidin ukidas as Hashem misabas aideh. They're going to base them in the zayin. Okay, so therefore, Reish Lakish is really saying, I don't understand how this basin that's operating up in the attic that I wasn't allowed into. I don't understand how this is a valid basin. So Rabbi Yochanan, da akka. So Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what? I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them Rishai. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan acts, so look at Rashi, da akka, shata kore osan Rishai. I think it's a little bit over the top. In other words, you want to, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to Shemitah violation? I say that. I do. And notice, if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't counter that point. But to call people Rishon, that is already a different level, and that level of what's the word? Coordination. Yeah, that level of diatribe, that's already a little bit over the top. So Yochanan says that I don't think you can do. So Kiyasal Kamid Rabbi Yochanan. So I say, so now what happens? The Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they heard about what Reish Lakish said about them. So Kiyasal Kamid Rabbi Yochanan. Amar lei Karilan Roy Bakar. V'lo Amar Marvelo Midi. So listen to this. So what's interesting is they said to Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down and they say to Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't say anything. Like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan's all in the middle of this. Right? You didn't stick up for us. So Rabbi Yochanan says, Amalahu, Vikari Lahu Loi Tzon, Mayamir, right? And if he would have, so what did he say about them? He called you cattle herders. If he would have called you sheep herders, would you have rather what? If it would have made a difference. Whereas, so it's very profound. Rabbi Yochanan is saying is, so what? So what? So what? Right, say what's one of the first lessons that we teach our children? Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you need to react. Yeah, Reish Lakish was upset because Reish Lakish thought you were wrong, so he called you a shun. He called you. And if you notice that way, Rabbi Yochanan counters Reish Lakish. He called him a Rasha. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to step in. Right, but when my son, once you go ahead, he called you a cattle herder. Okay, get over it. I will say, interestingly enough, that's where the story ends. So listen, there's so much to take out of this story. So if you notice, by the way, right, we're not sure from the story itself, like who was right. Was Reish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Were these Kohanim were in violation of Shemitah? Not. So again, the Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity, but there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. What you see from Reish Lakish is you need to go ahead and stand up against things when they are wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with evil. On the other hand, you see from Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Chia, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that when I say just because someone says something to you doesn't mean that you need to respond. This is probably one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age, right? Where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. You know, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. And how often in life do we respond to something and afterwards like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then, right, you WhatsApp something and then you delete it, do this, that, people are really fast. They're really fast. They often see what you did even before you deleted it. Why? Had I just had enough self-restraint just to not respond, life would be so much better. Mostly we also see that even in vehement discussions or debates, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words you're ready to use. No matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. I always say, you see this without reading into it. You know that for our people right now, one of the most contentious issues is the issues of the draft. in Eretz Yisrael. We drafted the Haredi community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shavuos night on it. So without even wading into it, listen, but you know, the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, like in the context of a debate between you, you've lost. Well, even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the debate because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward because clearly you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, it probably means you lack the ability to see things in a holistic fashion also. It's so incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go weiter. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so Gemara says like this. What are we up to? Good. My Kesher Sham. So I'll say, it's not interesting enough. So one of the things that Rish Lakish said, was he called it a Kesher Sham, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going ahead and part of this meeting, he called it a Kesher Sham. So the Gemara says, what is, we've never heard that expression before. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. So Kesher Sham. What's that? Kesher means like a bond. What does that mean? What's that? Get ready for this. This is wild. My Kesher Sham. Shevna Hava, Darish Beklaser Abus. So what's this? Now we're going to be introduced to a story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, with one of his most trusted advisors, Shevna. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you can ask her about these stories, about these legends, right? So we'll say, listen to this. So now this is incredible story of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. So listen to this. So Hiskiel, right, the guy who ran essentially like his chief of staff, was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a tremendous Talmid Chacham and had an immense following. Havadorish Beklaser Abusa. When he would darshan, the number of he had 130,000 followers. I mean, when he would give a shir, 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. Chizkiah Havadorish Bechad Soira Abusa. Interesting. Chizkiah, who was the king of Yehuda and the son of David, he had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. Ki asa Sancheiriv B'tzar Alei Yerushalayim. So it says now I have another famous story. Sancheiriv comes and lays siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is the famous story of Sancheiriv's siege of Yerushalayim. Now, listen, understand, there was no real way militarily for Am Yisrael to win this war, right? They were outmanned. Sancheiriv came with a huge army. They conquered a number of the cities. This is we already conquered part of Eretz Yisrael, as well as other countries around. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Kasav Shevna Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate an organized surrender. Maybe if we do this, we can have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? Hiskiel didn't want to surrender. So what did Shevna do? He wrote a note, essentially a letter to Sancheiriv, saying, I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to negotiate the truce. And he put it on an arrow, he shot it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyayta rishlimu, Hiskiel v'siyayta lo rishlimu. Shenemar ki hine harisham yidruch v'nkashas konenu chitza v'yasa. So what says, now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to Sancheiriv saying, Hiskiel doesn't want peace with you, but we, meaning me, Shevna, and my followers want peace with you. And he sent this letter to Sancheiriv. So Hiskiel was concerned. He didn't know what to do. Amar Dilma Chasashon Nati Daiti Dikuchabihu Basa Ruba Kavan Ruba Mimsiri in Nami Mimsiri. So Hiskiel said like this, there's a concept of Aherav Mahatos. We follow the majority. So Hiskiel started second guessing himself. And he said to himself, you know what? Maybe Shevna's right. Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the rule. And the Baruch Hu often goes by the majority as well. So maybe the Baruch Hu doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? The Navi came to Chizkiyahu and he said to him, Lo somun kesher l'chol asher yomara amazeh kesher. So listen to this. So here it quotes over here. The pasuk from Yeshayahu. Well, someone kesher l'chol asher yomara amazeh kesher. That's what. So the Navi comes and says like this. Klomar kesher rishaymu, the kesher rishayim inam nini. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what you call a kesher rishayim. So what's the expression comes from? Right. This robe is a kesher rishayim. This is a congregation, an assembly of the wicked, and an assembly of the wicked is not called the halachic majority. Incredible. Halach. So we'll say. So therefore the Navi tells Chizkiyahu, do not surrender. As you're back, do not surrender. Well, Shevna is feeling pretty good about himself, right? Because Shevna feels that now, first of all, he commands the majority. He sent this letter to Sancheriv, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shevna do? So Gemara says Shevna comes along and says, but halach lach tov lo kever b'kivrei beis David. Shevna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave in the burial place of Davidic kings. So Shevna is really getting ready. Right? He's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne. He's going to be installed by Sancheriv. So he decides he also wants to choose his burial plot where he's going to be buried in the Davidic kingdom. So the Rabbi says to Shevna, who are you? What are you doing? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving out yourself a grave in the Davidic plot? So essentially the Rabbi said to Shevna, the Baruch Hu is going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, interestingly enough, the wandering of a man is more difficult than the wandering of a woman. What does this mean? In general, people have more rachmanas on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Rabbi was saying, the Baruch Hu is going to make you like a wandering man. You're going to be a wanderer, no one's going to have rachmanas on you. So we'll see what happens. The itach ata Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chanina Melame sheparcha bo tsaras. So Shevna gets leprosy. Ksiv hacha ve'atach ata ksiv hasam ve'asafam yateh. Sanof yitz finecha safna kadra al eretz uchrach vas yadayim. Tana ubikesh kalon beis adonov. Shevna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home, Chizkiyahu's home. Napach kivod b'lakalim. Even though Shevna was all great, right? But Shevna ultimately, again, his glory turns into degradation. Let's get into this. So now, Shevna and his followers, so Chizkiyahu says, we're not surrendering. Shevna, along with his followers, saying, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim. Shevna and his whole chevra. What happens? So Shevna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim to surrender to Sancheriv. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gavriel, so what happened? Right as they're walking out of Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walked out, Gavriel, the Malach Gavriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately, again, Shevna walked out by himself on the days. Amrulay. So now Shevna comes before Sancheriv. I remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So Amalei, Mishar Siyeh, so Sancheriv says, Shevna, we're all your followers. Amru Hajubi. So Shevna says, what? Now Shevna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Right? Hajubi, they stay in Yerushalayim. Amalei says, Sancheriv says, Imkain, Afifi Kamachayis. So obviously you're making fun of me. So Sancheriv thought this whole thing was a joke. Here, so Shevna claims that he represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So Sancheriv says, you're embarrassing me. Because you can imagine, again, there probably was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. If I was just 130,000, it's probably much more because it's 130,000 people we darshan to. The Pakistan families also. So it's supposed to be a delegation of a lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So Sancheriv says, you make me fun of me. You're mocking me. What did he do? So the Gemara says, "Natvu ba'akava v'talu b'zan v'susayim v'yimagarin also ala kotzim ba'alabayim." So they bore a hole in the soles of Shevna's feet, attached them to the tail of their horses, and dragged them on the thorns. So Shevna, unfortunately, again, literally ate enough to be born. What a descent that he experienced. It wasn't get ready for this. In general. It's always fascinating to see when great people experience such a terrible fall. Like what are the mechanics of that? Obviously, Shevna was the second in command. Shevna was the second in command to Hiskiel. Hiskiel was so great. When we learned about Hiskiel last week, actually a week ago, right, where again Hiskiel was responsible for such a high level of scholarship within Klal Yisrael. It was like the golden age of Jewry. Everyone knew the halachos of Tum and Tara, right? It was last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halachos of Tum and Tara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel could have been the Mashiach. Things were going well. Shevna has everything, power, influence. So how do you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, another Lazar, Shevna Bal Hanor. Shevna was steeped in physical pleasure. Sivhaha, Lech Bala, Sokein Hazeh, Sivhaha, Batuhi Lo Sokein. Still makes it in Shabbat, Sokein Sokein. Actually, Sokein is the treasurer, and Sokein's wife was by Abishai Shunamis and governor. So let's say, interestingly enough, what was Shevna's downfall? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. His life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person, what does that mean? So let's say, when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure, right? It doesn't even have to be necessarily anything illicit, although Rashi points out it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, and everything is about pleasure, everything is about enjoyment, everything is about comfort. So I say, what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? That's pretty good. Right. What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are put here on this earth to serve, to work, to do. We are part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the avoda of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which I must say, it is so easy. By the way, not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to gaiva. And once one falls into the clutches of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. Everything falls apart. The story of Shevna is the story of great people throughout the ages. Who are so much potential, so much greatness, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. And when you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of coming to the downfall. So what happened over here? To be honest, what happened over here? So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes arrogant. And what happens? This says here, if he sees, this is my moment. This is my moment to become king. And the moment that gaiva sets in on side, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting, right? You think to yourself, here, there's a Sidra in Yerushalayim, and yet what is Shevna be carried? Right? He just said, he's already making the plans. Forget about my life turning thing. I'm already making my plans for my death as a mother. And once that happens, all reality is lost. And when all reality is lost, unfortunately, again, the missteps begin, which ultimately lead to his demise. What an overwhelming story. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Ki hashaso siaresim, sadik mapal. So most of the Gemara quotes over here the pasuk, from the Malachi. From Tehillim. Ki hashaso siaresim, sadik mapal. So again, this is how the Gemara is in this pasuk. Ki hashaso siaresim. for the Shassos, we'll define what Shassos means, will be destroyed. Tzaddik Ma'pal. What has the Tzaddik accomplished? Now, there's different ways to read this passage. So, Rabbi Huda Chad Amar Ilu Chizkiya B'Siyaito Mi'arasi. Tzaddik Ma'pal. So something refers to Chizkiyahu. If Chizkiyahu and his assembly, his followers were destroyed, what good would that be for the tzaddik? The Chad Amar Ilu Beis Hamikdash Yaras Tzaddik Ma'pal. Others say the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. This is if Hashem would have sided with Shevna over Chizkiyahu. What good would have happened? Ula Amar Ilu Machshavos Osa Rasha Ilu Ne'arasos Tzaddik Ma'pal. If the plans of that Rasha, i.e. Shevna, were not upended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, it makes sense. There's one who destroys the plans of evil people. This not Evan Haisa Shami Moslevi Ushasiya Haisa Niklas. It makes sense to call the Beis Hamikdash also Shassos. Why? Because we're saying the center of the Beis Hamikdash, actually by the Kodesh HaKadoshim, was what's called the Evan Shasiya, the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. Where do we ever find the tzaddik? And the tzaddik is called the Shassos, the Chsev, beautiful Kila Hashem Mitsuki Aretz. Vayesh Alein Teva. Vivays Eloi Halcha. Vipila Itza Higdil Toshia. Fine. Lama Nikra Shma Toshia. So let's say you see something very interesting. Torah is sometimes called Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? It's beautiful. Nipnei Shimateshas Kocho Shel Adam. Because it weakens the koach of a person. I will say, listen to this. Look, what does that mean? Toshia. Toshia. Shel Al Shem Sha'olam Ateshes Al Al-Shar, Al-Shem, Sha'olam, Mishusach, Ala-Torah, from Denikras Toshia.
So what would you do for a kid like
Sorry. Good, fine. So before we get to that. So the nation of the Shishkal Sha'olam. So let's say, first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Pashat Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say, this is very interesting. What does he Torah weakens a person? Torah Hashem Timima Meshivas Nefesh. Meshivas Nefesh. Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? Does Torah weaken? Does Torah revive? And what's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Now listen, to take on the yoke of spirituality is hard. It is hard. It revives my soul is awakened. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that spiritual responsibility could absolutely deplete the kochos of a person. I will say, but it's not a bad thing. Anything in life that requires exertion, by definition, saps you of your energy. Right? The person makes a sin. Right? Person marries off their child. The person makes a bar mitzvah. And what happens? You dancing or bas mitzvah, bristle lessons, right? You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home, and how do you feel? Exhausted. You say, I'm exhausted. It's like the best exhaustion in the world. Because I gave every bit of energy that I had to that simcha. Exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as I'm exhausted for the right reasons. Torah, spirituality could exhaust you because if you're fully immersed in it and you're giving it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad night, right? And if Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap you of any of your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The Shem Yishmael, the Sakhav Rebbe actually brings that also. He says on this phrase, "Yeveshi mateshes kol choshav." This is beautiful. Is kol choshav? He says is a reference to the Yetzer Hara. You know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara, which I must say is such a beautiful idea. We know it from the second brachas. Thank you. Gemara says, "V'olam yarbis adam Yetzer Tova Yitzhara." the person should try to go ahead and always incite their good inclination over the Yetzer Hara. What happens if a person can't overcome their Yetzer Hara? What does the Gemara say? Mashcheu lebeis hamedrash. Bring yourself, draw it, pull it to the beis hamedrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. We know this. So let's say when you're learning the daf, usually, most of us don't have a dramatic Yetzer Hara to go out and commit Averas when you're doing the daf. Now, maybe a moment there's something else going on, right? But the Ma'aser said, why is that? Why is that? Because when you're steeped in Torah by definition, it pours beautiful, translucent, holy waters on the fire of the Yetzer Hara. That is the power of Torah. It's mateshes kocho shel adam. It diminishes the power of the Yetzer Hara. Which is why, by the way, the Gemara says in brachos, the person that's struggling with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all they need to do is just open the sefer really quickly. Or now, Baruch Hashem, pull up Rabbi on that, right? Pull up Sefaria, right? And just read a pasuk. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging. Just open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back to the Gemara says. Another possibility is why is Torah called Toshia? Right, because you know what? We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I didn't get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. All right, more for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Let's say again. We always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's a much shorter daf tomorrow. Very. Don't look. All right, let's say wonderful start to the week. Incredible. All right, Chevron on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
They should throw in fish noises into those like nicotine ads that he does. Like I said, leave you these fish. You get fish. You have to be a special order because they're special fish. You have to stay.
All right, let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for.
The fish is a giant pond, and they would just be so free out there. Let them be free. Yeah. Because
this morning should distinct our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tafshin Pei 5785 in Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. The Talmud family memory of Amit Ben David Rabbi, brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed in Gaza, Kiddush Hashem on the first day of Hanukkah. The night of our Talmud Torah, the Shalom have an Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our week of living sponsors is Zevi and Shoshi Daniel Ilu Yishma Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rafal Noah Yosef Zichron Zacha. We open the night of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need to report Shtavon together with Kol Chorei Yisrael. Yosham Shimon Omar our hostages, Shalom and the Kalav and our holy soldiers should be successful. We call Nasi Yedin. With that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Bakshim. Today's daf is Chaf is 24. We are picking up on Chaf Gimel on the base 23b. Ki Asa Rabdini actually began this yesterday, about 14 lines up from the bottom. Ki Asa Rabdini Amar B'Yochanan Machlokes V'Shteikite Eidim. Machlokes in the Mishnah between Rabbi and the Chachamim is dealing actually with two sets of witnesses. Now, we began to read this Rashi yesterday. Rashi explained what's happening over as follows. So Reuben has a din Torah against Shimon, right? And Reuben claims that he has two sets of witnesses to support his particular claim. Okay, so the Gemara says, Meir Savar, the Meir says that Halacha L'Maisa, if Reuben claims that he has two witnesses, there's an obligation to go ahead and verify those two sets. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says it's actually right across. So Reuben says, I have two sets of, not one set of witnesses, but two sets of witnesses to support my claim. So what happened? So the Gemara says, "Hevi kaki shor va'amar talova, va'amar psulei." So now what happens? Reuben brings his two sets of witnesses, and now what happens? The other litigant, Shimon, and another person come along and combine to claim that the first set are psulei. Are psulei. This is va'amar. Va'amar psulei. Da'ashtulak yokeh be'elosu. Shari amar ma'vashish likat acheres. So as I remember again, in yesterday's that we were speaking about the ability for one litigant to go ahead and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant. Now the Gemara says the inherent problem with that was that if let's say, for example, if Shimon wants to disqualify the witnesses of Reuven. How could that be? Because isn't Shimon what we call Nogea B'Davar? Isn't he, what was the word that we used for Nogea B'Davar? Isn't he conflict of interest? I'm sorry? Conflict, right? Doesn't he have an inherent conflict of interest, right? By trying to disqualify the very witnesses that are there to testify against him. So now the Gemara is suggesting over here is maybe a case where Reuven claims that he has two sets of witnesses. He comes for the first. Shimon testifies along with another against the first set of witnesses. Maybe Shimon is not an idea of the rubber. Why? Because at the end of the day, there's a second set of witnesses still there. Reuven has a second set. So because Reuven has a second set, perhaps it's not a conflict of interest for Shimon to testify against the first set. To finish up the Rashi, in Bikich Velamati Yaksin, because someone there Tzarach Baldim, Livror Ulahamid Allah Emes Kol Dvar Shetan Belavazin. So Rabbi Meir holds that Allah myself, when Reuven claims that he has two sets of witnesses, Reuven is obligated to provide two sets of witnesses. And therefore, even if Shimon comes along and testifies against the first set, Shimon should be believed because it's not an Ogiyah B'Davar. Because halacha l'maaseh, there's still a second set back to the Gemara. Rabbanan Safi Eino Tzarach L'Barer. Rabbanan, on the other hand, hold that no, just because you say that you have two sets of witnesses doesn't mean that you're obligated to furnish two sets of witnesses. When I say again, all you need to support your claim is what? One set of witnesses. Even though you claim you have two, that halacha does not require you to actually produce two. About the kat achos, when it comes to one set of witnesses, everyone agrees that one litigant cannot testify against the witnesses of his second litigant. Okay, interesting. So what is that? What happens if Reuven only produces one set of witnesses? So halacha again, what happens in that circumstance? So we already said that. If there's only one set of witnesses, we just explained that as Reuven is bringing one set of witnesses, Shimon cannot testify against the validity of those witnesses. Why? Because Shimon is considered to be a Nogea B'Davar. He's conflicted. He's conflicted in his testimony. Now again, the only time you must about the kat achas it says kat shnia kroven opsul now. So what happens in halacha l'maaseh, however? Let's say Shimon does testify against the first set of witnesses. Reuven brings the second set of witnesses, but then it actually turns out that the second set of witnesses are either related or hostile. What's talacha? So again, he responded in that case, what he's supposed to do, again, so in that case, what he's supposed to do, the first set of witnesses already testified, and Shimon, along with another, already disqualified that first set. Others explain Rashi, okay, so we'll say, so remember, just to understand and appreciate what it is that is unfolding over here is very simple. The Mishnah highlighted an interesting focus. The Mishnah said, Reuven and Shimon come to a din Torah. The Mishnah said that Reuven brings witnesses, Shimon could disqualify the witnesses. Shimon brings witnesses, Reuven could disqualify the witnesses. The Chachamim dispute. The Chachamim say, no, you can't. No, you can't. The only way to disqualify witnesses is how? Is if it turns out that legally they have an inherent personalistic disqualification, a gambler, a thief, something like that, or they're related. So we're trying to figure out what is that? Right? What is that machlokes? We're suggesting the machlokes is, well, let's say, for example, Reuven is claiming I have two sets of witnesses. So in that case, Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maaseh, because he said there are two sets, he has an obligation to furnish both sets. Therefore, Shimon has the ability to testify about the first set. He's not conflicted because there's still the second set. And the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that even when Reuven claims that he has two sets, he's not obligated to furnish two sets. Rather, he's only obligated to furnish one set. Now the Gemara says, "Name of the Pluta, the Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon, and the one that comes to you." Same machlokes between Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim in the Mishnah is the same machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. What happened? It's an interesting case. So as I say, now let's say, right, Reuven comes along and Reuven finds Shimon living on property that everyone agrees Reuven once owns. Right? So Reuven claims, Shimon, you're a squatter, get out. Shimon claims, now what does Shimon say? Shimon say, I can produce a shtar And I also have chazaka. I've been living here 3 years uncontested. So Shimon has a dual claim of shtar and chazaka. So as I say, if they're midam the shtar divrei, Rabbi says all he needs to do is furnish the shtar. We don't care about the chazaka. Bring the shtar, we're good to go. Shimon says midam the chazaka. Shimon says the Allah no, we look at chazaka. What's the Rabbi about? The chazaka below the shtar. So we asked, that means just the chazaka, not the shtar. Ela ach the chazaka. Rabbi said even chazaka. In other words, we won't say. So what's happening over here is as follows. Rabbi says, oh, we look at a shtar. And Shimon says we look at both things. In other words, essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both chazaka and shtar to support your residency claim, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support this thing. The kind of run, and we said the Gitzar and Barak Li'i. And we'll say, what are they arguing about? So we'll say, it's actually very interesting, and this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you needed to say, are you obligated to support that entire claim? Or do you need to just support the bare minimum threshold to meet your legal obligations? So for example, right? So again, Shimon comes on and says, Shimon, you're living in my house. Shimon says, now really all Shimon needs to say is what? Either a shtar or chazaka. You don't need both. But Shimon says, I have a shtar and chazaka. So now what's the shaila? Does Shimon have to furnish both of those things in order to support this claim? Or no, only one of them is enough. So that's the fundamental machlokes over here. We'll say, tremendous Haskel in general, which is sometimes in life, the less you say, the better. Right? But what's so you know, well, let's just say the better, which is the mandatory lesson in life that we've all learned. But let's say also sometimes this idea that what's the expression? Under promise and over deliver. Right? The problem in life is many of us over promise and under-deliver. Right? So again, so here you have Shimon's counsel. All you need to do is say you have one of them, or bring one of them, and you can over-deliver. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, fine. The kind of no, I'll give you a trickle, they'll call down, they'll keep you. So should the Gemara says, according to trickle, everyone agrees. Keep the years, not okay. So I'll give you the Rabbi. Rabbi Meir, my whole experience Rabbi. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi holds like Rabbi. Rabbanon and Rabbanon will say as follows: Rabbi's only saying his particular position by chazaka. Why? So the says the mikoach shtar kasi, because chazaka itself also is derivative of the koach of shtar. But in our case in Mishnah, with the second set of witnesses, have nothing to do with the first set. I think the Rabbi Moda de Isar Lebara, even if we agree that halacha l'maisa, you don't have to bring forth both sets. So again, we're just continuing on this mission, trying to explain the first case in the Mishnah, where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and the Rabbanon say no. The only way to disqualify witnesses is halacha l'maisa through some type of true inherent psul, top of Havdalit. So it's a reisha, the edim psulim, the dayanik share. This is interesting. The reisha, first case in the Mishnah, is talking about witnesses who are unfit, right? And dayan and ksherim. So it's a mitzvah the pasni edim pasni nami dayani. So since the edim are invalidated, therefore by definition, the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Sorry, just the opposite. Since we invalidate the witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. Seifa, the dayanim psulim the edim ksherim. The Seifa is talking about a case where the dayanim have not been invalidated, but the agent, right? But sorry, the dayanim have been invalidated, but the edim are ksherim. To be good, the pasni dayanim pasni nami edim. So Maski for Ravas, Rabbi raises a kasha. We'll say Chavdal 24:8, 4 lines down. Maski for Ravas, Rabbi raises a kasha. Bishlamam nigot the pasni edim pasni nami dayanim. So I understand that in the case where the witnesses have been invalidated, so by extension, the judges have been invalidated because the license is no longer the case. So we say, but ikavegdina achmina. So remember again, there's always a location that they can go to. And when you go to pasni dayanim pasni nami edim, but in the case where ultimately again the witnesses have been invalidated, what does it mean that the judges have also de facto invalidated? Agency line says pasni nami edim. Sorry, keep it reading along. Shimon says, Ella, I'm sorry. Ella, you go to Pasti Diary, Pasti on the agent, but in the case where ultimately, again, the judges have been invalidated, why would you say that Nigo, that the witnesses are invalidated as well? So the Gemara says, once you don't have witnesses, you don't have a case. Once they revert back to what we said, where Ruvain is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So if there's not a second set of witnesses, then what would you say? So Gemara says, right? Then one litigant would not be able to invalidate the litigant's set of witnesses because again, then he'd be conflicted. But that's the same thing we just said before in the name of Rabbi. Okay, so the fundamental machlokas is ultimately again would be whether or not we apply the concept of Nigo. So let's say, so bottom line is we have multiple versions as to how to understand the first machlokas in the Mishnah. But one thing is clear, which is it's not a simple case to understand. So remember again, what we have over here is Rabbi Meir saying one litigant could disqualify the witnesses and the judges of the other litigant, and the Chachamim saying no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? It appears that the way the Gemara is settling over here is that the parameters of this case is where Reuben is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So now Rabbi Meir says Shimon has the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted because there's still a second set. Whereas the Chachamim saying that in general the only way to disqualify witnesses is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa find something inherently disqualified about them. They're a relative, they're a thief, so on and so forth. Good luck. So let's go ahead. So it says, if remember again, Lakish had an interesting interpretation. Lakish said that when Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah says that one litigant could go and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, what was that talking about? In Eid Echad. When the Gemara said Eid Echad, I don't read it as a dog, rather read it as a dog. This was the end of Chaskimo Amid Aleph. That really again, if all Reuben is furnishing is one witness, so Shimon has the ability to go ahead and disqualify that one witness. So Rish Lakish was surprised. Rish Lakish says, could it be that someone as great as Rabbi Meir would say such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, Tani Eito. Rather read it ultimately again as singular witness. Sihini. So it's a Gemara says something very interesting. What's interesting is as follows. According to this Gemara, leaving aside even the content, what you see from here is style. Reish Lakish is being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir calls Rabbi Meir a pek kadosh, a holy mouth. Would a holy mouth say something like this? That one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, and therefore Shlakish and Rabbi Meir must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point we're seizing on over here is Rabbi Meir is Shlakish is incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. One second, that makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was greater than Rish Lakish. Yet the Gemara says, 1 second. If you were to walk into the base medrash, what would you see? What says beautiful? If you would see Rish Lakish in the base medrash, what would you see? You would see someone that was literally uprooting mountains, and grinding them one against the other. So let's say, so this is a metaphor for acute intellectual or analytical prowess. So remember again, the idea, if you remember again, when it comes to describing Talmidei Chachamim, there are two different types of Torah scholars. There's what's called the Sinai. A Sinai is someone who possesses a voluminous amount of knowledge, like a Har Sinai. And then there's an Oker Harim. Oker Harim is someone who possesses acute intellectual or analytical acumen. Someone who's able to uproot mountains. Again, might not be the same repository of knowledge. Remember, the Gemara says, who's greater, a Sinai or an Oker Harim? And what is the Gemara answer? Oh, in other words, you need both. It's very nice to be able to engage in analytical, what's the right word? Analytical debate, analytical process, right, or psychoanalytical processes. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You need a Sinai and you need an Oker Harid. So the Gemara says over here, if you walk into this medrash, you saw it, what would you see? You'd see someone uprooting mountains and what? And grinding them against the other. So let's say it's fascinating to understand what does this mean? What kind of scholar was Rish Lakish? So Rish Lakish was the kind of person. Rish Lakish was the kind of person who was able to go ahead and challenge contemporary held beliefs. In other words, the idea of the ability to uproot mountains means the ability to analyze something, and to grind it against the other indicates the ability to think in new ways. Where sometimes we become ways that we have done things, that we lose the ability to look at things through a different kind of lens. So someone who could uproot mountains is the ability to analyze, grind them against each other, is the ability to think about things in a different way. So profound. So Yomar says, and yet, I'm Rabbi, Valo Kol HaRoah, so I said, yeah, Rabbi said, Rabbi Meir was also someone who, if you walk into the basement, what would you see him doing? Uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So I said, so it sounds like Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and yet Rish Lakish was so deferential. First of all, like, how can come was so beautiful? How can come see how much Rabbi Meir and Rish Lakish loved each other. So the Gemara says is this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Kiha, Yosef Rabbi, V'ka'amar Asr Lahafnei Atzoros. Listen to this. Rabbi came along. Different story. Rabbi came along and Rabbi said, you are not permitted to insulate something called. We actually had this for Shabbos Chabura a couple of weeks back. The halacha is an Isra on Shabbos T'mana. You're not allowed to insulate something. Now Rabbi came along and said, not only can you insulate something to preserve warmth on Shabbos, you also can't insulate something to preserve cold on Shabbos. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that if we let you go ahead and insulate something cold, you come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, Amar Lefana Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba. So Amar Lefana Rabbi Shmuel. Amar Lefana Rabbi Shmuel Yossi. So Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came and he said, he said, Abba, he took Azar Satzori. So he says, Abba, my father Rabbi Yossi permitted one to insulate something cold. So Rabbi said, Kavar Hora Zaki. Rabbi Yossi paskin that way, the Ober has paskin, nothing more to talk about, you're allowed to do it. So this is why you see see how much the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loved each other. So what do you see from there? If Rabbi Yossi was alive, Rabbi Yossi himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. To Rabbi Yishmael Rabbi Yossi, Nemali Makam Avosef Hava, by a kafaf of the Yosef between Rabbi, the Ka'amar Kvar Horizaki. So I said, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to Rabbi, yet when Rabbi heard the ruling of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So Yomar is painting a beautiful picture over here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, we start with our Gemara beforehand, that you see Rish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, called him a pat coverage, a holy mouth, even though, again, Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and I see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. So I'll say, where do we see? So you might painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Dafka of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So there's a mighty sid. What's the pasuk? Sid. I took, so it's actually very beautiful. This is a pasuk in Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. This is a prophetic vision of Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. Le'achad karasi Noam. One of the staffs I called Noam. Le'achad karasi Chovlim. And the other I called Chovlim. Chovlim literally means damagers. Right, damagers. So it says Noam, who's Noam? Any time we get from Eretz Yisrael. This refers, actually Chovlim is like a Mechabel, like he's a terrorist. You know who's the pleasant one? Eilu Talmidei Chacham Sheba Eretz Yisrael. This refers to the Torah scholars in Eretz Yisrael. Shemayim zeh lo zeh b'halacha. They're present to each other in halacha. they're pleasant to each other. Terrorists. This refers to the Torah scholars in Bavel that are just abrasive, contrarian, and almost like abusive to each other in halacha. So such a fascinating distinction here between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, loving, deferential, kind to each other. The Rabbanim of Bavel, literally again beating each other, not physically, but intellectually beating each other up. The Yomer Elai, so this is the Yomer Elai, Eile Shnei B'nei HaYitzhar HaOmdim. U'shnayim Zeisim Allah Yitzhar. So we'll say, what is this prophetic vision? So again, this is also Yechaira. Under the Yitzhar, so again, it says, these are the sons of the olive oil, of the olive, just referring to olive oil. That refers to Eretz Yisrael. Right? So the olive oil is a reference ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. Right? So olive oil is smooth olive oil, to be sweet. So these refer to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again who are kind to one another in halacha. So the Gemara says, "But in the two olive trees, the olive tree, the olive leaves, on the other hand, is bitter." So that refers to who? That refers ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Bavel, who are bitter to one another. The Esa Einai. So once it's fascinating, this distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim ultimately again of Bavel. So I'll just point out we do not have time for it today. We don't have time for it today, but there happens to be a beautiful piece by the Shem in Shmuel, the Second Rebbe. And the Second Rebbe says, why this distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel? So the Second Rebbe says it's very simple. It's the power of Eretz Yisrael. The power of Eretz Yisrael. That there is something about being in the land that has a greater intensity and a greater connection to the Ribono Shel Olam that fundamentally changes who and what you are. Both sides. Any person who has ever been Zocha to step forth on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment, like you're on the flight and you see the coastline of Tel Aviv as you come in, there's something that changes inside of you. There's something that fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come into the airport and you see that like Mashiach Mezuzah over there, right? And you see that, and there's something that fundamentally changes within you. I didn't do anything. It's not like the land fundamentally changing. The Shem Shmuel says that accounts for the difference between the Talmidei Chachamim of Eretz Yisrael and the Talmidei Chachamim of Bavel. Eretz Yisrael has you wouldn't know it, right, necessarily from the driving or from the personal interactions, but Eretz Yisrael has a soothing effect on the neshama. It does. That's why a person feels in a greater sense. I think for many of us, the only time you truly feel at peace is in Eretz Yisrael. And I think you might say, because you're in Eretz Yisrael, you're on vacation, right? For many of us, it's not that, because a lot of times you can be on vacation and still all worked up and still not find any level of tranquility. But there's something about Eretz Yisrael that allows the neshama to be tranquil. So the Shem Yishmael says that's the difference between the Talmidim of Eretz Yisrael and the Talmidim of Bavel. You know, like the Sainai, the Era, Shtei Noshim, Yotzos, Ruach Tekantaran. So it's like, the Gemara quotes another incredible vision, also from Zechariah. I lifted my eyes and I saw two women, Yotzos, Ruach Tekantaran. So these were really like Malachim, but they looked like women. Like the wind was under their wings. And they had wings like the Hasidic bird. And they lifted the Ephah. So again, Rashi points out the Ephah is the Yitzhahara between the heaven and earth. I said to the Malach, where are they taking the Ephah? They're going to build a home in Eretz Shinar. So let's say, so just to understand the vision, Zechariah, you see two angels, they look like women, they have wings like the Hasidic bird, they're lifting up, they're taking the Ephah. Rashi says Ephah is the Yitzhahara, and where they put in the Ephah? In Eretz Shinar. What is it talking about? These two angels refer to Chanufa, so we'll say Chanufa is like false flattery, Chanufa, and Gasus Ruach, arrogance. arrogance, and both of these traits came down to Baba. So the Gemara says, the Gasis Rafa Baba is actually that arrogance came to Baba. Asara Kabin Nasos Yagula Olam, 10 Kabin of arrogance came down to the world. Tisha Natla Elam, 9 of them came down to Persia. 9 of them came down to Persia. The Akas Kala Olam Kulo. And one was dispersed amongst the rest of the world. So what they say, see that the arrogance came to Persia, not to Babel. In Babel, Nachas, Mishtabuli, Gishtabuli, it came down to Babel. And from Babel, it spread out to the neighboring areas. Like in Amidixin, Libnos, Labayis, Gareth, Shina, Shmanino. Okay, so the most Valmanar. So as I say, just there's so much to say about this prophetic vision. And it's this prophetic vision of these two malachim, or these two women, these two angelic figures representing flattery and arrogance. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery and arrogance ultimately again completely inflated ego. They're transporting the Sahara to, again, in this case it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance and flattery are found. Ramanar, similar that's a Ruach Anius. Anius the Babel Nachis. So the Gemara says, Anius the Babel Nachis. So the Gemara says, we've seen a sign for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. Then we'll say that what's the pshat that a sign for arrogance is poverty? So on a simple level, that sometimes a person who is so arrogant thinks that work is beneath him. So something interesting happens if you think work is beneath you, which is you don't make money. So you might say, one second, but the Anius of Baba, but does poverty come to Baba? So let's my Anius, what is Anius? Anius Torah. It refers to not necessarily the material poverty, but rather the spiritual poverty. Rabbi Yochanan Zu Elaine, which refers to Elaine, which is Persia. Shezaksa Limo, although Zaksa Milamid. So even apparently Persia was the source, there was much Torah that was learned there, but ultimately, again, they did not have the ability to convey Torah at all. My Baba, what's Baba? Rabbi Yochanan, the rule of the Mikra, the rule of the Mishnah, the rule of the Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there, there's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Machshakim will Shivani Kirese Olam. So literally again, the parts of it quotes the idea from Eicha. So really in the darkness I have been led, like the dead of the world. And Yirmiyah Zeh Talmuda Shel Babel. This refers ultimately again to the learning in Babel. So I want to point out a fascinating dynamic that's unfolding over here. So on one hand, what the Gemara is painting over here is this tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah of Eretz Yisrael and the Torah of Babel. Right? That the Talmidei Chachamim of Babel are abusive, are abrasive, there's arrogance, there's haughtiness, and yet in Eretz Yisrael there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and a spiritual relation. Yet it's fascinating to see, by the way, how Talmud Bavli becomes the more authoritative source of Torah learning, more than Talmud Yerushalmi, which is quite fascinating. So what you see from here is that sometimes in order to be able to arrive at MS, to be able to arrive at truth, so sometimes the media that you need is not kindness. But sometimes in order to be able to arrive at truth, the media that you need is a shtickle abrasiveness. So we see this, by the way, right? When there's kindness, when everything is just about being kind and being accepting and being open. So the issue is you can't find MS, because if everything is MS, then nothing is MS. But yet, sometimes to be able to find what truth is, you have to be able to be a little bit abrasive. There has to be the ability to say, no, you're wrong, and you're right, and I'm right, and you're wrong, or I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be that everyone. It's interesting. So on one hand, we're extolling the beautiful shalom of Eretz Yisrael, but yet, again, it's not that serenity that allows us to arrive at the truest form of Torah. Truest form of Torah requires MS, and MS sometimes requires a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of abrasiveness to be able to kind of sift through all the stuff that's not MS in order to be able to get the true MS. Incredible. All right, so much more to say on this. Let's go back to Mishnah. I don't know. So he actually quoted this Gemara on yesterday's stuff. I'm about Neman alai Abba, Neman alai Abicha. Let's say Reuben and Shimei had been Torah together, right? And Reuben says, you know what? I am willing to accept my father or your father as a judge. And both would agree to with this. Or Neman alai Shosha Roi Bakar. Or I'm willing to accept the Beis Din of 3 shepherds. So that which the shepherds would not be qualified to serve on a Beis Din. Rabbi Meir Omer Yochel Lachzor. And Meir says that even after they make this decision, they can retract. They can retract. We'll see exactly when they can retract about this. But come and say no, come and say no. Once you commit to a process, that's it's not you remain committed. So again, let's say again, Reuben was obligated, was liable to Shimon in a shvua Beis Din. V'amar lo dar li b'chayi l'shecha. So normally remember again, it's a chayi for a shvua. The way you take a shvua in Beis Din is in front of a court, holding on to a Sefer Torah. But let's say again, even though Reuben was chayi to Shimon in a shvua, Shimon says, you know what? Just come over to my house, swear to me in my house. I'm outside of Beis Din shvua, which is much less severe. So again, Rabbi Meir says that Shimon could retract, and Shimon could say, no reason I want you to swear to me in Beis Din. So come and say, no, once you commit to a process, you cannot go ahead and you cannot retract, and you cannot retract once you commit it. Okay, so says Gemara, Rabbi Brei Rav Nachman, Brei Rav Yosef, keep going, the Kavli Alei Bechad. So what's the case over here? What's the case over here? The case is, we're going back to the first case, right? Reuben Shimon go to Beis Din, and Reuben says to Shimon, you know what? I'm willing to accept your father or my father as a judge. And if both parties agree to that, that's fine, even though obviously a relative would normally be possible. So now Rabbi says in Rav Nachman, when is this? When they're accepting the father as one of the tribunal of 3. They're accepting him as part of the Beis Din. I'm not even sure my focus, but ultimately, again, what is the machlokas? So the machlokas ultimately again is in a case of what we call machalok. What's machalok? If you look at Rashi says Reuben is coming to Shimon, and Reuben says to Shimon, you know, if I go ahead and I use the case, I'm hereby mocha the property that is in your possession. So since Shimon already has the item in his possession, so therefore it's almost as if they're both. Look at Rashi, let me go instead of being serious. And Machalok, Itovea, Amar the Mitzvah, say if the claimer is saying to the claimant, Neman alai Abba or Abicha, in Yizakucha, Yehi Machalok. If I win the din, ultimately again, I'm mocha of that which is in your possession. Hasam coming Rabbanan in Yachalachzor. In that case, the Rabbanan say that the litigants cannot retract, right? Reuben can't retract. Does Zaka Zeb and Mashabi other? Because Shimon, so to speak, has already partially acquired the item that is in his hand. About the Etzem Lacha, but if again the claim is that if I lose the case, I will give it to you. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, there is the ability to go ahead and recant or retract. The Yochanan says, no, I'm going to acting the machlokas. Even if he says, I'll give it to you, that's also machlokas. It's also machlokas. See, by the roof, betting the machlokas, I'm so now you might ask the question, in the case of acting the that's machlokas, but in the case of machlokah, everyone agrees that neither party could retract upon the agreed upon structure. Ojuma beizu machlokas. Or maybe either way, there's machlokas. The Tashma, the Rabbi said, machlokas be'etim l'cha. The machlokas is when the case is where I will give you. About the machlokas, or where there is mechila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, Reuben says to Shimon, if I lose, you can keep the item that is already in your possession. So if you say the following, then the machlokas is only in the case where Reuben claims, if I lose, I will give you something. About the machloka, but where again, essentially, if Reuben loses, Shimon is allowed to hold on to the item. Then they can't retract on this legal framework. So Rabbi it makes sense. But if you hold the halacha l'maisa, there's machlokas whether it's etin l'cha or machal l'cha. Rabbi Da'amar Kiman, who is Rabbi holding like to was a Rabbi kind of did not come. Rabbi would be espousing his own position, not aligning himself with any of the aforementioned positions. Says to me that בתך לברבא, היי חייב לחבר שבועה, ואמר לו, גדי בחי ראשך. So say now, let's say back to the initially. So again, remember, just to appreciate what it is that's unfolding over here. The issue is introducing us to a legal concept. The legal concept is, I actually say to it, if both parties agree upon a compromised legal framework for the resolution of their issue, they could do that. So for example, Ruben shouldn't come to Beis Din. Ruben says to Shimon, you know what, I like your father. Seems like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal, to a Beis Din, even though your father sits on that Beis Din. Now normally, if Shimon's father's on the Beis Din, what's the halacha? It doesn't work. He's a kara. But the Mishnah is introducing to us the idea that if they both agree to the process, then halacha l'maisa, it works. Then the shaila becomes, can either party subsequently renege on that? That's the machlokas. Can either party subsequently renege? That's the shaila. That's the shaila. So let's say, so that's machlokas Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says that he can renege, the Chachamim say he can't renege. And then the shaila becomes, under what circumstances can the renegation, I don't know if that's a word, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. So the Gemara goes back to this. So let's say you've been owed Shimon a Shavua and Beis Din. And Shimon says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. So then what's the halacha? And then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir says that Shimon can say, you know what, I changed my mind, come to Beis Din and do the Shavua. The Chum say, the Chum say, you can't change his mind. I'm a Beis. My love, are we not talking about a case where, again, the Shavua would essentially exempt Shimon from payment? And therefore, this is a case of forgiveness. And therefore, again, that's why we can't retract. Where's love? This can also be a case of where, again, the party has to take taking a shvua, and then taking property. That is like a case of etin l'chol. I have a hot reisha. Tana told that the das acherim. The Tana b'dolas das asmo. What about the reisha case? We're talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately again of Tana b'das acherim. That would be the case of Abba and Avicha. And ultimately again, when it's talking about Tana b'das asmo, that's where halacha l'maisa again. That's the case of where it's dependent on the litigants themselves. And in both cases, if we're just in the case of Abba and Avicha, where it's dependent on other people, Rabbi Meir says you could retract why? Because there was no formal kinyan involved in that. The Gemara says, the Amar mi yimar din zakile about Tolabadas Atzmo, but in the case of Tolabadas Atzmo, Ima Modi Rabbanon, ultimately Meir would agree with Rabbanon. V'yashmu'inan Baha, so just said the other case, Baha Kami Rabbanon Babahi, Ima Modi Rabbanon, and Meir, therefore Tzivah. I was going to say this, I apologize, I know we're going at breakneck speed over here. But again, so I apologize for that. But again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out halacha l'maisa, which cases we allow for retraction, which cases don't allow for retraction. So essentially, we'll have to stop over here. I'm going to record the rest of this daf and Yard session up to the Mishnah before Shabbos. That Shabbos, there's a fighting chance of getting through the block. So let's just understand what we're leading off with. What we're leading off with is as follows. We've established a reality. The reality is that halacha l'maisa, two parties could buy into what we call a compromised legal construct, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invalid for use, right? Like using a relative as a diner, or like taking a shavua outside of Beis Din. Those things can be done. They can be done. However, what's the shaila? The shaila is, can either party subsequently retract or not? That's the mashal. Rabbi Meir says yes, right, or we can't. It's better. The Rabbi Meir says yes, the Chachamim say no. Then the mashal becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to Rabbi Meir, who says you can retract, like you can retract your allegiance to a compromised system, under what circumstances can you retract? And there's Hashem from the rest of the recording today's daf will be clarity on that. But it says shkoyach.
Let's see what the next clip is here. Post my big boy with
all right, Kevin, another great day. Good chance, everyone.
Joey was a humble man of the people, not like now. Let's see what this is about. Maybe paint a narrative.
He said I lied. Is that what he said? Dude, I make more than that. That was a man show? No, that's not my way. I make $2 million a year. More than that, actually.
we are continuing Mitzvah Hashem on Sanhedrin Chafal on the date 24b at 11 lines after the top. Only focus. Machlokas was made in our date. While after my again, give that call in Yachal. Remember again, the topic of the Mishnah was discussion that two litigants could go ahead and agree to what would normally be an unacceptable legal construct. So, for example, you're going to go into a divorce, or you're going to say, and I hereby accept your father as a dayan, right, as a judge, or I hereby accept this person who's going to be responsible as a witness. So remember, again, the Rabbi Meir said that the parties could subsequently retract. The Chachamim said they can't. Now we're qualifying the Machlokas. So Machlokas says, the Machlokas is with Nikki Martin, before the verdict has been delivered. But after the verdict has been delivered, everyone agrees you cannot, neither of the parties could retract. They can't pull back. They can't recant their decision. Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, even after the Machlokas, the Chachamim applies even after the verdict has been delivered. Rabbi Meir is saying the litigants can recant or retract pull out of the process, and it comes to that they can. So now the Gemara asks, do we say that the Machlokas is even after the verdict has been passed, but before the verdict has been passed, everyone, even the Chachamim, agree that either party could pull out of the process, or Dilma, Bein Bezu, Bein Bezu Machlokas. Maybe the Machlokas is either way. So Tashma Damarav, Rabbi says, Keep on our parallel pass, what make Martin. Sorry, keep on our parallel pass. So Rabbi and Shemir and David, and they agree to accept upon themselves a judge or a witness who is a Karol of relative or possible or inherently unfit for certain situation. So this makes Martin Yachalachim. So if it's before the verdict, either party has the ability to pull out. La'achar Martin in Yachalachim. If the verdict has been delivered, then neither party has the ability to go ahead and back off. See, if you hold it to Machlokas and the Mishnah is only after the verdict, so then that makes sense. But before the verdict has been delivered, then either party has, everyone agrees that you can pull out. Then Rabbi espouses his position according to the Yochanan, in accordance to the Rabbanan. But if you hold that it's a Machlokas, whether or not you can pull out before the verdict or after the verdict, Rabbi the Amar Kibam, who is Rabbi saying what do you see from here? You see from here that interestingly enough, the Machlokas between Rabbi and the Chachamim is after the verdict has been delivered. Like I say, after the verdict has been delivered, Rabbi Meir says that since this is a compromised legal construct, you can still pull out. And the Chachamim say after the verdict you cannot. Shalach le Rav Nachman bar Yaakov. So Rav Nachman bar Rav sent to Rav Nachman bar Yaakov. Vilamdeno Rabbeinu, Rabbi teach us Lifnei Gemar Din Machlokas or La'achar Gemar Din Machlokas. What's the Machlokas Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim in the Mishnah? Is it only before the verdict has been delivered? Or is it even before the verdict has been delivered, or only after the verdict has been delivered? Halacha gives me. Furthermore, after you qualify the Machlokas, can you tell me who does the halacha follow? So Shalach le La'achar Gemar Din Machlokas, he sent back the Machlokas and remained from the Mishnah after the verdict has been delivered. The halacha is that after the verdict has been delivered, neither party has the ability to pull out, even though they were both part of a compromised legal construct. Rashi Amar Haki Shalchi. Gatin Lucha Machlokas, Omamata Lucha Machlokas. Rashi said, no. Here was what Rav Nachman bar Rav sent Rav Nachman bar Yaakov. This was back to Odalith. Is the Machlokas in the case of Etin Lucha, right? I'll agree to this compromised legal construct and I'll give you if I lose. Or is that Machlokas, Omamata Lucha Machlokas? Halacha Kidivani. Who does halacha follow? Shalach he responded back to Etin Lucha Machlokas. The Machlokas remain that comes in the case of Etin Lucha, right? Where again, Reuben and Shimon, let's say Reuben says, Shimon, I agree to use your father, and if I lose, I'll give you. That's where Rabbi Meir says you can pull out, and the Chachamim say you can't pull out. Halacha Kidivani Chachamim, and halacha like Chachamim is Surah Masni Haki, Pompedisa Masni Haki. So the aforementioned version of the Gemara was reflective of what was done in Surah. In Pompedisa had a different version. In Pompedisa they said as follows: Amar B'Chanina Bar Shamlia, Sholchulei Midei Rav L'Shmuel. They sent from the yeshiva of Rav L'Shmuel. Yiram Dinu Rabbeinu, Rabbi teach us Lifnei Gemardin, V'Kanu Miyado Mai. Oh, very interesting. It's the same case, right? So Reuben and Shimon are on Bezdin, and they agreed to use Reuben's father as a dayan. But now in this case, interestingly enough, they made a kinyan. there was Kabbalah's kinyan, and there was the kinyan sudar with each other, binding themselves kinyanically to this process. So now the shaila is, what is the halacha? What is the halacha? In other words, can you go ahead? In other words, so here they use the kinyan to say no one's pulling out. So let's say they did a kinyan sudar with each other, right? They have a handkerchief, they did a kinyan, so kinyanically they're bound. Being that they're kinyanically bound, can either party pull out? Right? Marriage can pull out. What about if there was a kinyan? Where marriage could pull out, and the halacha is the Gemara says, "Ein shalach le yishalach lu," we sent back. Ein la'achar kinyan kul. No. If there was a kinyan that was made, a kinyan certainly makes the process, the entire process, halachically binding. So I will say, so let's talk about this. Let's just spend a few moments on halacha l'maaseh, because this is really a fascinating idea where you see two parties committing to a legal structure that under normal circumstances would really be unfit and unusable. But here, they're agreeing to it. So what is the nature of that agreement? Number one, is the agreement halachically binding? Once there's agreement, can either party subsequently pull out if they're unhappy with the process? And thirdly, if there was a kinyan, does that change anything? So the Rambam Paskins in Hilchos Sanhedrin, Perek Zayin Halacha Beis. Here it is, really fascinating. Misha Kibel Alav Karov Opasol Ben Lioso Dain Belioso Eid Alav. So Reuben and Shimon are based in, and the parties accept upon themselves to use someone who is puzzle, right? Puzzle, whether because he's a relative or because whatever, he's just puzzle, whether it's to be a dayan, a judge, or a witness. Afilu kibel echad min hapsulim ba'avera, kishnei eidim l'ksherim l'hayid alavo k'shosha bezin mumchin ladumbo. Or for that matter, again, you managed to do something to someone who's invalid. You accept someone who's invalid because of an avera. He's a thief. He's a gambler. But yet again, the parties accepted this individual as a judge. They agreed. We accept him as a judge. We accept him as a dayan. Ben shekiba atzmola abi zechuyos avadin chama shayotron at the end. Ben shekiba shkitin kol mashit olav karabe either zua pasabdino. So the Rambam says whether let's say Reuben says if I lose, Shimon, you could keep what I gave you, or Reuben agrees to give Shimon. So in other words, whether it's a case of etin lecha, I'll give you, or mach lecha, I forgive that which you have, whichever one. In kano miyado azeh eno yocho lachzer. This number works backwards. If so there was a kinyan, so Reuben and Shimon did a kinyan with each other, and that they were kinyanically vested, and therefore again they are committed to the process. No backsies. Can't back out. Can't back out. The halacha is it remains, and that's it. Yeah. On the other hand,
I really want to try to put this in perspective.
If there was no kinyan, either party could back out of this up until the point that the verdict is delivered. Nigmar hadin. But if the verdict was already handed down, and action was taken as a result of that verdict, neither could back out of the process. So therefore, halacha l'maaseh, the Rambam essentially says like this. First of all, so therefore, number one, this concept doesn't exist in halacha, where two parties can commit to a legal process that involves someone who's normally a karov or apostle if both parties agree. So that becomes a binding legal construct. If they make a kinyan, committing themselves to the process, can't get out. That's it. You're stuck with this process, and you got to see it through. If there was no kinyan, so if it was before the verdict, either party has the ability to pull out. But if it was after the verdict, as in there, after the verdict, and action was taken based on the verdict, sounds like you need both. At that point, halacha l'maaseh, one cannot pull out of the verdict. All right, the side that gets us to the Mishnah. Shkoyach, everyone. A good night of Shabbos, a meaningful rest of the fast. I look forward to learning with everybody. Merry Hashem next week. Kol tov.
Good morning. Today's daf is daf Chaf Hey. I hope we put out the recording yesterday for the Chaf Dalet until the Mishnah. Okay, so we're going to pick up with the Mishnah on Chaf Dalet on Beis. So we've been talking about in the Mishnah a number of times. We've been talking about putting out a judge or a witness, and we say that you can. There's a maslokas whether you can knock one out or only if you prove that they are a karov or they're puzzle, that they're a relative of one of the litigants, or that they're somehow otherwise puzzle. And in this mission, we're going to talk about who are the people who are puzzle for edus. The elohein apsulun. These are the ones who are puzzle are not eligible to be witnesses. Hamasachek bekovia, someone who plays with dice, and that means a gambler. V'amalva beribis, someone who lends money in ribis. Mafriche yonim, we'll translate it for right now as pigeon racers, although we'll get into more detail in the Gemara as to exactly what's the nature of these things. The Sochare Shvias, and people who, in violation of the rules of Shemitah, sell fruits during the Shemitah year. All of these things are in Isser, and Rashi explains, although this is mostly relates to the gambler and the one who lends with interest and the one who is mafriche yona, that it's an element of gezel, of theft. The Torah Amra, the Torah says, al tashish rasha aid the kosher can die. And so he says that you can't, if someone is a rasha, does averos, then they can't be a witness, and for sure they can't be a dayan. So we're going to analyze each of these cases in the Mishnah to understand in what way is this an element of gezel, of theft. And Rashi says the Sofrei Shvias. This is interesting. Rashi explains that the one who sells fruits of Shvias, afterwards Rashi says, Hayol v'chimud mamon mavira divrei Torah, since the love of money causes him to be over on divrei Torah, havele karasha dechamas, he's like a rasha who profits, who pasol ladan ulahayid, and he can't testify, he can't judge or testify shenota or bribe. So the idea is that if someone likes money so much that they're willing to violate the rules of the Torah, then they're probably not a good witness or a judge because they are susceptible to bribery. All right, so we have these cases. Amar Rabbi Shimon says, "Betchila hayakarnos osfei shvius." They initially used to call these people the ones who gather in shvius. Misharabu ha'anasin, when the ones who forced people, who are ma'anis people, multiplied, chazru lekrosan sochare shvius. They would call them instead people who would do business or merchants in shvius. We're going to address that when the Gemara gets to it, not today. Rabbi Yehuda, Emasai. When does this apply that a masachik bekubio, a gambler, is not permitted to be a witness or a judge? Bisman she'en lehem umnes elahu. When they have no profession, no job other than that, meaning they're a professional gambler. Avol yeshlan umnes shalohu. If they have a job that's not this one, meaning they have another job, then ksher in their kosher. We're going to discuss exactly whether Rabbi Yehuda is arguing with whether the Tanakama agrees with Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Yehuda is creating a distinction that the Tanakama disagrees with. We'll address that in the Gemara. So that's the Mishnah. I'm sorry. By the way, today's Daf Yomi was sponsored by Gabi Cohen in memory of his grandmother, Chaya Bas Chaim Lev Halevi. Our Limud Hadfara should be a Slister Aliyah for her Neshama. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the delay in announcing that. Okay. The Gemara says, why is the guy who's a dice player, who plays with dice, why is he pasaladis? What's he doing that's wrong? So Machlokas Amar Rami Bar Chama says, Mishum Dahave Asmachta, the Asmachta Lokanya. This is considered Asmachta, and when we're dealing with an Asmachta, that's not a valid kinyan. So what are we talking about here? So the classic cases that the Gemara uses of asmachta are a couple of instances. Let's say you're a home builder and you tell someone, I'll build your house, and if I'm not done by September 30th, I'm going to pay a fine, right? So when I say that, what am I doing? I don't really want to pay you the fine, and I don't plan to pay you the fine. I'm just telling it to you so that you'll be comfortable that I'm going to finish on time, or but I don't really want to pay you, and I don't really want to commit to paying you. So therefore, when I do it, I'm somech. So asmachta, I'm somech that I'm not going to have to pay it. That's the only reason I'm saying it. So therefore, I'm not really committing to it. Another case would be that the Mishnah discusses. Let's say I owe someone $1,000, and I don't have the full $1,000 to give him back, so I give him back $500. So now the question is, what do you do with the note? Because he's not going to give me back the note because I still owe him $500. On the other hand, if he holds a note that says $1,000, so then he can come collect $1,000 from me, but I've already paid $500. So we've encountered this many times. So what you can do is you give the note to a third party that everyone trusts, and the third party knows that you still owe $500, and etc. What happens if the guy tells him, you know what, I'm giving you $500 today, and I'm going to pay you the rest in a month from now. If I don't pay it to you in a month from now, I'm going to tell this third guy that he could give the money, he could give the note back to the lender. Then the lender is going to be able to come and collect $1,000 from me wrongfully, but he can do it. So that's a case of asmachta. Those are the classic cases of asmachta, where I say something, I commit to something, but I don't really plan to do it. So how does that apply to gambling? The idea is as follows: that when someone goes to gamble, in their mind, even though they know that they can lose money, in their mind, the only reason they're doing it is because they hope that they can make money, right? And at the end of the day, he thinks he's going to make money. And so therefore, when he enters into this transaction, and if he loses and he has to pay, he didn't really want to pay, he didn't plan to pay, and so at some level, he's committed to a transaction that he is not wholehearted in handing over the money, and therefore, someone who accepts that money from him, the person on the other side of the bet, is taking money from him that he doesn't want to give him, and therefore, that's an element of gezela, of stealing. So that's how Rami Bar Chama understands it. Rav Sheshes says, Kol ki agavna lav asmachtahi. That is not an asmachta. Asmachta would be, and I've learned that we always run out of time, so I'm going to say there's a lot of very interesting things here. If we get to it at the end, we'll get to it. But Rav Sheshes basically says, that's not asmachta. Asmachta is the kind of cases I said before, where someone's trying to convince someone of something, and then it's just a question of he didn't really mean the statement. When someone gambles, Rav Sheshes is saying he understands that he might lose. Well, we could talk about the different views and understanding of Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes says it's not stealing to gamble. So what's the reason that our Mishnah says he's pasalei? This will be shein oskim b'yeshivo shalolam, because someone who's a gambler is a useless person. He's not a productive member of society, and therefore we say that someone who is like that is not going to be valid as a witness. And the way the Rishonim generally understand this is because he doesn't have a real job, and he doesn't understand the back and forth of business and responsibility and money. And if this is his only job, all his money comes from something that's a little bit on the shady side. He's not going to have the sensitivity to money that others ordinarily we can expect. Again, a lot of different ways of explaining exactly why what it means that he's not osuk b'yeshiva shalolam. But in any event, those are the two views as to why a Masachet B'Kuvya, gambler, is not believed as a witness. My beinayu, what's the difference between them? The Achronim discussed there are many differences between them, but in any event, we'll say Ika beinayu the Gomer umnusa achriti. So the difference would be what happens if he's a gambler, but he also has another job. In other words, so gambling is a side gig for him. So then, therefore, if you understand that gambling is usher because it's gezel, who cares whether you do it full time or part time? But if he has a real job and he has the responsibility that we talked about, that one gains from being gainfully employed and a productive member of society, so then he should be believed because he has that sensitivity. The fact that he also gambles on the side, who cares? So that would be a major difference between whether you understand Rami Bar Chama that it's gezel, or you understand Rav Sheshes that it's a question of whether he's a productive member of society. Okay. I'm Reb Yehuda. Okay, so now the Gemara asks a question. It says the snan, because and we see this a raya that it has to do with the latter point of Rav Sheshes, that it's productive member of society. How do you see? You see it in our Mishnah, because I'm Reb Yehuda. Reb Yehuda said, "Emasai." When does this apply that a gambler is not believed as a witness? Bisman she'ein lahem umnis elohu, when he doesn't have a job except this one. Aval yesh lahem umnis shalohu, if he has a different job, kisherim, right? So what do you see? You see from the Mishnah that since Reb Yehuda says that the clarification of someone who is a gambler who's not permitted is someone who doesn't have another job. That seems to imply, like Rav Sheshes, that the issue with the gambler is that he's not a productive member of society. If he has a job, then he is a productive member of society. So you see that from our Mishnah, from the end of our Mishnah, that should be like Rav Sheshes. You see that the underlying logic of our Mishnah must be because he's not a productive member of society. So that's a raya to Rav Sheshes. If it's a raya to Rav Sheshes, then kasha l'Rami Bar Chama. It's a kasha l'Rami Bar Chama. If you hold that it's theft, who cares if he has if it's a part-time role or a full-time role for him. He's a thief. So the Gemara says, and if you're going to tell me, maybe you'll try and answer me and say, Pligi Rabbanan Aleid Reb Yehuda, that you can say, fine, you're right. What did you quote me to prove that the issue is Yeshua Shalom? You quoted me the end of the Mishnah where Reb Yehuda makes that distinction. So maybe I'll tell you that the Tanakama argues on Reb Yehuda, and therefore the Tanakama holds it doesn't matter whether he's full or part-time gambler, he's a thief. And right? So therefore, Rami Bar Chama can just say, I agree with the Tanakama. You're saying like Reb Yehuda. The Gemara says, but you can't say that. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi said elsewhere, Kol makom she'amar Rabbi Yehuda ein masai ubameh einu elo lefaresh. So, these are the words of Chacham. So he says, the Chacham say as follows, that whenever Rabbi Yehuda uses the word in Mishnah, ein masai, when does this apply? Or bameh, we often say bameh dvar ma'amurim. In what case are these things said? So the Chachamim say when Rabbi Yehuda says that, what he's doing is he's not coming to argue on the earlier part of the Mishnah, he's coming to clarify it. So therefore, in our Mishnah, let's see, that's what the Chachamim say. Rabbi Yochanan says, Emosai lefarish, and when Rabbi Yehuda says, Tanakama, Ubameh, when he says, Bamed Dvar Mamurim, when were these words said, L'chalak, then he's coming to argue. So what do you see? You see whether, according to the Chachamim who say both Emosai and Bamed are an explanation, or Rabbi Yochanan who says Emosai is an explanation, Bamed is an argument, everyone agrees, everyone agrees that when Rabbi Yehuda says Emosai, when does this apply? He's simply coming to explain, not to argue. So therefore, in our Mishnah, we say Masachik Bekovia is Asur, is Pasal as an aid, and then Rabbi Yehuda says Emosai, when does this apply? So we just learned that he's coming to explain the Tanakama, not argue with the Tanakama. So we were saying maybe Rami Bar Chama could say, you who say it's Yeshua Shalom, that's only like Rabbi Yehuda. I hold like the Tanakama who would say it's Gezel. But you can't say that because the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda agree, because Rabbi Yehuda uses the language of Emosai. So the Gemara says, Gavra Karamis, you're asking me, the fact that Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi says this rule of what Rabbi Yehuda means doesn't mean that Rabbi Bar Chama has to agree with it. Mar Savar Pligi or Mar Savar Lo Pligi. That therefore we're going to say as follows, that Rami Bar Chama will understand the Mishnah that the Tanakama says it doesn't matter whether it's a full or part-time vocation, it's theft. And Rabbi Yehuda says no, it's only if because it's Yeshuva Shalom, it's only if it's a full-time application. Whereas Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi holds that they don't argue, and therefore he would understand that the reason underlying our Mishnah would have to be Yeshuva Shalom and not an issue of theft. Now the Gemara asks, Tanya, is it true that they don't argue? In other words, we just finished saying, according to Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, that anytime it says the word Emosai, it means that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda are not arguing. But Tanya, we learned in a brayso, whether he has a job besides this one of gambling, or gambling is the only job, whether it's full or part-time, hareza puzzle. You see that he says this is puzzle. Now this is a problem, because according to the way, if we're understanding that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda don't argue, so if you understand that they argue, the Tanakama holds that in all cases he's puzzled because he's a thief, and then Rabbi Yehuda holds it's a difference. So then the brayso works with the Tanakama, because the Tanakama says it doesn't matter whether he is productively employed or not. He's a thief. But if you say that they agree, then who does this brayso go like? The brayso doesn't work. So it would seem that in fact the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda do argue. Gemara says no. Ahi Rabbi Yehuda mishum Rabbi Tarfon. He's saying the brayso. According to Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, he'll say that the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda agree with each other, and therefore they say it has to do with Yeshiva Shalom, and there is a distinction whether it's full or part-time. So who's the person who says then, who would not be reflected in our Mishnah, who says that no matter what, it's an asmachta and it's gezel, and therefore you can't do it? That would be Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rabbi Tarfon. What do we know about Rabbi Yehuda b'shem Rabbi Tarfon? The sign that we learned in the brayso, Rabbi Yehuda Omer mishum Rabbi Tarfon, la'olam echad mehen ein echad mehen nazir u'fish lo nitna zeros elo lahaflo. So he says as follows, that he says neither of them is a nazir because Naziris wasn't given elo lahaflo. What is this talking about?
Shit is
so
sick.
we dealt with this case a while back in Nazir. So you had two guys sitting around. and they see
I
a
had to
third guy
grade a
approaching.
major
One guy
league
says that
shit
guy's a Nazir, and the other guy says
allegedly.
no, he's not a Nazir.
Come on,
He
you little
says
bitch.
if he's not a Nazir, the guy who thinks he's Nazir says if he's not a Nazir, I'll become a Nazir. And the other guy says if he is a Nazir, I'll become a Nazir. So basically,
Yo,
one or
calm
the
down
other of
on
them
all
is
the
wrong.
garbage
The guy
talk.
approaching them is either a Nazir or
Garbage
not a Nazir.
talk.
So you would think that one of them, when they figure out the guy coming, is he a Nazir or not a Nazir, one of them should now be a Nazir. So Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Rabbi Tarfon, neither of them are Nazir. Why? Because Nazirus, you learn from the Torah, has to be bahafla. It says ki yafli ish neder, and the word hafla seems to mean that it needs to be
Folks, look at this athleticism.
clear and concrete.
These
So
moves.
when either of them took on Nazirus, it was dependent on a condition that they could not control. And therefore, that's not considered a valid condition, and neither of them are Nazir. So how does that apply here? Because similarly, when someone is gambling, they are making a transaction dependent on something that's outside of their control. And if it's outside of their control, they're not really committing to do it. So just like you're not really committing in a case of Nazirus, that you're not committing either in a case of gambling, and therefore, if you're not fully committing, it's an issue of asmachta and an issue of theft. Why do we compare? How do we just compare Nazirus and general matters? Tosas discusses that. Others, I doubt we'll have time for that today. Okay, Malve Baribis. So in our Mishnah, we said aside from gamblers, another category of people who are pasal eidus are people who lend money with interest. And Rashi referenced before because the pasuk says, "Al tashes rasha eid chamas," that you shouldn't have a rasha be an aid, and someone who does averus. We're actually going to discuss in the Gemara shortly, not today, about whether it's anyone who does any Avera or these specific Averas, but in any event, Malva Baribis, Amarava, so it says a lender, someone who lends money with interest, is Pasalatus. Amarava, Lova Baribis Pasalatus. That not only is the lender who lends money with interest Pasalatus, but the borrower is Pasalatus. Machlokes Rishonim, is this Midrabanan or Midaraita that the borrower would be also further machlokes in the Rishonim, depending on a different machlokes of Abaye Rava as to whether, what about the other people, the Eidim, the Sofer, that's a question as to whether they're also pasalatus. But in any event, Rava says not only is the lender pasalatus, but also the borrower. The Gemara asks, "V'ha'anan malva b'ribis." We learned in our Mishnah someone who lends money with ribbit, with interest. So that seems to apply that someone who only borrows is not pasalatus. So the Gemara says no. Understand that our Mishnah is saying malva b'ribis means milva habav b'ribis. If there is a loan that happens with ribis, then all of the parties to it are pasalatus. So it's not just the lender, but also the borrower. Bar benitos asidu be tresadi. So this is not directly related to what we said before, but it's talking about disqualifying someone for lending with interest. Bar benitos, that there were two people that testified about him, that he was a lender of money with interest. One said, I saw him do a transaction with someone where he collected interest. That was one witness. The Chadam, and the other person says, Lididi osfi beribuso. So, and the second guy came along as of interest. How do I know? Because at different times he's saying, in another instance, I know he's an interest lender because he lent me. That's fine. I now have two witnesses that said. The Gemara asks, Rava is the one who just said to us that a borrower, someone who borrows money with interest, is pasaledus and he's a rasha. And the Torah says, and the Torah says that you can't have a rasha be an aid. So what's the problem? Is that Rava trusted this guy to say Bar Benitos was a lender of money with interest, but he said that he himself. How did he know that? Because he himself borrowed money with interest. And Rava is the one who told us that someone who borrows money with interest is pasal eidos. So how could Rava accept his eidos about Bar Benitos? Because within his eidos, he disqualified himself from being an aid. So the Gemara says, Rava l'tamei, Rava goes according to his reason, which is in a number of places, but we encountered it at the beginning of this Masechta on Daf Tes, where we said, Rava Adam Karav Eitzel Atzmo, Ve'en Adam Mesim Atzmo Rasha. That a person is a relative to himself. So we know someone can't testify about a relative. Who's a greater relative of me than me? so I'm a relative, and therefore I'm not believed. I'm a Karev, and therefore I'm not believed to testify about myself. So if I say that I did an Isser, that I borrowed money with interest, I'm not believed for that purpose. Now, where is the next stage of that? What we discussed in Daf Tes is the idea of Palginam Dibure, that we divide his words. Even though he stated one thing, he said, Bar Benitez lent me money with interest, so we don't believe him about incriminating himself because of Adam Karve Talachmo, but we do believe him about Bar Benitez. Why? Because since he didn't disqualify himself because we don't believe him about himself, so we're basically taking one statement and in a kind of inconsistent way, we're dividing it where we don't believe him about himself, but therefore it makes him kosher to testify on Bar Benitez. That was what we encountered with Rava, and that's the explanation about how Rava was able to passel Bar Benitez on the basis of testimony of someone who's self-incriminated. Okay, another case. Unfortunately, we've had cases like this a number of years ago, but they found out a certain butcher was selling treif meat. It was cheaper to buy treif meat, so he was selling treif meat. Hasler of Nachman v'Avrei. So what do you see? That Rav Nachman passled him for edus, and he removed him from his position. It used to be the shochet, or the butcher, was an appointed position. Like there's a moel and there's a rabbi, there was a shochet. So that Rav Nachman removed him from his position, but you also see that he passled him for edus. So you see another instance in which you passel someone for edus or doing something wrong. In any event, Azal he went, Rabbi Mazye v'Tufrei. Rashi says that he let his hair grow long and his fingernails grow long, which Rashi said was part of his process of Higdil Sarah v'Tziparnav l'navel atmo, to make himself disgusting, lasos tshuva. Basically, he was going with part of his process of tshuva. He took upon himself. He grew his nails long and his hair long, etc. So Rav Nachman Lachshure. So Rav Nachman was saying, okay, it looks like the guy did tshuva. Let's take him back and let him. That maybe he's just tricking us. Maybe he made it look like he's doing tshuva, but how do we know he really did tshuva? So then what can he do to restore his status as a butcher? It's like Rav Idi Baravin who says, someone who is suspected on treifus, ein lo takana, he has no remedy, so until he goes to a place where they don't recognize him. Rashi says, because if he does it in his town, maybe he's just trying to trick people. But if he goes to a town where no one knows him, and yet when somebody and he gives it back to them, or he ends up with a piece of meat of his own that belongs to him and it's treif, and we find out that without making a big deal about it, he threw it in the garbage. So what do we see? We see that in the second case, we see that he moved away from being willing to eat or feed people treifus. In the first case, we see that he's sensitive to other people's money and that he's not such a lover of money. In other words, that we said that before, Rashi explained that someone who loves money is the reason we don't accept him as an aid. But here we see that he's gotten past his love of money because he was willing to return an aveda to someone else, and that's what he can do to fix things. Okay. So now we said we've addressed the gamblers and people who lend money with interest. Now we have mafriche yonim, which are people who raise pigeons, or that's one of the views. My mafriche yonim, hacha targuma. Here in Bava we explained it. Itkadme yone liyom. If your pigeon is going to get there before mine, then I'll pay you. Rashi says I'll pay you kach. I'll pay you so much money. So what is that? That's basically racing. You go to the horse races, you go to the pigeon races. That's how you used to. That's how it was. Rabbi Chama Bar Oshia says ara. What is that? Ara is that they used to have a mechanism that someone would put out a pigeon who would attract other pigeons to come there. So basically, what would happen is that they would actually tie the pigeon down. The pigeon would go fly up on the rope a little bit and make noise, and that noise would bring other pigeons from neighboring fields. Now, this is not real gezel, because as Rashi points out, the halacha is that if wild birds come into my birdhouse, I don't own them, they just came there, they could leave. So therefore, if I put up a pigeon that's going to attract them, that's not gezel daraisa, but Mipnei Shalom, the Rabbanan said you shouldn't do it. So he's saying if this guy goes ahead and does that, even though it's only Mishum Darkei Shalom that it's also, we don't want him to be an aid because he's not sensitive to other people's money. So one says it's pigeon racing, the other says it's where you're drawing other people's pigeons to come to you. The one who says it's pigeon racing, my time alone, Ara. Why did he not want to say that it's where you attract other pigeons? As I said, that's not a real Isser, it's not real Gezela. Technically speaking, the Torah you're allowed to do it, and the Chachamim were just misakin it. So for something that the Chachamim were misakin, we're not going to make him puzzle ages. So he says, okay, and the one who says that the Mafriche Yonim are the ones who attract other pigeons, why wouldn't he say that it was pigeon racing? He would say, the reason I didn't explain it as pigeon racing is because that's the same as gambling. What's the difference? You gamble that the roulette wheel should be red, or you gamble that this pigeon is going to get there before the other one. So that's a good time. It seems that if the Mishnah is listing them as two cases, they should be distinct. And if they're both gambling, why would the Mishnah list both? So how does he answer? He says, Tana Tola B'das Atzmo and Tana Tola B'das Yono. He says he had to address two kinds of gamblers. One who's more confident in himself, and one who's more confident in his pigeon. What are we talking about? B'tzricha, we need both. The Tana Tola B'das Atzmo, because if I only told you the guy who's doing something that he considers himself good at, so you have a craps player who thinks that he can beat the odds because he's very good at it, right? So therefore, he's that kind of gambler. So we say Hasam Hudula Gamar Maknik. So we say maybe that guy, the guy who thinks he's an expert in craps, he's not really, when he enters into a game of craps with someone, he's not planning to give up money because he says, I'm very good, I'm going to win, right? And so therefore, he is not wholehearted in paying when he loses. The Amar Kimli on a base, the Kimli V'nafshoy V'yadana Tvei. He says, I know about myself that I know how to play better than this guy. I'm a better poker player or whatever it is. But I'll say that, look, at the end of the day, when the pigeons race, that's not in his control. And so therefore, maybe it's only in a case where he thinks it's his skill that he's usher, because that's gezel and that is an asmachta. But in a case where it's real luck, it wouldn't be a problem. Or sometimes we also wanted to learn a case of someone who puts more faith in his pigeon than him. That he says, no, that he has more faith in his pigeon racing, that he thinks he's going to win there. Why? Because the way the pigeon racing used to work, Rashi explains that they would each. He says, Rashi says, he would have two boards that would bang against each other. They would each have a unique sound. The pigeon would hear the sound, and he'll recognize that sound is his owner telling him to hurry up, the pigeon. And he'll go faster. I've actually seen videos of this where they have this sport where all the people stand on the side and yell at their animals or make other noises, and that's how the animals race. So that's that I'm going to win in craps. I don't understand it that well. I'm not that good at poker or whatever it is, but I tell you, I know how to shake that thing that's going to get my Yonah to move. So therefore, he's saying it's my banging that thing that matters whether the pigeon's going to win or not. I'm a better knocker than he is. But he, low. But maybe he'll say when it comes to how to play the game and then the strategy, I'm not as good. So tzricha. So that's why I needed both. So the question was, why did you need both a gambler and a pigeon racer? If you understand that it's pigeon racing, it's because there's different kind of people. Okay, Meisvei. Hamasachik Bekuvia. We're going to do a long brisa here, but there's a question on. It's going to be a question according to the one who says that it is the one who's drawing pigeons. Okay, why? Hamasachik Bekuvia. So what is someone who plays with dice, who's a gambler? Elohein, this is them. Hamasachichin Pispasim. Pispasim, Rashi says, are shivrei eitzim, are broken pieces of wood, but it's dice. You have a cube, you have some kind of, it's dice, like an official thing. Pispasim bovav, not only with actual dice, amru, elafilu klipe agozim, klipe rimonim, even with shells of nuts or pomegranate, somehow they would take the shell and they would make some game out of it. You see sometimes people are really bored, they'll come up with anything to gamble something. When do we consider them to have done tshuva that we would accept them as a witness? That when they break their dice, and they totally go back from doing this, that they're not even going to play with dice when they're not gambling for money. Now, it's not usher to play dice games if you're not gambling for money, but the point is, when someone's doing tshuva, and you want to know, did he do tshuva? Is he that careful that he doesn't even do it when it's not for money? And the Gemara is giving you an idea that when someone's doing tshuva as a strategy, you have to stay far, far away from what you were doing. Even in instances where it's permitted, he shouldn't get in that business because he's going to lead himself back into doing it be'isser. So that's what it takes to do tshuva from being a gambler. Malva Baribis.
Yo, what up, big dog?
What up, Brown? Money with interest who's puzzle. This echad malva ve'echad alova, like Rabbi said before, whether he's the lender or he's the borrower. The Emasai Chazarasan. And how do we know that they've done tshuva? Mishikaru eshtareim. When they
I saw your
star,
design.
remember, this is still
We'll
an outstanding loan. So he rips up the star. Now, A, he doesn't have proof. B, it becomes like a verbal loan, which we know cannot collect from the customer Shabbatin. So it's a big deal to rip up the star. But at the end of the day, he has a star that has ribis in it. So if he rips it up, Yachzer ben Chazar Gemura,